Immortals are creatures that never truly kick the bucket. And for them, beings like immortals who have escaped the cycle of life and death. Taking over a tiny dimension wouldn't be much of a challenge at all. Conquering a place called planet Earth was just a matter of time, or at least that's what they thought. The giant skeleton pointed a finger, demanding to know how that could happen. He's just a normie human. So how? How is he still breathing? The MC steps out of the flames and says he'll explain. Maybe because he's just built different than them. In saying that, he throws a punch straight into the skeleton's chest. But before we get to the good stuff, let's rewind the clock 2 years. Someone in the room says they can't take it anymore. She screams she let him crash for a while, 'cause he claimed he'd look for a job. But instead, he spends all day gaming and getting wasted. If he's gonna live like a bum, he should just go back to his parents. Our red-faced MC tries to explain that, at his big age, he can't go crawling back to mom and dad. But his little sister says him living off of her is even worse. He walks into his room, without a word, while she keeps yapping that at least he should use the little pocket money. He has to look for a job and stop being a burden. Bro just slams the door, taking a deep breath while listening to her rant. He flops onto the bed and tells himself that Kang Hyun is total trash. Why am I living like such a loser? The only thing he's managed since coming to Seoul was a 1-week temp job at a big corpo before getting fired. At this point, even a part-time gig moving boxes would do, just to make some quick cash. He notices his PC is still on and mutters that life would be way easier if it worked like a video game, at least in-game. He's cracked and would easily snag a decent job. He'd definitely get picked as a swordsman class, and right in the middle of his delusional daydreaming, he passes out. Suddenly, a bunch of system windows pop up, detecting a connection to a dimension called Hakan. While our guy is still snoozing, the message reports that the connection got temporarily declined, and the tutorial will start right here on Earth. Kang opens his eyes, and when looking around, he finds himself floating in some void, and right in front of him are small lines of text, hovering in the air. The message says that fully connecting with the Hakan dimension will take 4 years and 364 days. Then, it welcomes Kang Hyun to the tutorial. There will be a total of 8 stages, and this is just level 1. Dying here won't mess with reality. But at the same time, if you give up or fail, there's no second chance, and anyone who clears the tutorial will awaken and get a bonus reward. Bro thinks he should call the FBI on this guy. The first thing he imagines is some high-level, powerful dude calling him to connect, and the idiot actually blushes, realizing his gaming addiction is starting to rot his brain. Only in that moment does he wake up to reality. Actually, not really reality. Is it? Because now he's convinced this is a dream. Poor guy, having no clue that nothing in here is a dream. Or is it? Yeah. Now I'm confused too. Anyway, he starts getting teleported to stage 1, and the system wishes him luck. Hope you can save the Earth. He's standing there confused. Save the Earth, what does that even mean? The last message just said that once they arrive, they gotta cross to the other side of the bridge. Failure condition is death. Before he could even realize which bridge they were talking about, boom, he gets teleported, and you can see the reflection of the flames right in his eyes. That's because, my friend, he just landed in a brutal trial. But, he almost fell straight into the lava and died right on the spot. He looks around, trying to figure out what's going on, and if that's actually lava. The heat, though, that is very real. Looking around, he sees a bunch of people and tries to figure out what's happening. He was sure he was just at home, while he's thinking this dream is totally ridiculous. Someone calls his name, and boom, it's the girl who was just roasting him earlier. Our boy is Kang Hyun, and she is Kang Aeon. Korea and their amazing naming choices. He wants to know why the hell she's here. In the first dream of the year, this is absurd. She snaps back that he's not the one deciding that. However, at the same time, she's also wondering if this is actually a dream. She saw a bunch of messages, talking about saving the Earth or something like that. Kang calls her name and says, Kang Aeon. Stop pretending this is your dream, 'cause it's mine. She replies that that's not the point. Plus the lava wouldn't be this hot if it was just a dream. How could a normal conversation like this even happen in someone's dream? None of it makes sense. He laughs and says the brain is easily tricked. No one really knows if a dream is real or fake. Besides, you can feel pain in dreams. Anyone who says you can't is lying. Like, I've had tons of dreams where I wet the bed. But when I woke up, I was totally dry. His sister congratulates him for having the guts to say that out loud. He just waves it off and starts walking, saying he's heading out. She asks where he thinks he's going. He says, "It's obvious. I'm crossing to the other side of the bridge." Just like the trial said. Of course. Since this is my dream, an NPC like you wouldn't know about it. She claps back, saying actually she does know. And besides, he needs to stop calling her that. This is her dream. However, what really surprises her is that he's not even scared of falling and dying. He says, "You're so stupid. If I die, I'll just wake up." But right in the middle of his sentence, a body flies right between them. When he looks down, oh man, that guy falls, starts melting, and writhing in pain, and both of them are shivering as they watch that scene. The smell of burning flesh hits their noses, and she asks him again what he just said. Now both of them are shaking. He says, "That scream sounded super real, but I'm not scared." Nope, not at all. His sister sighs and says, "You really are an idiot. You'd better get down and crawl. It's way safer that way." He stands there, pretending not to be scared, but a few minutes later, everyone else is moving forward, and the two of them are crawling along too. On the way, she asks what he thinks is happening. Does he have any ideas? He says, "For sure, this is just a hyper-realistic nightmare." And she tells him to wake up and face reality. There is no way a dream or nightmare could be this real. Something is going on that they can't even begin to comprehend. And maybe if they die here, they're gonna actually die in real life. Kang laughs and says, "Sis, I'm trying times not times to think about it. But you keep yapping and now I'm freaking out." She sees right through him. That jerk is just faking being chill. He is totally useless. He buries his face and asks, "Can we just stop for a sec so I can rest?" Not because he's shaking and scared to death. No. Of course not. He's just tired. That's all. She asks, "Are you planning to just lie there like an idiot?" And he tells her she needs to understand. There's still a small chance this is just a dream, until that little system window pops up in front of them again. Tutorial time limit has expired. And so, difficulty will increase. Suddenly, the whole place starts shaking. Honestly, I'm kinda impressed some people are still standing, like nothing happened. But to be fair, that bridge isn't times narrow. Right, you can put both feet side by side. Spread them a bit. I'd probably be fine crossing that. Just don't put times in there. Please. Anyway, the part of the bridge behind Kang starts collapsing. Everyone's falling apart now. It's total chaos. No other choice. Seriously. Aeon. That girl dashes off and turns into Usain Bolt, leaving just a blur behind. Our boy doesn't have much of a choice, so he's gotta do it too. He runs, thinking he's fine. The bridge isn't actually that narrow. As long as he doesn't trip, he'll make it safely. Just focus on the ground and look straight ahead. I feel like I'm watching Squid Game times right now. He's almost at the exit. You can see it on the other side. He's already celebrating, thinking it's about to end. But then he glances to the side, and the bridge under his sister's feet is starting to crumble. He screams her name. She looks down, but it's too late. Still, this guy has that hero aura. He was terrified the whole time. But now his courage kicks in. He jumps across, grabs her, and launches himself to the other side with her in his arms. But he saved the girl. Right after, a notification pops up, saying they leveled up and cleared the first stage. They'll get a temporary awakening as a reward. But the full awakening will only happen when the tutorial ends. Kang Hyun stretches and says, "Finally done." He could barely move from fear earlier. Meanwhile, his sister is more interested in this whole tutorial thing. This awakening. What is all this stuff? Anyway, he says she should thank her savior. For real. But she ignores him. Distracted by a window, the status appears. Kang says, "A status window is the #1 thing that anyone wants for their birthday. Gamer instinct is stronger than fear." He jumps right up to check it. I could see a revival trait or something, but no ability, no skills. And the stats don't look that high either. And before we can see the rest, boom. He wakes up in his old dusty bedroom. Looks like it's the next day. And now he believes it was all just a dream. But of course, the internet is blowing up with chatter about some say it's the weirdest lucid dream they've ever had. Others are talking about how real the sensation of death felt. Naturally, with so many people sharing the same story, everyone's feeling creeped out. However, humans will be humans. They're already having fun with it, dropping hashtags, launching meme coins. And honestly, that's probably exactly how it'd go down if something like this was real. But what they're forgetting is the full connection is still 5 years out. Back to our boy. He opens the door and straight up starts beefing with his sister. They're both talking over each other, yapping about status windows, trials, who died, who didn't. She screams at him to shut up. He tells her the same. Eventually, they both burn out and go quiet, wondering if maybe he should grab a bite first. Meanwhile, social media is absolutely losing it. An apocalypse, shared dream, lucid nightmare. What the hell just happened? The siblings hear all this, and now they know for sure it wasn't just them. This went down worldwide. They're at least relieved, since dying in a dream doesn't kill you in real life. But she says it was still horrifying regardless. Seeing those people, that bus, everyone dying and burning right in front of her eyes, was too much for her to handle. At the very least, anyone who died like that has got to have some serious trauma now. She's wondering if it's even okay for them to be sitting there eating so casually. Feels like the whole world is going crazy. He thinks for a sec too, and says there's nothing else they can do. That's when he hears screaming from outside, so he decides to check it out. When he looks out the window, there's a mob fighting. Looks like right in front of a grocery store. They've wrecked the place, looting, screaming about some ghostly phenomenon. What is going on? Did the whole world go mad overnight? Honestly, seeing the news from the US, people over there are acting the exact same way. So yeah, feels pretty real. His corporate slave sister is getting annoyed, 'cause she can't go to work today. And he tells her to get real, like they can just walk out there and pretend nothing happened. No way. It's too dangerous outside right now. They need to remember what that notification said about the connection. Right then, his sister commands the status window to open, and it pops up instantly. He comments that he still doesn't know what it really means. But one thing is clear, whatever's coming, they've got 5 years to prep. And just looking at the chaos on the streets, on day one, it's obvious this isn't going to be a walk in the park. His sister is just thinking that this idiot actually makes sense for once. After all the morning madness, things seem to have calmed down. People are back to their daily grind, and Korea is starting to stabilize. And just like that, day one ends. But the moment he closes his eyes, the system window pops up again. Welcome back to the tutorial. System asks if he wants a tutorial on how things work. But he says nah, he just wants to see his status screen. Oh man, our guy Kang Hyun is looking weak. 8 strength, 9 agility, and 1 extra stat. He's trying to figure out if those stats are trash or not. But honestly, you need a comparison to know for sure. However, what catches his eye is that he has a magic power stat. And on top of that, he sees a very interesting word, innate ability resurrection. Yeah, now I'm confused. So that revival skill wasn't part of the tutorial. It actually belongs to him. Well, that ability lets him come back to life 24 hours after dying, and it lasts until the world is cleared, escaping the current crisis. Now that makes sense. It's basically like a Minecraft respawn point. He respawns at the last bed, or rather the last place he slept. Unless he sets a new spawn point, the penalty is that he loses a level every time he dies, and his stats drop by 50% for 24 hours. This dude was already celebrating like crazy, but he was sure he wouldn't be some useless side character with power like that. As soon as the system asked if he wanted to move to stage 2, he said yes. He needed to find out right away if his stats were actually trash or completely cracked. Legend says he was really celebrating that respawn ability. But bro had no clue what was coming. Inside a blood-soaked castle, a goblin screamed and rushed straight at him, aiming for the head. But that sneaky little green thing dodged it. The system announced that in stage 2, he had to defeat all enemies to prove his strength. Luckily, this guy has experience. He's played a ton of games before, so he read the goblin's attack pattern and landed a precise hit. The creature was covered in blood, its weapon dripping. Meanwhile, Kang Hyun was shaking from the feeling of killing a living thing. He almost threw up, and the only reason he didn't die was because that thing was trying to kill him too. He kept moving forward, and from behind a wall, a massive goblin was watching him. As soon as he spotted it, our boy froze. The big one saw its buddy get killed. From behind, it started moving forward. And Kang wondered, why were there two enemies in the first place? Aren't goblins supposed to be tiny? Easy targets for beginners, but this thing was holding a sword at least 1 meter long. The monster roared and swung its sword. Landing a direct hit on his arm, he managed to block it. But it completely shook him. This guy has never been to the gym. And all he does is sit at home playing games. So when that 1-meter sword clashed with his 70-kilogram body, it instantly knocked the weapon out of his hand. And of course, the goblin kept attacking, slashing the blade upward, ripping right through the poor guy. He took a brutal combo right there, with blurry vision and his whole body shaking. He wondered why he had to go through this. And honestly, the weirdest part was that he didn't even know why he wasn't dead yet. Yeah, seriously, no one would have warned him about that. Maybe it's because of that respawn ability. Although, now I'm confused too. Respawn means you die and come back. Not that you're immortal. While being dragged across the ground, Kang started wondering how much blood a human actually has. As they dragged him away, he could feel death breathing down his neck. And before he finally died, he was tortured for hours by 4 goblins. His little sister woke up to the screaming, rushed into the room and asked what the hell he was doing acting like that, early in the morning. But then she saw him curling up and shaking, mumbling that goblins are scary. He was in shock, completely lost it. Honestly, I thought he was just another pathetic loser. But then he started explaining over breakfast. He told her that they made him bleed to death. First, they ripped off his fingernails, then his fingers, then his toenails. And it just kept going. She literally told him to shut his mouth. Like, yeah, she died too. Obviously. But it wasn't that bad. She wants to know if that's seriously the only reason he's screaming his head off. And he's like, if you went through what I did, you'd wake up screaming too. She's just like, all right, I get it. But then she asks if he needs a hospital or something. Apparently, the psych wards are packed these days. Hearing that, he sits down and goes, I don't think that's necessary. It sucked, but not to that extent. Then he drops the good news. Apparently, once you die, the tutorial is over. Bro lets out a huge sigh of relief. Finally, I can just lie down and get some actual sleep. Except... yeah. No, the system hits him with another message. Welcome to the tutorial. Poor guy just screams. What the hell is happening? Totally traumatized. He just sits at the back of the cave for hours, hoping he'll wake up or something. But nope, nothing happens. Finally, he gets up, realizing he's got no choice but to push forward. Last time he grabbed a mace, thinking it'd be simple and hit hard. But now he's terrified to even get close to a goblin. A bow or crossbow sounds like a way better plan. Like every Korean guy, he's got some experience from military service. So he thinks, yeah, this'll work. But bro really thought he was holding an M4 or something, and totally whiffs the shot. Barely grazing the goblin, the little monster turns around and gives him a death glare. Luckily, bro brought 2 weapons, a bit of a cheat code. But he grabbed a spear too, musters all his courage, charges in, and boom, stabs the goblin right in the chest. At first he's celebrating, saying he finally took down one of those bastards. He turns to defend against the second one. But guess what? This isn't a video game. The spear is still stuck in the other goblin and he can't pull it out. And right then, the second big guy rushes in and slices him open. Well, at least this time he woke up in his room. Right, hoping he didn't have to suffer all night. That's exactly what he was celebrating. Yeah, he's sweating and totally drained. But at least it was instant. The system pops up again, and he just gives a thumbs up. Act 2. Round 3. 4. But this time he picks a shield. Why? Because he spent all day watching YouTube videos on how to use a sword. Bro says he's ready. Yeah. Let those green bastards come at him. Spoiler didn't last long. He woke up again. While he's losing his mind, screaming that he's gonna kill everything, his sister just stares, wondering if this is messing up his brain. Once again, the welcome screen appears. Time for round 4. But instead of rushing into battle, This time he just stands there, swinging his sword up and down. After doing that for hours, his vitality stat goes up by 1 point. He spent 8 hours doing that. Checks his window, and finally sees something changed. He remembers he has a point for extra abilities. Looks like he dumped it into strength. And now he's ready to brawl. He says he's getting revenge, now that he's got 2 extra points. But clearly, yeah. He wakes up in his room again. Seems like this time, bro couldn't even kill a single goblin. Talk about embarrassing. Round 5. He did the exact same thing. Swung that sword for 8 straight hours and got 1 extra vitality point. Round 6. After spending 10 hours busting out squats, push-ups, and literally anything else he could think of, he snagged another strength point. By that time, he could handle a 1v2 against goblins pretty easily. The problem was, he still lacked basic skills. Even if he could survive the first few mobs, it wasn't enough to handle the rest. Round 7. He made a call. Just sword training. That's it. Slash, slash, and slash again, like always. A few hours later, he got another vitality point. He collapsed on the ground, totally gassed out. And a window popped up. His swordsmanship skill finally leveled up from absolute trash to rank F. Let's go. System explains the skill now helps him fix his posture and distribute power better. But bottom line, he still swings like a drunk neighbor. But hey, better than nothing. He should have been celebrating, saying that now, finally, he can get his revenge on those scumbags. With bloodshot eyes, he said, "Today, they all die." There were 5 goblins total in the second tutorial. 2 guarding the front of the castle, and 3 lurking in the back. The first 2, he's fought them so many times that they're basically just training dummies to him now. Dropped the first one with a crossbow bolt. Boom. Finished the second one with his sword. The real trouble was the crew in the jungle. He tactically took out 2 of them, but the last one, real challenge. The goblin's axe clashed with his sword. Now they're in a proper duel. Monster charges in again. He blocked with his shield. And that's when he realized something. He could actually see the attacks now. His body was reacting, before his eyes could even fully register the moves. Felt a lightness in his arms. That rank F swordsmanship kicked in. He almost skewered the goblin's chest, but just grazed its cheek. So close. The real issue is he knows what to do. But after fighting 4 goblins back to back, he was running on fumes. Goblin swings the axe again, smashes right into his sword and knocks it away. Monster steps in for the kill, but Kang, he starts lahing mid-fight. He says it's 'cause he knows this bastard. He knows this goblin loves to torture people. It purposely avoids lethal hits, but its attack pattern is way too obvious. So Kang pulls a classic street move, kicks a pile of dirt right into the goblin's eyes. Monster's blinded, flailing around, and Kang grabs a rock and smashes the goblin's shin. Dude stumbles, swinging the axe blindly, while Kang circles around back and slams the rock into the side of its face. Looks like he killed it with a literal stone. System congratulates him, gives him some bonus stats, lets him pick a new weapon, and even unlocks a trash tier shield skill. He's celebrating right there, but I can already feel the next round is gonna wipe that grin right off his face. A human just outplayed a goblin. Next morning, he's making this weird face, maybe mimicking a meme or something. I don't know. He says, "This is a powerful morning," and that is Kang Hyun. Feeling absolutely fantastic about clearing stage 2, he's making himself some coffee. And of course, like everything he does now, it tastes absolute perfection. But then, he hears a loud noise outside, and his sister bursts into the room asking, "What did you do this time?" Right at that moment, the system pops up a notification stating that the world tutorial has officially ended. He's free to use the system outside the tutorial now, and dungeons are going to start spawning. He rushes to the front of the house and looks out. Right there in the middle of the street, a dungeon gate has appeared. He and his sister immediately know what it is, while the rest of the people just stand around confused, staring at it. But only the Awakened can enter those gates. They're starting to pop up all over the world. And guess what? If they aren't cleared in time, the gates will break open. And meanwhile, the connection to a place called Hakan still has 4 years and 357 days left. Now I'm starting to get low-key confused. I thought the tutorial had 8 stages. So what is going on here? Well, apparently once those gates get activated, The world falls into chaos even worse than day one. As usual, the siblings play it safe and decide to chill at home to dig for info. And he finds out that apparently, the tutorial isn't completely over yet. Anyone with a birthday recently, specifically those who just turned 16, is now eligible to participate. His sister says, everyone is talking non-stop about the dungeons. Rumor has it, anyone who receives a talent now is expected to go into those gates and clear them. However, our boy is absolutely hyped. Now, finally, he can access his full status window in the real world too. He commands it to open, but the system replies that the tutorial is still in progress. So that's a no-go for now. He finds that a bit weird, but then remembers. Oh, right. The tutorial has 8 stages. But while he kept looping stage 2 over and over, the rest of the participants already finished it. After all, it's been 8 days since everything started. So he tells his sister there's nothing else to do but finish the tutorial, and asks if she found any intel on stage 3. She says, the only thing she heard is that the theme seems to be patience. That's all she could find. Very few people survived stage 2. So detailed info on stage 3 is basically non-existent. At this, he flexes his biceps and says it'll be a piece of cake. He's become super strong, and he won't have to suffer anymore like last time. Stage 3 is going to be smooth sailing. And so, here we are. On that very night, stage 3 is weird. That yellow liquid the monster is pouring on him. Yeah, it's exactly what you think it is. In stage 3, the system explains that he has to prove his endurance and persistence. One condition is to kill the boss. Goka, as always, failure means death. The event notes say that if he waits for the right opportunity, it will present itself. He's all fired up in his ghillie suit, but wondering what this whole sneak and assassinate deal is about. Whatever it is, step 1 is to find where they are. He checks his status board to see if there's anything new. He's hit level 4 now. He also unlocked the crossbow mastery skill. This guy is glowing up with new skills and perks. He dumps his extra points into strength and stamina. However, he feels like he's missing some kind of reward he doesn't remember receiving. The system opens the inventory tab. He taps the sword and pulls it straight out of the interface. Only catch is, it's worn out and chipped to hell. But hey, no better options right now. He thinks it's time to see what this Gorka thing is really about. Hips himself up with the story of Carlos Hathcock, that legendary American sniper who hid for 3 days, 1.4 kilometers away, just to take down a general. That is his mindset right now. Feels like he's been crawling on his belly for 10 straight hours. Finally spots the enemy tent. 2 guards are posted out front. Wonders if he should snipe one, then rush in. Bye now. His clothes are soaked in piss. He's been moving for hours, covered in bugs. And right then, something blocks the light above him. Yeah, you guessed it. That's when he gets hit with that lovely golden shower and just freezes in place. This guy's patience is insane. As the creature backs off, Kang keeps telling himself, be patient, but suddenly he snaps and lunges forward, charging straight at the thing, screaming he's gonna get payback for that nasty mess. Clean slash. Aim is true, and the first guy drops. Second guy grabs a spear and spins around to face him. Right then, an alarm blasts through the village, and suddenly, he's surrounded, goblins swarming from every direction. This guy is losing it, laughing like a maniac, saying he's cooked anyway, so might as well drop the line he's always wanted to say. Come get some. You bastards. Yeah, that one. And would you believe it? He actually unlocks a new skill. Lion's Roar. Alright. Round 2 starts now. This time he jumps right in and opens with Lion's Roar, aggroes every enemy and charges them. After crawling for 10 hours on the first run, he figured out one thing about these monsters. The Gorka warriors go out hunting during the day and only come back at night. In other words, the camp is way weaker in the daytime because nobody's home. So what does he do? Starts hacking through everything. Rushes the main tent with zero hesitation. But inside, he finds a fat guy escorted by 2 hooded mages. A boss points at him, and instantly, a magic circle forms behind Kang. Boom, low-grade immobilization magic. And right then he wonders, what kind of damn tutorial has this stuff? That's when he remembers the description for Lion's Roar. It purges all debuffs under D rank, takes a deep breath, roars again, and the debuff shatters. He dashes in, 2 steps toward the boss. Jumps into the air and screams. Everyone has a plan until they get a sword to the face. He actually pulled it off. I thought he was about to get wrecked again. Reward is an intermediate recovery skill, and on top of that, for clearing stage 3 in record time. He gets the title, Hothead. Kang is absolutely buzzing. Took him a whole week to clear stage 2, but now stage 3 took just 1 day. Seeing how fast he's growing, he comes to a clear conclusion. He is the talented chosen main character. At this rate, he thinks he'll clear stage 4 in a few minutes. He's already daydreaming about slaying dragons and walking around in golden armor. But let's fast forward to a month later. On TV, they're reporting that it's been 25 days since the gates first appeared. First response teams have been formed and deployed into the dungeons. Any awakened civilians are encouraged to join parties in exchange for rewards. His sister was just chilling in the kitchen, cooking up some food. Suddenly, she heard him screaming his head off from the bedroom. At this point, she didn't even flinch. She told him to cut it out. But he just burst out of his room, screaming that he was finally done. Bro was walking like he was ready to wreck everything in sight. She reminded him that he swore he was going to rage quit earlier. But then, she stopped and gave him a weird look. He was different. From a distance, it looked like he grew 50 centimeters. Dude literally turned into a walking mountain of muscle. He's absolutely jacked. She just stared at him like, wow, you were ugly before. But this is even worse. Meanwhile, our boy is just muttering into thin air, complaining that those tutorial scumbags were pushing him to his absolute limit. His sister told him to chill out, said he looked like a straight-up criminal. Then she asked, so, what the hell is actually going down on stage 4? He explained it was basically a group project. He had to prove he had the leadership skills to carry. The quest window said, failure meant death. He had to destroy the dungeon core, and ideally, clear the run without losing a single teammate. The others went with him. But they were obviously just NPCs assigned to the quest. At first, Kang just stayed back and watched. The squad was arguing about whether to retreat, and things were getting super heated, but he managed to calm everyone down and convince them to push forward together. At first, it looked like he could hard carry the team. He used Lion's Roar to buff their morale, and with his healing and regeneration skills, survival was a piece of cake. His sister asked, okay, then why did it take you a whole month? He said, it all went down that night. While I was sleeping, those scumbags tried to kill me. This guy hadn't even finished chewing his food, and he was already screaming about it again. Even when he sent them on night patrol, they came back and set a trap for him, and somehow they still managed to take him out. Every single run seemed to end the exact same way. Stuck in that nightmare loop, he had to cook up a brilliant strategy to finally secure the win. His sister asked, so, what was it? He slammed his hand on the table and said, simple. I just beat the living hell out of those traitors. Before the dungeon clear started, things got intense during the final run. He spawned in, and as usual, the party was stuck in another pointless argument. Push forward, retreat, who knows? That's when Kang took a deep breath, unleashed a lion's roar, and screamed right in their faces, silencing the whole room. Some girl asked, why would you do that? Without saying a word, he pointed his sword forward and made a declaration. From now on, everyone follows his orders. Anyone who refuses, they die. Talk back, you die too. The first guy, some poor soul, dared to ask if Kang had lost his mind. And boom, Kang smashed his nose in, just kept punching him. Over and over. Even while everyone was screaming for him to stop, he kept pummeling the guy and said, I told you not to answer me. Everyone started shaking with fear. Kang turned to them and said, you're all following me right now because I know the way. Anyone who doesn't is dead meat. So, problem solved. I guess, but man, he was turning absolutely savage. A skeleton swung a sword at him. Kang caught that thing in midair with his bare hands, pulled it close, and snapped it in half. Then he told the squad, that was the last one. They all just stood there, shivering, whispering about how he was literally wiping the floor with everything. Finally, he found the dungeon core. The quest was to destroy it. So he slashed right at the support pillar. The system hits him with a congrats for clearing stage 4. As a reward, he unlocks the rank E cleave skill and a rank B mental enhancement charm. But after all that, bro says the results aren't trash at all. Fighting that many enemies, obviously his stats went to the moon, and he farmed a ton of loot. He still doesn't know what to do with the mana stones he got from the skeletons, but he's sure they'll be useful later. The cleave skill is a nasty strike that can literally slice enemies in two. It's got limits, to sure, but it ignores a chunk of their defense. Broken. And that mental enhancement thing, turns out it's not even a skill. It comes from a ring he found. As long as he's got it equipped, no mental type skill, rank A or lower, can touch him. God mode activated. He knows training is dope, but his favorite reward so far. My man can now drop and give you 300 push-ups in a row. He is jacked. No cap. Just look at that physique. But he's realized something. Standard workouts like these, they won't cut it anymore. Probably time to actually hit a gym or something. Right then, his phone blows up. He checks it. Government alert. A dungeon spawned in a specific zone, and all citizens need to stay inside and lock up to stay safe. At first he thinks, just another dungeon popping up. But nope. This one exploded. A dungeon break. Something's wrong, and now goblins are flooding the city, wiping everyone out. Looks like the hunters forgot to clear the dungeon, or didn't make it in time, and just like the warning, the gate cracked open and now monsters are swarming. And worse, it's not in some far-off district. It's right in front of his house. Even worse, his sister went to work while he was busy doing crunches. He rushes out to find a weapon, but since he hasn't finished the tutorial, he can't access his inventory in the real world. He is cooked. So yeah, bro just grabbed a kitchen knife. That's literally all he has. 1 second later, he's sprinting into the street, screaming to call those scumbags out. He tries to trigger Lion's Roar, but nothing happens. Since the tutorial isn't over, his skills are offline in the real world. The goblins just stare at him, confused. And that's when he realizes this is going to be way harder without his powers. Still, he pulled their aggro, but at least now, nobody else in the neighborhood has to die. Only problem is, 2 armed goblins are rushing him down. This guy has died so many times. He's starting to lose it. He taunts the goblins, saying he surpassed their level back in stage 2. But even while trash-talking, he's locked in. He knows these guys might be different now. They aren't just tutorial mobs anymore. Still, with one clean swing of the kitchen knife, he drops one, claiming he can read their power just by how they move. And that blade is already pressed against the monster's throat. He tells those scumbags to bring it. He's already looted a sword from them, and says he's got work to do. Meanwhile, across the city, people are barricading the office doors. Everyone's shaking, because something is banging from the other side. And yeah, that's the office where his sister works. She's sweating bullets. Bro texted asking if she was still at the office. She just replied yeah, but told him to stay away. That's when the screaming and slashing started echoing from outside. The door getting smashed in. Furniture flying everywhere. And then who steps in? It's Times that Times maniac. Covered in blood, knife in hand, saying, "Sorry about the door, but sis, I'm here." He looks like a straight-up psycho. Blade still in his grip, and everyone's staring like, is that Times seriously Times, her brother? While he's looking around the office, some guy in the back screams, asking who the hell he is. Why'd he smash their barricade? That was their Times, only Times protection. Kang just casually apologizes and tells him not to worry, the monsters are all dead. They're all frozen in fear. But he tells everyone to grab a weapon. Even if they failed the first stage, any average Joe can handle a goblin. His sister asks where he's going, and he's like, obviously, I saw more goblins on the way, so I'm heading there now. Even if there's just a few left. I gotta make sure everyone sleeps soundly tonight. Cut to, she's pouring water on his arm. And this dude is still loud as ever. Seriously, bro. What is going on? At this rate, he's gonna be 5 meters tall. Now she's pissed, telling him to stop acting so tough, demanding to know why he's running around, starting beef. He explains he just didn't want to get hit. Normally, he's got this regeneration skill that patches him up. Problem is, since he's outside the tutorial, it's not working here. So yeah, things aren't looking great. Everyone rebuilt the barricade, and she tells him to be more careful. If he can't use his skills, that means no respawn either. Clearly, the guy's loose in the head. He just shrugs and says it's still pretty badass. She replies, yeah, and that's exactly why you deserve a beating. But even though she thinks that, looks like someone else has a different opinion. Her boss wants to see him. And now, The boss's face is turning purple, and here we are. It's time for stage 5. This time, the test is all about proving your intellect and overcoming mental obstacles. Poor guy. Almost forgot he was still trapped in this mess. And wow, what a squad. The blue-haired girl is telling the redhead she's a succubus. The archer girl is trying to calm everyone down. And our boy sees this lineup of beauties and wonders what kind of heaven he just walked into. Stage 5 objective: find and kill the succubus. It's disguised as a human. And yeah, as always, if you fail, you die. Obviously, the succubus is hiding her identity, and the first person to figure it out, yeah, she's gonna target them first. Kang is sweating bullets. He knows exactly what these women are, demons. He knows they disguise themselves as gorgeous women to drain your energy dry. The problem, every single girl in his party perfectly fits that description. That's when Alice walks up, eyes sparkling, asking what he thinks. She wants to know who he suspects is the succubus. Bro looks at her, completely confused, thinking she's even prettier up close. Flustered, he stammers out that he's not sure. He honestly has zero clue. But right then, the system chimes in. His mental defense ring just shut down her seduction attempt. Clutch. So our boy sits by the fire, replaying everything in his head. Act 1 was a blazing hellscape. Act 2, a brutal goblin brawl. Act 3, he literally got peed on. Act 4, a whole month of straight agony. But he tanked it all. Suffered through the worst just to stay alive. But for the first time, he actually thought he might bag an easy win. He quickly covers his mouth, realizing he's grinning like a total idiot. If she finds out he knows, she'll probably assassinate him in his sleep. And bro knows a succubus is no joke. Any demon that can disguise itself as a human and charm people like that, it's gotta be crazy strong. And if everyone else is already under her spell, he's the only one left who can make a move. He figures it might be smarter to talk to the other girls. But nah, just for tonight. He decides to hit the hay. Of course, he wakes up back in his sister's office. Again, he jumps up, screaming. Everyone tells him to chill, saying the military is on the way. But our boy is fuming. He's convinced that damn succubus figured out he wasn't charmed and straight up murdered him in his sleep. Suddenly, he freezes. Wait, what's this about the military? And yep, speak of the devil. Here they come. The army storms in, guns blazing, mowing down the last of the goblins. Turns out real bullets actually work on these green bastards. He watches from the window while everyone celebrates. They think it's over. But then he gets this weird vibe. What is that? He wonders. It feels like something dangerous is closing in. But before he can even process it, outside, the soldiers are unloading their clips, wondering why nothing's working, and that's when they see it. A red goblin just walking through the hail of bullets. Bullets are bouncing off him like rubber. They keep firing. They dump their mags. But a direct hit to the forehead just makes it tilt its head, like it was nothing. Then the goblin roars, going completely berserk. It charges the car. The soldiers floor it, firing behind them. But the goblin leaps, crushes the car, and wipes the whole squad. Kang watches in horror from above. Just the aura coming off that thing is enough to paralyze you with fear. Nearby soldiers mutter that Squad 3 is gone. Someone screams for backup, but suddenly, he clutches his head in pain. And just like that, the goblin is standing on the hood, licking its chops. They ask where the backup is, and someone says they're sending in a talented civilian. Great. A civilian, he won't be able to do a damn thing against that monster. The goblin leaps again, going for the kill. The soldier draws his weapon, knowing it's over. But right at that moment, Kang Hyun shows up and chucks a massive block of concrete straight into the goblin's mouth. The creature flies back, skidding across the ground. Our boy hops onto the car and asks the soldier if he's good. Looking at Kang's face, the guy is shaking. You're another monster, he mutters. Kang goes, chill out. I'm the backup. Lower your weapon. The soldier is still trembling, trying to process why Kang looks so terrifying. Then he apologizes and thanks him for the save. But Kang just hits him with, get ready, 'cause that thing is getting back up. And the reason Kang dove into this mess, the goblin looked up at the office. And Kang knows, once it's done here, it's heading straight for his sister. So yeah, he's locking in. Yo, Do you guys have any tear gas or chemicals on you? The soldier nods. Good. Kang says. Use it. Use everything you got. Don't worry. I've got a way to handle this freak. He starts walking toward the goblin and tells them to open fire. His sister is watching from up above, absolutely terrified. Meanwhile, Kang walks straight up to the monster, grinning like a maniac. Well, look at you. Not bad. Right then, the soldiers grab the tear gas grenades and toss them right at the creature's feet. Hey, at least it's working. The monster starts flailing around, totally panicking, and our boy quickly realizes how it moves. It moves exactly like those hobgoblins he fought before. He's probably hurting too. No doubt about that, but he's used to pain, more than any creature could ever be. His first attack slapped the weapon right out of the monster's hand. Now all it can do is stand there and take it. Problem is, Kang's hands are shaking like crazy. He looks like he's about to cry, wondering why this thing is so tanky. The soldier from earlier is watching from a distance, clearly shook by the kid's skills. Then, someone else shows up, asking what's up. This blonde guy steps in, wanting to know who's fighting. Is he the backup they sent? By now. After all that grinding, Kang's weapon is worn down and totally chipped, and he still hasn't done squat. His eyes are blazing. But that damn goblin doesn't even have a scratch on it. He wonders if he should pull out some martial arts move, or maybe snap one of the goblin's joints or something. Then suddenly, someone cuts in and starts slashing the monster. And judging by that speed and power, whoever this guy is, he's built different. Kang didn't even see the attack happen. He starts wondering who that speed demon is. But clearly, the blonde guy missed every shot. He swung that sword with confidence, but didn't hit a thing. He calls out to Kang, saying this thing is an F-rank dungeon boss. Its defense is insane, but it's gotta have a weakness. Kang's surprised the guy knew it was an F-rank dungeon. Means he's definitely got experience. But they go at the goblin again, and the blonde guy tells Kang to keep the pressure on. Looks like the monster's stamina is draining, and its defense is starting to drop. Kang keeps attacking, but he's thinking, what's the point of draining its energy if we aren't even dealing any real damage? Right then, his sword shatters. He needs a new weapon. Fast. He remembers the weapon he knocked out of the goblin's hand, sprints over and grabs it. The blonde guy shouts, telling him to attack from the other side. Says the monster's weakness looks exposed over there, but Kang already figured it out. This thing is willing to tank hits anywhere except the eyes. Problem is, it's guarding that spot like crazy, so I gotta create an opening somewhere else first. He says he doesn't know what else to do. Blood spatters everywhere, and suddenly whack, he hits the monster right in a vital spot. Kang even pauses for a second to apologize to the thing. Says that was a cheap shot. He says, felt like the sword just kinda moved there on its own. Maybe that really is its weakness. He's not 100% sure, but now that he's in, he's gonna finish this thing. He lifts it up, skewers it, and slams it into the ground, ripping it apart. The monster bounces off the concrete. Kang is already chasing it down. By now, the poor beast is whimpering, foaming at the mouth, and Kang drives the blade in one last time. As he was finishing it off, that blonde guy just stood back watching and thought, damn, this guy is actually strong. And the only problem is, he has no clue where this beast came from. Is he a solo player? Right then, the loot from the goblin started to materialize. But since Kang hasn't cleared the tutorial yet, he couldn't inspect what it was. Obviously, he snatched it up anyway. He'll figure it out when the tutorial ends. But as he stashed it in his inventory, the blonde guy walked up to ask who he was. But Kang was already sus. He figured this dude might try to swipe the item. 'Cause technically, when you fight together, you gotta split the loot, but he didn't ask for help. This guy just jumped in, worried the guy might try to claim whatever he just picked up, even though he didn't even know what it was. Kang dipped, saying he was super busy and had stuff to do. He winked over his shoulder and said, catch you later. The blonde guy just stood there, completely confused, wondering what the hell just happened. A few hours after Kang clapped that hobgoblin, things in the city finally started to chill out. Of course, he took his sister home, but the streets looked like something out of an apocalypse movie. It was dark by the time they finally got back. But the second they opened the door, she asked if he forgot to lock the damn door. The whole house had been trashed. She looked around and said, You've actually grown up a bit." They both just casually walked in, took off their shoes, not even thinking about the possibility that the intruder might still be inside. But hey, having a sister has its perks. She whipped up some food for him, so he just sat there, scarfing it down. She was scrolling through her phone and told Kang that this whole thing was insane. She told him to look, and there it was, a video of him wrecking that goblin. Kang snatched the phone in total shock. "That's me. Who the hell filmed that and posted it without asking?" The comments were all over the place. Some people said it was sick. The haters were saying it was too easy, claiming it was just a low-rank goblin from the second stage. Still, the kid was clearly born to be an influencer. Just a few likes was enough for him to start feeling really proud of himself. His sister took one look and set his face, gave it all away. He told the damn brat to stop talking about how ridiculously handsome he was. But then he checked the comments again. And, a lot of people were saying he looked more like a villain. That night he called his sister, saying he needed a favor. She asked what was up, and he told her to turn off the lights. She was confused. But since he saved her life today, she said, "Fine." But she warned him not to wake up screaming like a maniac again. He gave her a thumbs up and said, "Just chill. This stage is going to be a breeze." But as he lay there, trying to sleep, he kept thinking about that blonde guy from earlier. He looked insanely strong. How many stages had he cleared, Kang knew? If it wasn't for his revival skill, he wouldn't have even made it past the second stage. Doesn't matter though. Sooner or later, he'd clear all 8 stages. It was time to become the strongest. Yeah. He rolled over, remembering that damn succubus. Yeah. She was kinda cute. Even though she killed him, he knew she was a monster. But for some reason, he was actually hyped to see her again. He spawned into the dream, smiling and ready to say hi. But when he opened his eyes, there was a goblin right there, breathing in his face. He punches it straight in the face, sending it flying instantly. He starts wondering where that dream team from before went. Weirdly, this time the quest is to clear a goblin cave and wipe the dungeon clean. These cave goblins have trash eyesight, but their hearing is cracked. And per usual, if he fails, TDs. He's surrounded and wondering, what's the big deal with this hearing thing anyway? As the goblins close in, he screams dramatically. Why did the perfect quest vanish? And you know what? I'm with him on this one. Where did that beautiful quest go? Bring it back. Cut to a house in the city, where the blonde guy is absolutely wrecking everyone. Some dude in a blue hoodie, beaten to a pulp, wants to know how someone who hasn't even entered the tutorial is stronger than a real talent. Kang, the blonde guy, steps on him and tells him to shut his trap. Stats don't change a thing. Just because you got a few extra points. Thinking back to Kang's fight, he starts licking his lips, saying something interesting just popped up. And seriously, artists, why do you guys never draw this scene with a girl, instead of, why is that anyway? Stage 5. Round 3. Looks like our boy is dead again. Now the quest is to kill a doppelganger, a man-eating monster that steals their form and hides right among them. But honestly, the succubus thing was way more fun than this nightmare. It's basically like a game of werewolf. All about figuring out who is who. Tracking the lies. The key stat this time is intelligence. But Kang picked up some skills in group dynamics. He takes a deep breath and screams to get everyone's eyes on him. The whole room goes silent looking at him. He coughs and says, "The first person to move is the culprit and they're gonna die." That's when our boy realizes he forgot one major detail. In werewolf, the person yapping too much is usually the first to get cooked, and judging by the situation, he died without even realizing it. By this point, it feels like he keeps waking up and dozing off. But I don't even see the game anymore, and clearly in stage 5. He's been stuck there for over a month and a half. Some guy with glasses asks her what she thinks. But wait, that's not just some random 4 eyes. That's our main character, trying to look smart. She tells him she just got home from work and wants to know what the hell he's doing. He says he's trying to change his persona, starting with the look. He's died 53 times in that damn quest and it's time to try something different. That damn system always says to use intelligence. But every quest is totally different, so he hasn't learned a single thing. His sister tells him, the only way for you to get smarter is a brain transplant. You're just spiraling in failure. She really hurt his feelings, and she walks away. saying she's gonna install soundproofing in his room because she can't take it anymore. Back to stage 5. Use your wisdom to overcome obstacles. This time he spawns in a cave. The system pops up, and he knew it was gonna be some stupid mess again. But suddenly, something makes him smile and scream. Eureka! The quest is to clear the F-rank dungeon, Tarung's hatchery. And the hint says that Tarang guards the hatchery at level 20, so he needs to find its weakness. And there it is. Tarang spitting venom. Huge. Weird. Gross. But Kang is sick of these tactical quests. This is perfect. Just a simple job. Kill the mob. Move up. But then, it spits right at him. Bro thought it was a spiderweb and dodged sideways. Nope. It was acid. His whole arm starts melting off. But this dude, he's in full psycho mode. He just slashes straight at it, screaming he ain't dying here, hell no, even missing an arm. He rushes in, ducks under, and stabs right up into its gut, just like the system hinted. It had a weak spot. That slash split it straight in two, drenched in blood. He's screaming that he doesn't give a damn about weak points. He'd rather break the lock than use the key. Just like that, he clears stage 5. Too easy, but too bad. That boss hunt quest, it's never coming back. Now he's losing it. Shouting that only the weak need to be smart. For clearing it, he gets rewarded with an S-rank skill. Let's go. Titan's power. Lets him pump mana straight into his muscles. And now he's level 25. Scene switch. Class 3 to 2 at school. Someone calls out to Minsu, saying it's time for birthday punches. But the kid just tells him to back the hell off. He's totally drained from that damn tutorial. His buddy asks, "How was stage 1? He says it sucks. Just like everyone said. Still, he's grinding through it. Problem is, there's no walkthroughs left for stage 5. His friend goes, "I heard if you clear stage 4, you're already in the top 1%. That's why the players who clear it, they treat info like pure gold." Suddenly, he spots a post. Someone just cleared stage 7 and is heading into stage 8. They dropped a tip. Stage 4 is all about leadership. And the easiest dub, make your team surrender to your sheer power. Stage 5 is about intellect, but the cheat code, brute force. Stage 3 is tactics. And guess what? The easiest win condition. Yep. Strength again. Stage 7 is dedication. And once again, beating the enemy to a pulp is the shortcut. He's sitting there like, what kind of troll is posting this nonsense? Meanwhile, Kang is shouting that he's just trying to give everyone real advice to save their lives, but nobody believes him. His little sister's right there asking, "Why are you screaming so much?" Bro explains, "I gave everyone the tips. Didn't I? I kindly explained exactly how to clear the tutorial. But no one believes me." His sister walks off, laughing, telling him he shouldn't be giving anyone tips anyway. You're just wasting time. He agrees, saying that pretty soon, he's gonna clear stage 8 and become the first person in the entire country to graduate the tutorial. He'll be on the same level as the Guildmaster of Domgan, or the leader of the Skill Alliance. But his sister just keeps laughing, saying he'll never be on the same level as the people who cleared it without dying a single time. Yeah. Meanwhile, he's been stuck in this thing for 4 whole months. He tells her to shut up. He already cleared stage 6 and 7 on his very first try, and here we are. Ladies and gents, welcome to the tutorial. You have completed stage 7. Now, it is time for the final battle in stage 8. The reward from stage 6A B-rank sword called Benzine. It grants him the Berserk skill, and it seems to have a serious thirst for blood. The reward for stage 7 hooks him up with Romo's armor, complete with self-healing abilities. Our boy is absolutely buzzing the second he clears stage 8. He can finally access his inventory in the real world now, which means he can finally check out the loot he grabbed from that goblin he smoked. The system welcomes him back, telling him that all it asks is for him to clear it in under a week. But then his face completely changes. The system asks him what his personal code is. Bro just stands there, totally stumped on how to answer. Then boom, the floor and ceiling start cracking. Next thing you know, he's falling into a void. Felt like he was diving into nothingness. But when he opens his eyes, he's standing right in the middle of a street. A woman walks toward him, but she phases right through him like he's a ghost. This is the first time he's ever seen a city inside the tutorial zone. He wonders if this is actually Earth. But then he spots a weird couple nearby, and that confirms it. None of these guys are human. They're all these strange brown creatures, looking like lizard people. They're so ugly he doesn't even want to make eye contact. Straight up nasty. But then he notices one of them just standing there, staring right at him. Or actually, looking at something behind him. He turns around and sees a whole horde of monsters charging straight at him. The mutant townspeople start running for their lives. As the creatures flood the streets, Kang instantly recognizes a few of them. Some he's fought before, but there are definitely others that look way stronger and way bigger. This is on a whole different level compared to any dungeon he's been in. It feels like the apocalypse just dropped on this place. That's when he remembers what the system said. The connection with Hakan is going to happen in 4 years and 280 days. He starts thinking, maybe this is exactly what's going to go down on Earth. When that time comes, suddenly, his body gets swallowed by darkness. He looks back and sees this massive giant with a cosmic head, towering over him. The monster reaches out its hand, and as it comes down to crush him, Kang doesn't even dodge. He just stands there and gets disintegrated. A heavy sensation floats in the empty void. A voice asks him, "So, how did that feel?" A blurry, invisible presence appears right in front of him. He asks if it's some kind of god. The figure answers, "No, not exactly. I'm what you'd call the administrator of this dimension. This stage, it's actually a personal interview with me. He's free to ask whatever he wants. And the administrator's going to ask him a few things too." He immediately asks, "That vision I saw, is that really going to happen on Earth in 5 years?" The administrator replies, "That depends entirely on what humanity chooses to do." From this moment on, Kang tells him he doesn't get it. "If you're such a powerful entity, why don't you just stop it all?" The administrator answers, "I'm not a guardian. I simply maintain the balance of all things. The best I can do is commission the creation of the tutorial zone." Stuff like that. But now, it's the administrator's turn to ask questions. He wants to know what Kang Hyun has been living for up until now, and what code he lives by. Kang says that's a pretty weird question. It's way too deep. Why would he even want to know something like that? The guy replies that observing humans makes him curious. All intelligent life forms are fascinating to him. Humans shine brighter in comparison. Though, Kang wasn't vibing with how this self-proclaimed guardian was trash-talking humanity. He told him, "Maybe you just haven't watched us enough. Nobody back home has the luxury to sit around pondering deep philosophy like that. Everyone's just trying to survive, clutching on to whatever tiny scraps of happiness they can find, and just making it through the day." The administrator asked, "Is that really what you want to protect?" Kang replied, "Yeah, that's it. He wants to protect his sister, even if she's totally useless. And his parents too. Basically, he's throwing hands for his family." The admin asked, "Do you want to be a hero?" Kang said he's died way too many times already. He knows for a fact he wasn't built for that hero life. There's gotta be people out there way more cracked than him, so he doesn't stand a chance. The admin agreed, saying the talent to be a hero is something you're born with. And right now, Kang is closer to being an NPC than a savior. But personally, he said he actually likes Kang. He had a blast, watching him suffer through every stage of the tutorial. That's when Kang realized this guy is a total sadist. He just sat there, grabbing popcorn while watching him die over and over again. So Kang asked, "What was up with the 5th stage, the intelligence one? Why did it keep changing? Even weirder." The admin went silent, then just said, "Time's up." He really enjoyed their little chat and said his goodbyes to Kang. Instantly, a system notification popped up. "You have cleared stage 8. Kang was still confused, but the admin reminded him this was just the tutorial. The real challenges are just starting, and they're going to be way worse than anything he's faced up until now, whether Kang likes it or not. The admin believes he's got what it takes to become the hero who saves Earth. Our boy started screaming, swearing that something shady definitely went down in stage 5. But that entity just congratulated him on clearing everything and vanished. The system then announced, "You are the 62nd person to complete the tutorial. Received title tutorial graduate." I knew it. That guy totally trolled me on stage 5. That's what our boy shouted as he woke up, absolutely furious. But this time, someone had stuffed something in his mouth. Turned out, it was a nasty, dirty sock, and he asked if his damn sister was the one who did it. Of course it was her. "That's to shut you up. You freaking idiot, I knew it just by looking at your face. You failed the exam again. Didn't you? That brat said. But look at this guy's face. He immediately swiped his hand and summoned his status window. Right there. His sister better take a good look, because he's officially a graduate now. The real deal has arrived. That brat just stood up and said, "Convenient. Now get out of the house and start making some money." She could have at least congratulated our boy. Right. Now I see why you're single. That's what he said, right before getting smacked in the face. Looks like they already ate breakfast. And she was heading out, saying she'd be back soon. Our boy stared at his holographic screen. Tutorial graduate. A title for clearing stage 8. Plus 2 points to all stats. It wasn't as OP as he thought. But on top of that, he already had the impatient title. But you can equip 2 at once. The system explained that, aside from the main title, all the other titles only give 50% of the effect. So he equips the graduate title as his main, and slots the other one in as a subtitle. Now, it's finally time for the moment he's been waiting for. The loot that damn goblin dropped was a weird book, and he wants to find out what it actually is. It's an E-rank magic explosion, a skill book that lets you learn that ability, blasting out magical energy. And weirdly enough, he's celebrating like he won the lottery. In my book, that skill is total trash. But hey, whatever works. This guy is actually so humble. I guess he's just a simple, practical dude. The system asks if he wants to learn the skill, and he hits yes instantly. The book vanishes from his hands, and now he's hyped to test out this new power. Meanwhile, back in the city, a girl introduces herself as Mi-sun. She's a rookie civil servant. Her first assignment is at the training center for the Awakened. It's where everyone goes to get certified. And it was one of the first facilities ever built. After the world went crazy, she thought she'd be working with national heroes. Seemed like a dream job. But obviously, some weirdos were bound to show up. The poor girl is shaking like a leaf, crying and apologizing. Meanwhile, Kang is just standing there looking like a total monster. While she's begging to see the rest of his paperwork, he tells her to speak up, asking her what's wrong. She even holds up a tiny piece of paper like a shield, trying to figure out why he's treating her like this. Hey lady, I'm the one who's confused here. Why are you acting like that? That's what our boy says. Until someone nearby shouts out, asking what's going on. Everyone else just stands around filming with their phones, wondering why this dude is threatening the poor girl. He tries to explain he didn't do anything. But then someone else shows up, asking what all the noise is about. Mi-sun calls out to instructor Lee Hyun, begging for help. The blonde guy looks over and spots our main character right then and there. They both get that feeling like they've met somewhere before. He asks for the paper, and she hands it over. The guy sees the name Kang Hyun and points out that the photo looks completely different. Yeah. Our boy explains. I awakened. So yeah, my looks changed a bit, but I swear that's me. If you don't believe it, check my DNA or fingerprints, whatever. Doesn't matter to me. The guy realizes he cleared stage 5, and our boy confirms it. For some reason, he's pretending to be some average loser, hiding his true power. That's the play. Why did he list his level lower than it actually is? Why? Who knows? Then the guy says that if Kang is at level 12, that's actually pretty high. For someone who just cleared stage 5, it looks like he must have snuck into a few illegal dungeons. Now it's starting to make sense. But still, he shouldn't be that high of a level. He's not even close to stage 8. It doesn't make any sense. It's obvious he lied. But they're still suspicious, so he lies a little bit more, saying he entered a dungeon before it became illegal. Lee Hyun goes, I get it. But he wants to know more about this attribute. What kind of skill is that supposed to be? Our boy says it's simple. It just doubles his strength. That's it. He buys the explanation but says he's got one more question. Everyone gets a talent at stage 3, and an accessory at stage 4, and some kind of skill or special reward at stage 5. So, spill everything you've got. Kang's getting totally sick of this interrogation. But he agrees. He bites his own hand and bam. It starts regenerating instantly. Obviously, that's the skill he got. Self-healing. He also flashes his ring, the one that blocks mental attacks. But since he lied about his skills, he keeps capping and says the ring gives him power, making everyone terrified whenever he screams. The blonde guy tells him to go ahead and prove it. Then, we spot another blonde guy nearby, the one with the undercut, just watching as Kang takes a massive breath. Oh, This guy definitely remembers the whole goblin incident. And right at that second, the PTSD hits, and he instantly covers his ears. Kang lets out a scream that shakes the entire room. And everyone covers their ears. Then Kang asks if he needs to prove anything else. And the guy says there is no way he can doubt him after that. Good lord. Look at this guy's face. Mr. Artist. Chill out. I swear I will find your name and end you. Our boy is sitting there, deep in his feelings, saying he got rejected for his ID at first. But after that roar, he got accepted instantly. Anyway, now he's in the classroom. He's sitting all by himself. And it looks like nobody wants to get near him. The crazy guy who screamed at the receptionist and then yelled in people's faces. That's what everyone calls him now. Our boy notices the vibe around him is getting pretty weird, especially with that weird blonde guy staring at him the whole time. Kang Hyun walks into the room, introduces himself, and says he's basically in charge of this whole area. He says it's nice to meet everyone, and the crowd claps politely. For the next 10 days, they'll study theory and do practical training in the afternoons. All meals and housing will be provided here. Anyone who doesn't cause trouble will get their certificate with no issues. Finally, he asks everyone to listen up. It's been about half a year since the world changed. Even after 6 months, new info about dungeons and monsters keeps popping up constantly. Tactics, strategies, and goals are constantly evolving. What he's trying to say is that everything you're learning could change at any moment. Nothing is guaranteed. Our boy thinks this place is totally depressing. The instructor keeps saying that there might be some information that's outdated or just straight up wrong. That's why he's only going to teach the essentials for survival. That's the message. And he looks forward to working with everyone for the next 10 days. Everyone starts getting up, while Kang is just staring at the ceiling, bored to death. He thought this was going to be some awesome academy, where he could just grab the papers and dip. But now, it's going to be terrible. Then this Gigachad walks over and talks to our boy, introducing himself as Watson. Our boy is trying to figure out who this piece of trash is. They shake hands, and Kang Hyun says his name. The guy laughs weirdly. Then Watson suddenly squeezes his hand tight and tells him he's cooked. Says if you want to be the top dog in a place like this, you gotta take down the arrogant ones right from the start. He's hated this kid since that scream. But now he's the one looking confused. Kang just stands there, calm as ever, while Watson is the one shaking. And then boom, our boy activates Titan power, boosting his muscle strength by 12 points for 10 minutes. Now it's Watson's turn to sweat bullets, trying to wrap his head around why he suddenly lost in a pure strength contest. But he dumped all his points into strength. So this wasn't supposed to happen. And the worst part is, everyone is staring. Bro couldn't take the pressure. He started making these weird faces and boom, his arm just exploded. What the hell? Blood splattered everywhere and the whole room was shook. That weird blonde kid, he just sat there like, someone kill this psycho already. Please. A bit later the guy got carted off in an ambulance. Kang was like, you guys are totally misunderstanding this. That muscle brain just came over to shake hands. Then suddenly his arm started swelling up and popped. That's it. Lee Hyun clearly didn't buy it for a second. But our boy stuck to his story. He only survived thanks to his strength buff skill, multiplying his power by 1.5 times. Otherwise, he would have been cooked too. That was when Lee Hyun realized something was off and asked if his skill was called masculine strength. Our boy said, that's right. But Lee Hyun reminded him that before, he claimed the skill doubled his strength. And now he's saying it's 1.5. Our boy acted all awkward, saying he messed up because he's bad at math. But yeah, it's 1.5 or 2. One of those. Lee Hyun just thought this kid was going to be a real pain. He said he got it and told Kang to get back to class. Back inside, Kang finally thought he could chill. Then suddenly someone sat next to him. Of course, it's that damn blonde brat, and asked if he could sit there. Kang told him to do whatever he wants, but in his head he was wondering, why do I keep attracting these muscleheads and now even thugs too, out of nowhere? The guy grabbed his hand and introduced himself as Do Sung. He just turned 18, and he's here after finishing the tutorial. And now he's asking Kang how he pulled off that move. When Kang asked, that psycho just blurted out that he wanted to know how. Kang made that guy's arm blow up like that. Said it must be some insane skill. Our poor main character knew right then this guy wasn't normal either. A bit later, Lee Hyun walked into the room, apologizing for being late. and immediately started explaining that there are two types of dungeons: normal and irregular. Normal ones are obviously the most common, and they break after 4 weeks. A break means monsters start pouring out into the city. On the other hand, irregular dungeons can break at totally unpredictable times. Sometimes it's 4 weeks. Sometimes it's literally the second they spawn. To close a dungeon, you've got two options. First is destroying the main core, which is located deep inside and super hard to find. The second is destroying the normal core. That makes 2. Right, and this one just delays the dungeon break. You think I need to know this garbage just to kill monsters? I didn't come here to listen to some useless lecture. That buff guy in the back said. Our boy started realizing that every muscle brain in this room is a walking red flag, completely forgetting that he's basically one of those beefcakes himself. One of the guards walked in and told the guy to quit messing around, or he'd get kicked out. But Lee Hyun said it's fine, and told the guy to come down to the front, 'cause it was time for a little lesson. The guy said, "Fine by me." Bro was clearly shook by the instructor's cockiness, opening his arms wide like, "Come at me," wanting to see what Ki-hyun's gonna do. But Ki-hyun just goes, "I'll give you 1 minute, and in that time, he's gonna dodge and block times every single attack asterisk. If that dude can land even one scratch on him, he gets to graduate instantly. But if he fails, he's getting kicked out." Do-sung and our boy are just watching from the sidelines, wondering if this guy actually has the guts to take that bet. At the same time, they're kinda hyped. This is about to get spicy. The musclehead immediately claims he's being underestimated. He pulls out his sword and warns Ki-hyun not to regret this. The guard starts panicking. "Sir, please." But nah. That dude actually whipped out a times real-time sword. Ki-hyun calmly adjusts his glasses and tells him to bring it. The side character instantly loses his cool and charges forward. But Ki-hyun effortlessly dodges the first swing, saying that attack pattern is way too predictable. Even if he attacks from behind, a sloppy hit like that isn't hitting anyone. Looks like we've got another gym rat about to rage quit. He slashes again, missed. Hit nothing but air. Ki-hyun appears right behind him, telling him the problem is his movements are way too wide. But hey, no opponent is gonna stand still and wait to get hit like that. Obviously, the guy keeps swinging wildly left and right, pouring all his strength into it. But Ki-hyun just dodges smoothly like it's nothing. Now the dude's face is red like he's drunk, and he charges straight in, only for Ki-hyun to duck under him again. Then Ki-hyun casually says that at this speed, he's gonna collapse real quick. One powerful kick sends the sword flying out of his hand and slams him to the ground. Then Ki-hyun pulls out his phone, time's up. Actually, it says 1 minute and 28 seconds. Kang suddenly flashes back to those videos of pro fighters dodging every single hit. He never imagined someone could actually do that against an awakened one. Now it's obvious there's a massive gap between talent and pure ability. Looking at that speed and reaction time, Kang realizes that even after all that time stuck in the tutorial, he'd probably struggle to go toe-to-toe with this guy. He closes his eyes and wonders, in a one-on-one, who would win? That's exactly what that damn blonde guy Do-sung is thinking too. Look at his face. Bro needs to put his tongue back in his mouth. What the hell? Kang sees it too, and starts wondering if this guy is an actual psychopath. He definitely regrets letting that psycho sit next to him at the Awakening Academy. Morning was for theory, but the afternoon, strictly practical training. Ki-hyun says that today, they're gonna hone their skills by using different types of weapons. They have to step up and pick their weapon of choice. At first, they can train however they want. Then he'll watch and drop some advice based on their performance. Kang grabs a sword and immediately notices it's completely rusted out. And right on cue, that weird blonde kid goes, "Just swinging at the air is so boring. Why don't we spar?" Of course. Our boy agrees instantly. Thank God Ki-hyun shut that down, saying they're only allowed to spar like that after day 6. The artist is going to have every excuse to draw that creep sticking his tongue out again. Honestly, the apocalypse might as well start right now with a goblin invasion. If that means skipping that scene, sweet, under the scorching sun, everyone spread out, getting absolutely battered by the wind. Our boy stood on the sidelines watching, kinda shook at how trash everyone was. The average level was way lower than he expected. He wasn't even planning to train, but maybe this could at least count as a decent warm-up. So he picked up a sword and started swinging. Left, right, just practicing his form. Kim glanced over and saw the kid putting his whole back into those swings, and said, "That ain't how you fight." One of the guards walked up and told him, "You're leaving your guard wide open. You need to fix your sword angle. You might be trying to flex with those flashy moves, but they're useless in a real fight." Our boy was fed up. He was already thinking about ending this guy. Of course. He only thought times about it. 'Cause he's immortal. Right, it doesn't matter if he gets wrecked. He just needs to get his payback the next day. The guard told him, "If you try that nonsense swordplay in a dungeon, you're gonna get yourself cooked." But Kang grabbed him by the collar and asked if he wanted to throw hands right now. Okay. Maybe he didn't. Times do that. Or maybe he did. But what really happened was he stepped back and said, "Fine, I'll keep that in mind." Then the guy clapped his hands and called for Sung Han. That was the guard from before. And he got everyone's attention. He said Kang Hyun and the assistant instructor were going to do a demo. Kang was visibly confused. "Why the hell is it me?" The blonde guy handed a sword to the instructor and told him to use the skill he told Kang to show earlier. And apparently, our boy was supposed to fight, however he wanted. Yeah. It's pretty obvious now that the blonde guy realized Kang is the real deal. And he wanted the assistant to learn a lesson the hard way. The poor guy stood there looking completely lost, but Blondie just said, "Go ahead." The countdown started. 1, 2, 3, 4. Our boy charged. Kang rushed in and went hard right from the start, throwing the other guy off balance. He switched angles mid-swing and smacked the sword right out of his hand. The assistant folded. 2 hits. He didn't even try to hurt him. Just a clean disarm. Talk about a humiliation. The instructor turned to the group and said they need to hone their skills and prep for real combat. They gotta build reflexes to react instantly to threats. Just like Kang showed, the most important thing is how you react. And start moving. There's no such thing as a perfect stance. Nothing is absolute. He asked everyone for a round of applause. While the poor assistant turned as red as a tomato, he got completely clowned on. Kang stood there, looking all proud. But the crazy bastard didn't understand a single word the instructor said. He was moving purely on instinct. The instructor walked over to the assistant and apologized, saying he didn't mean for him to get wrecked like that. The guy stood up and said, "It's cool. I still learned something new from this. Though, yeah." He was definitely shook. The instructor told him not to feel embarrassed. He just wanted to confirm something. That sly fox used Kang's battle lust to expose his secret. And so, the next chapter begins. My precious training diary. Written by Kang Hyun here. Day 1. Some dude pissed me off, so I completely wrecked his arm, and the rest of the class was boring as hell. Day 2 wasn't any better. They practiced with some weapons, and Yusung seemed to be enjoying it a little too much. Honestly, I probably should have started avoiding that weirdo right then. By day 3, I realized this creep was the only one who actually wanted to talk to me, and he was clinging to me like a mosquito that wouldn't let go. By day 4, I was so bored I spent the whole session sketching myself chopping off a goblin's head. Day 5, all I wanted was to go home. It was so damn boring. I even collapsed on the ground mid-training. Totally drained. Day 6 rolls around, and there he is, face planted on the desk. I told this blonde kid, go pick a fight or something. Do literally anything to get expelled, and spice this place up. But Yusung wanted to know why. Didn't you say we should keep a low profile and graduate quietly? Huh. Our boy replied, I told you to go cause trouble. If you get expelled, that's a you problem. I'm good. But Yusung told him to chill, since it was day 6 anyway. Today they'd finally have some real sparring matches. So things were about to get good. He had a sixth sense for this stuff. A bit later, during training, some guy got hit in the hand, dropped his sword, and sprawled out on the floor. The instructor announced Kang Hyun as the winner and called up the next group. As Kang was walking back to his seat, Yusung said he was seriously impressed. Kang fought really well, but our guy just shrugged and said it was only because his opponent was weak as trash. But, while watching the other cadets, he started wondering what this weird feeling was. It all looked like child's play to him. The average level was way lower than he expected. He didn't fully get what everyone's talent was, but it was obvious most of them wouldn't reach that high of a rank. Worst part is, he knew he'd have to suffer through 2 more boring matches like this before day 8. and they were all dull. 2 hits, and it's over. On the stage, one dude charged in with a spear, while the other guy was just screaming like a maniac, and Kang sat there, totally uninterested. Damn it. This guy actually aimed the spear right at the other dude's forehead. Luckily, the instructor stopped it just in time and announced, "Match over. The winner is Kim Jang-guk." Seeing the instructor react that fast, Kang was now hyped to fight someone like him. That's when they called Yusung's name. He turned to Kang and said he'd be right back. Strangely, he gave this weird smirk and calmly walked up to the ring. Kang remembered this weirdo said something interesting was going to happen today. He just hoped the guy wouldn't cause a scene and somehow drag him into it, but at least the instructor was right there. So theoretically, nothing should go wrong. But then, oh boy, the girl stepped up, and instead of using a weapon, she pulled out some kind of magic staff. Sure, it has pros and cons, but in such a small space, that didn't seem like the best choice. The instructor asked, "Wasn't your weapon a sword? Why are you using a staff now?" Yusung just replied, "Is there a rule saying I can't switch?" The instructor said, "No problem." Oh god. Kang started getting nervous. This guy might actually smash her skull while she's distracted. The instructor started the countdown. 1, 2, 3. The girl summons some small crystal shards and launches them right at him. Then, his mace starts glowing purple, just like that. He shatters the attack effortlessly. He's got that creepy grin on his face while Kang watches in total shock. This is the first time he's ever seen magic actually being used in real time. Apparently, you can learn that stuff in the tutorial. Weird. He never saw anything like that during his martial arts training. Was she hiding her powers this whole time? Nah. She is clearly struggling. She grips her staff tight and activates something. But the weapon goes all wobbly and unstable. So weird. At least it's unique, I guess. She fires off another huge crystal attack. But Song side-eyes the instructor. He raises his mace like he's about to block it, but instead, he sidesteps and charges straight at her. Kang is actually shook by what he's seeing. I thought he was going to smash her face in with that thing, but turns out, he uses his mace to deflect the attack and redirect it right at the instructor. Of course, the instructor dodges it easily, but in that split second, Song rushes in and smacks her right in the head. Holy crap, oh my god. What was that? He actually hit her that hard. And now he's just standing there celebrating. Oh my god. I mean, I called it, didn't I? I told you he was gonna go psycho, but that dude is basically covered in blood. Laughing like he's proud of it. Kang better stay away from this lunatic or deal with him seriously, for everyone's safety. Luckily, someone called an ambulance. They said it's a broken arm. I don't even know why I'm so worried about this girl. But bro, please don't kill her. I'm serious. Blondie, you better not. I just don't like this guy. Plain and simple. The instructor immediately points his giant sword at Song's face and asks what the hell that was. Obviously, this blood-soaked psycho just claims it was an accident. Oops. Sorry, my bad. Totally didn't mean to. The instructor asks if he can even hear himself right now. Song says yes and gives him a cheeky wink. The instructor turns away and announces a 20-minute break. Everyone has to be back by 3, and Song has to follow him. From a distance, Kang is watching all of this. He looks like he noticed that weird look in the blonde guy's eyes, even after what just happened, and that poor girl getting completely knocked out. The training still goes on, like nothing happened for another 2 days. And no, Song didn't get expelled. He just kept training like everything was completely normal. The only difference is the poor dude who had to spar with him next. He looked like he was about to crap his pants just standing there. Kang even noticed a healer, standing right behind the guy. Just in case. But thanks to that, the day ended without any major drama. Or at least, it was supposed to. There he is. Our boy. 500 kilos of muscle, calling out Kim Hyun. Yo. Training is almost over. Isn't this the perfect time for us to have a real sword fight? The instructor tells him to stop bothering him. They just need to wait 2 more days, and it'll all be over. But Kang, curious as always, asks if he's bored of these kiddie games. You can tell Kim is itching for a fight too. Kang wanted a real fight. He was absolutely sure that sitting there reading papers and doing administrative work just wasn't his vibe. So he leaned in close and told the guy he knew they'd met before. That definitely struck a nerve. And the instructor totally lost his cool. Later, at the training grounds, Kim Hyun said everything made sense now. So it was you from back then. He thanked Kang for the help, since it obviously prevented a lot of casualties. Kang was just relieved the guy didn't mention the item he snatched before dipping. Then Kim Hyun casually dropped a bomb. For someone who only made it to stage 5, you've got a pretty nice sword there. Wait, what kind of comment is that, just complimenting his blade like that? He knew that blade only drops in stage 6. Kang shrugged and said he found it lying on the ground. Same old excuse. Kim popped open his system and said, "It's fine. Yeah. I can tell right now you wouldn't be honest no matter what I ask." Then he drew his sword and said in that case, he'd also fight with something he just happened to find. And just like that, boom, the guy vanished. 1 second later, he was already behind our muscle-brained boy. Kim praised him, admitting he thought Kang was just a meathead, but his reflexes were actually impressive. Our boy replied, "I've been through too much crap in my life to be an easy target." Once again, Instructor Kim disappeared, saying if that's the case, there's no reason to hold back. The guy was using that ghost technique, attacking from every angle. But Kang was holding his own. Kim Hyun was stunned. He couldn't believe this kid who just finished the tutorial could keep up with everything being thrown at him. Meanwhile, Kang was getting slashed up and still muttering, This is what a real fight feels like. Honestly, I'm terrified to think what he'll look like in 15 years. Dude's gonna be 7 meters tall, 700 kilos of pure muscle, with the face of a cold-blooded killer. Meanwhile, the instructor was still in shock. This kid's regeneration was just as insane as he looked. Kim switched his grip and said if that's how it is, he didn't need to go easy anymore. He launched a frontal attack, claiming he was about to create an unavoidable opening. Kang saw it coming and smiled. He blocked it by shoving his own arm right into the blade. Kim Hyun couldn't believe it. He could literally feel the kid's forearm bone cracking, while that psycho just smirked at him. Then Kang shouted, "Gotcha," and grabbed him, clamping the sword with his bone and delivering a massive headbutt. Kim lost his balance and went down. Yeah, he actually lost. But honestly, nobody's beating that maniac anyway. A while later, Kim sat there icing his face, sipping a soda, and said Kang was seriously weird, just too OP. Kang shot back that Kim was pretty strong too. But more importantly, in a sparring match like this, you weren't supposed to use direct skills, even though technically Kim used his. Kim argued that in that case, he was the clear winner. Kang wasn't having it. They argued back and forth until finally Kim stood up, thanked him, saying it was a great match to blow off some stress. Now he was going to head to his room and get some good sleep, because tomorrow was dungeon day, and it seemed like there was a hooded character planning to mess things up in the very dungeon they were heading to. That dude went invisible, cracked the gate, and snuck inside. Next day, they're standing right in front of it. 4 dungeons are being used as training grounds for the academy. At least, that's what the instructor said. It's an F-rank zone called Kika Forest. And guess what? The monsters here are called Kika's mid-tier F-rank creatures. They picked this spot because 1. There are no major traps, and the monsters follow a pretty standard pattern. 2. Kikas don't mob you, so you can pick them off one by one. Way safer for newbies. The rest of the deets will be explained inside. The gate opens, and Kang is hyped. This is his first dungeon since coming back to the real world. He's never actually stepped through one of these gates before. Weirdly enough, it feels like floating. Your vision blurs for a split second, and the moment your feet hit solid ground, you open your eyes to a whole different world. Kang just stands there, stunned by the island. But then he asks how they're supposed to get back. Of course, Yu-sung immediately replies that all of this was explained in class. And obviously, our boy didn't listen to a single lecture. Kim Hyun steps in and says, "First up, they're gonna hunt a monster together so everyone can see how it's done. Then, they'll split into squads and start the real hunt." He calls over one of the instructors and tells him to lure a few Kikas over. They're moving to a better combat zone. And Kim says he'll keep explaining. While they're mid-fight, the Kikas look like oversized birds. They're known for their fast legs and super hard beaks, sharp enough to pierce metal. Standard strat is to surround them so they don't know which way to run. But right then, A system notification pops up. Main core has been destroyed. The escape gate is open. This dungeon is about to collapse. Everyone needs to evacuate. The whole place is starting to crack, and Kang Hyun tells everyone to stay calm and head for the exit, even though it's collapsing. They've got enough time, so no need to panic. Outside, everyone gathers up. Clearly confused. They came here to train. So what the hell just happened? Kang Hyun quickly does a roll call and sees that everyone seems to have made it out safely. But what he really wants to know is, who cleared that dungeon? Then, one of the instructors suddenly calls him. When he looks over at the dungeon gate, it's glowing with this weird, dark light now, like some kind of spatial portal. The instructor's face changes instantly, and he orders backup right away, and tells all the students to get back. This isn't just a collapse. It's a dungeon break. Kang asks what that means, and the other guy thanks God that he's there. He tells him a whole horde of monsters is about to spill out, and they're gonna need his help to handle it. Clearly, our boy is ridiculously uninformed. He doesn't even know what a dungeon break is. Turns out, someone destroyed the main core without killing the monsters. So now, all the creatures are being forcibly ejected from. I'm breaking it down for you right here. Meanwhile, the instructor asks Kang if he seriously didn't learn this in class. Kang's like, of course I did. I was just testing you. The instructor tells him to cut the crap, especially since the monsters are already here. Right then, the first Kika pops out. The instructor charges in and tells Kang, good luck, hoping he can handle this. Then dashing off to prep the squad. Now our boy is just standing there, staring down a swarm of creatures. He's like, how the hell am I supposed to solo all this? Even so, he's grinning like a maniac, screaming for them to come at him. That's when Yu Sung shows up, smashing his mace straight into the first one's skull. Thank God he's not drooling or blushing right now. Honestly, that's already a win. Kang asks, what is wrong with this psycho? Why is he laughing like the Joker, and just 'cause I said that? Yup. He's starting again, tongue out, blushing, saying smashing skulls is the best feeling ever. I've got the exact same look as Kang right now, disgusted, horrified, totally done. And now the blonde maniac dives into the middle of the battlefield, screaming that he's not keeping this fun to himself. Kang draws his sword and says, well, at least this lunatic is on our side, and rushes in, slashing monsters left and right. Yu Sung just watches, totally impressed. Our boy screams that nobody's covering him. He's fighting solo out there. Then he pops Lion's Roar, calling out every single one of those scumbags. Suddenly, all monsters in the area get a stat cut and moral drop. Debuff effect activated. Everyone around seems to realize, hey, the battle just got a little easier. And of course, the ever-watchful instructor picked up on it instantly. It's a debuff aura. Seeing the team holding their ground, he figures they can survive until reinforcements arrive. Only problem now is Kang not passing out. He's standing there looking stylish, blowing up enemies with one punch, but it's wrecking his hand. What the hell is this? He mumbles, but I guess it works for someone like him. He's basically immortal, so it fits. But for anyone else, this would be completely impossible. Yu Sung immediately wants to know what skill that is, and if Kang got something special in the tutorial. Kang just tells him it's a little secret, but right then, his expression changes. Amidst the mob, a mutant orc appears, clearly the dungeon boss. This is exactly what Hyun didn't want. Boss spawning before backup. Terrible timing. Even with Kang there, this isn't like fighting trash mobs. A boss raid is a whole different level. He sees the two of them standing there, Kang and Yu Sung, and he's sure they're cooked, but then he catches their expressions. And now Kang, for some godforsaken reason, starts sticking his tongue out. Kid, put that thing away. The next chapter starts by saying, tomorrow is the anniversary. They finished everything up. Someone brings up the dungeon incident, and Lee Hyun explains that, turns out someone entered the gate before them. That's what triggered the dungeon break. Highly likely it's the work of dungeon terrorists who've been active this past month. Sounds like a girl speaking now. Besides our boy's sister, women are clearly a rare drop in this world. She asks if any cadets stood out. Lee Hyun says there were two weirdos who teamed up to take down the break boss. One of them has insane physical stats. His strength and reflexes are on par with that monster. But the weirdest thing is his regen. He's strangely aggressive and has zero fear of injury. On top of that, he never seems to tire. His fighting style is completely unpredictable, making him a nightmare to deal with. He just doesn't give a damn about anything. The other cadet, complete opposite. He's that textbook prodigy type, born with insane combat instincts, quick wits, and reflexes that are absolutely cracked. Only problem, he's got some serious violence issues. But the lady says, ignoring all those red flags, she's rarely seen him hype someone up this much. She asks if he's sent them a recruitment offer yet. He reminds her that scouting cadets right now is strictly off limits. She looks ready to complain, but he cuts her off, claims he's just following the rules, just like the guildmaster herself. And boom, there she is. Hansen, the boss of the Dangan Guild. She's got those crazy yandere eyes. Honestly doesn't look like the most mentally stable leader out there. But let's be real. Absolutely no one in this story seems sane anyway. Cut to graduation. Some random old guy is giving a speech. They survived 10 days of training and are finally official hunters. And just like that, they've officially entered the hunter world. Kang is shook to find out someone else actually works here, besides Kim Hyun. But the moment he steps outside, he gets jump-scared by a freaking butler popping up to tell Do-sung that his ride is here. And this weirdo is driving a BMW coupe that looks like it's covered in diamonds. Our boy just stands there, stunned that this freak is actually filthy rich. Do-sung casually tells him to hop in, says he'll give him a ride home. Kang shrugs and starts to get in, until someone suddenly calls out to him. It's Kim Hyun, saying he needs to talk. Kang points at him like a confused kid, saying he didn't know this guy could actually be this friendly. Kim explains that, since they helped take down the boss during the dungeon break, they're both getting a reward, but someone will reach out to them soon, so they should keep that in mind. Kang looks a little disappointed. He thought the guy had more to say, but Kim just turns and walks away. Kang yells after him, telling him to give him a proper compliment. So, the blonde guy turns back and gives him a speech. He admits that Kang is strong, and he's only going to get stronger. He wouldn't be surprised if he sees his name popping up in dungeon reports everywhere soon, but he must never forget the responsibility that comes with that power. But now he's a true awakened. And seriously, why is he wearing that weird thing on his face? He walks through the room and tells his sister, "Look at this kid. He's got huge potential, clearly." She doesn't care. He tells her to stop looking down on him, because starting tomorrow, Kang is going to clear dungeon after dungeon. That's when Kang pauses and wonders, wait, how do I actually find a dungeon? Like, are they on Google Maps or something? His sister says she thinks there's a website for the Awakened called Raiders, where you can check that stuff out. He grabs his phone and says he's never heard of it. She must be an expert or something. She just stands there, wondering why her brother is getting dumber. At least when he was just sitting in his room gaming, he seemed a little smarter. But now, as he scrolls through the app, our boy sees info on monster maps and team recruitment. He remembers the Platinum Forest is an F-rank dungeon. He can easily solo something like that. Maybe this is the perfect time to make some serious cash and show it off to mom. On TV, they mentioned that the reward for clearing low-rank dungeons could go up to $20,000. And now there's this hot new item, Mana Stones, catching serious attention. And they come with bonus payments. Basically, if you're a hunter, making bank isn't that hard. Cut to a familiar old man. It's our boy's dad, calling his wife, asking if she talked to their son. She says yes. The kid transferred $10,000 for her to spend however she likes. Apparently, he bought a car last week too. Seems like time has really flown. Dad is impressed. The kid is finally making big money. Unlike the dad, mom is still worried. She knows a lot of people get hurt, or worse, in this line of work. She just hopes nothing bad happens to him. Dad says, let the kid live his life. It's better than being a grown man sitting around unemployed. Besides, he heard hunters work in parties, or even teams. So he's sure there's nothing to worry about. Their son won't do anything reckless. He's probably got it under control. Surprisingly, mom agrees. She says he's always been an excellent kid. Clearly, they haven't seen who their son has actually become. For the past 18 chapters, he's been inside dungeons alone, slicing through everything in sight. He says this is nothing, laughing like a maniac in a cave. Outside is his brand new ride, a Bentley, Mom calls, but he doesn't pick up. Dad says, "Let it be. They'll call back tomorrow morning." Mom says, "Fine." But she wants to mention one thing, that strange gate that opened in front of the grocery store. Dad says, "Don't worry. The government will send people soon." She thinks maybe they should ask their son to come with his team. Dad shuts it down immediately. That is definitely not a good idea. Meanwhile, guess what's happening? That's right. That dungeon gate is opening and a whole swarm of orcs is starting to flood out. And of course, the boss is right there with them. Back to our boy. Dawn is breaking and he just finished clearing another dungeon. He's been fighting all night long. Now he's wondering if he should try one more, maybe an E rank. Or is that pushing it? He decides to take a break for a bit. Besides, he still doesn't know if resurrection actually works in real life or not. After all, he died once already. But as soon as he opens the car door and checks his phone, he sees 36 missed calls from his little sister. He calls back asking, "What's wrong?" And all he hears is screaming. She's yelling something about their parents. We can't hear exactly what, but looking at his face, it's bad. Really bad. On the news, they said the government is doing everything possible with the dungeon break. The Ministry of Defense is forming a special task force to minimize casualties. The problem, some civilians are still trapped inside the affected area. That is why they had to call the Kang Aeon Guild. At the same time, our boy gets home to suit up, and his sister asks if he's really going to do this. He tells her, "Don't worry. I am Kang Hyun, a graduate of the tutorial. You can rest assured. I'll handle everything." She tells him to be careful and stop acting like a show-off just to get attention. He just says, "Don't worry," then waves goodbye, slams the door, tells her that he'll be back soon with Mom and Dad, then floors it on the highway, a serious expression on his face. Ready for war. Then floors it on the highway. Serious face, ready for war. On the way there, the cops tried to block him off, saying the road's closed and he's got to turn back. But bro just flashed that shiny little ID card. He's a registered Awakener now, and just like that, the beast breezed right through. The cop told him to stay safe. So Kang gave a little salute and slammed the gas. While he was tearing down the road, he started muttering to himself, "Looks like 5 gates broke at the exact same time. Even the E-rank dungeons are starting to collapse. Before, it was just F-rank trash. But he just needs them to hold out until he gets there. Problem is, he's not sure if he'll make it in time." But then, out of nowhere, a mutant boar charges in, slams into a nearby car, and sends it flying. What the hell? Kang steps out of the wreckage like it was nothing. He draws his blade and tells that bastard to bring it on. Today is payback time. But then the beast snorts, and Kang realizes this thing is bigger than any monster he's seen, like, ever. However, right at that moment, he hears screaming down the street. He glances over a pack of goblins. Bro's wondering if he killed the Goblin King in a past life or something. Why do these damn things show up every single time? So he turns around and books it, saying, "You know what they say, the best revenge is forgiveness." Of course, the boar chases him. But weirdly enough, the goblins start shooting arrows at the pig. Kang cheers. If these scumbags want to fight, let them kill each other just as planned. Clearly, these monsters are aggressive towards each other. Problem is, it's getting dark. Wait, how long has he been in these woods? He left the dungeon in the morning. That means he's been out here for hours. His battery is about to die. He can't use a flashlight. And finding the right path is getting way harder. Then, once again, he feels something coming up from behind. What is it now? He spins around, swings his blade, and slices right through a wolf. Thank God it was just a wolf. Though honestly, if that was a person, they'd be dead meat. He realizes it attacked him while stealthed. The only reason he landed that hit, pure instinct. Then he feels more movement from both sides. He's surrounded again. Just let the kid save his parents. You damn freaks, at least now. He's actually trained. He draws his sword and starts shredding everything in sight. He's locked in now. He screams out, telling them to all come at once. By the next morning, he's still in the woods, waking up in a pool of wolf blood. Bro fought all night until dawn. Finally, he catches his breath. But it's time to move. Gotta get to his parents' house. They're trying to reach him. Mom's texting him while Dad tells her to keep it down. Dad asks, Kang still hasn't replied, she says. It's so strange. His sister told her he was on his way. But now, it feels too risky. Dad, who said everything was fine earlier, doesn't sound so confident anymore. But those monsters, they're called orcs. They've been here since yesterday, and apparently, even high-rank hunters are struggling to handle them. The news said they came from an F-rank dungeon. Supposed to be weak. Clearly, that was a lie. And there's one more thing. There's some terrifying figure out on the street. A monster. Killing other monsters. The father looks through the window, squinting at this lone figure, and mutters, "No way. There's no way my son could do that. Oh, just wait until he finds out." Our boy turned that entire street into a battlefield. 15 orcs. He soloed them easily, but more are coming from around the corner. And weirdly enough, these aren't the normal ones. 3 warrior-class orcs. Bro, as far as he knows, those are supposed to be the boss monsters. Maybe this really is an E-rank dungeon and not some F-rank trash like he thought. Suddenly, he screams out for his parents. Their son is here to save them. His mom squints, trying to make out that silhouette, wondering if that monster is really her boy, and his dad just stands there like, what the hell happened in the last few months? But Kang, he charges straight in. The orcs scream and rush him. He blocks the first hit instantly. Another one tries to stab him. But he ducks, dodges it, and punches a literal hole through the monster's jaw. 1 down. He grabs the next guy's sword. Bam, he takes a bone-shattering punch right then. But this kid, he's unstoppable. He's died so many times that pain doesn't even faze him anymore. He just keeps pushing, stabs another monster and tosses it into the air like it weighs nothing. Another one drops. He clenches his fist tight. And yeah. Boom. He triggers a mana explosion right inside the creature's skull. Predictable, maybe. A total bloodbath. Absolutely. But now he's completely surrounded. There's gotta be like 200 of them. Where is Korea's awakened hunter friend at Hello Anyone? Of course. Right in the middle of this mess, one of them stomps the ground so hard everything shakes. Kang looks up. And damn, that thing is massive. A great orc warrior. Well, at least the name fits the size. Our boy knows it instantly. That's the pack leader. And man, is he ugly? Kang wants to save his mana for regeneration. But nah. It's time for Titan strength. His muscles tense up like steel. He takes a deep breath and lets it out. Skill activated Lion's Roar. He taunts all those scumbags to attack him, and then immediately gets punched in the face and drops, like a total idiot. They're surrounding him like it's a Fight Club circle or something, forcing him into a one-on-one duel. He realizes these monsters are literally toying with him. They take turns punching his face, kicking his gut, smashing him into the floor. And the worst part, he's out of mana. His body isn't regenerating anymore. And he's still not 100% sure. Will I actually respawn in real life? But he is not in the mood to test that theory. So he stands back up, with 0 teeth left in his mouth, covered in blood. He roars back. I won't leave my family behind. He charges again, but then he spots them, goblins climbing toward his parents' window. He freezes for a second and screams, "Don't you dare go up there." He sprints over, but they grab him from behind. He slashes another one down, but the biggest orc smashes his head straight into the ground. His vision goes blurry. He mumbles, "I can't die here." And then a golden slash rips the monster apart. Someone's here, and she is a badass. It's our new guildmaster, Hansun. Everybody, she's brutal. She's beautiful. She's everything. She turns around. Someone reports that their team just secured the safe zone. She asks about the civilians, and the guy says, most have been evacuated. She's a bit shook. The damage is way heavier than expected. But hey, at least someone gathered all the orcs in one spot. Made their job a whole lot easier. Then she asks, where is the guy who held them off until we got here? The guy replies, unfortunately, he didn't make it. She nods and says, I see. Do not leave any bodies behind. Treat him with respect. The guy's a hero. Then she looks down and poof, the body's gone. Cut scene. Kang opens his eyes. Where's the kid? No clue. End of chapter. Next one. There he is. That's our boy, lying under the tree where he last slept. Resurrection triggered. He barely scraped by that crisis. Since he didn't set a spawn point, he respawned at his last resting spot. But here's the catch. For the next 24 hours, his power is cut by 50%, and he lost a level. That means one stat point gone, instantly. A memory flashes that goblin near his parents' window. 24 hours later, he grabs his sword and sprints off, saying he's got to find out what happened, or at least wipe out those monsters. Problem is, his body feels heavy as lead. That's the price of resurrection. After 5 hours of running on fumes, he makes it, only to find his parents' house abandoned and empty. He breaks down, turns back, and starts walking home. On the way, he runs into a squad of soldiers. He asks to borrow a phone. When he finally gets Aeon on the line, he finds out his dad lost an arm. His mom's in a coma. And just like that, 2 months fly by. News drops that Hansung, leader of the Kang Aeon Guild, entered another dungeon. It's a C-rank dungeon. At the same time, Kang is spotted heading out. His sister asks if he's seriously planning to hit another dungeon. He says, "Yeah, I'm going again." She tells him to be careful. "Feels like you've died 3 times this week alone." While she's trying to tell him it wasn't his fault, he just closes the door behind him and heads down the stairs. She opens the door and just stands there watching her brother, speechless. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon known as Antia, a blonde dude is slashing through giant ants and leveling up fast. The rest of the party is hyping him up, saying he's leveling like crazy. No surprise. He's the strongest one there, but this guy, he's smugly thinking to himself, how would these idiots know he's part of the elite, someone who reached stage 5? Unlike these losers. But he still acts friendly. He turns back with a smile and says, "It's all thanks to you guys. Couldn't have done it without such an awesome team." Huh. Bro is so fake. That's when they all hear something weird. They look over and it's Kang, holding a broken sword, running like a maniac. They're all like, is this psycho trying to solo the dungeon? He rushes past them. Blondie screams that way leads to the core, it's suicide. But Kang doesn't even answer. Now the party's arguing whether to follow him or turn back. Their leader says just follow for now. If things get sketchy, they'll retreat instantly and leave that guy to his fate. Back to Kang. He's surrounded by a swarm of Antia soldiers, basically giant armored ants. He activates a skill called Secret Art of Wave, an E-rank ability that boosts all stats by 40%. Except for mana, but the downside is it wrecks his body over time. Classic berserker build, that's right. The ants all rushed him. But Kang Bro is laughing like a total maniac, slashing everything in sight, literally seconds later. Nothing left but a pile of bodies. The squad in the back was absolutely shook. Kang just walks toward the core, saying this new skill he got combos perfectly with his regeneration ability. Turns out, not long ago, he upgraded his recovery to A rank. Then this blonde guy asks if he's good. Kang just goes, "Yeah," and keeps moving. Didn't say another word. Just grabbed the core, said later, and dipped. But the team was confused. He didn't take a single piece of loot from the monsters. They all started scavenging, thinking he's just some idiot who doesn't know the value of money. But Kang's walking away, muttering to himself that he ain't got time to care about trash like that. What he needs is power. He leaves, and the group is just standing there confused, trying to figure out who that psycho was. Blondie just shrugs, saying he doesn't care. "I got rich thanks to him. That's enough." As they're heading out, the bald guy speaks up. Maybe that's him. The guy everyone talks about. The one who solos dungeons? Blondie scoffs. "No way. That's just a rumor. Plus, this is an E-rank dungeon, not some walk-in-the-park F-rank. Nobody solos this kind of place. Even Hansun, the strongest guy right now, couldn't pull that off." But right then, system message core removed. Teleport gate is now open. Of course, Kang cleared the whole place. Now he's chilling on top of a giant ant corpse, flipping through a book he found. Terraria's Outer Shell. An A-rank skill book teaches how to use Outer Shell. Basically a hard skin layer. Basically full body armor mode. Honestly, it's like turning your whole body into steel. But Kang's problem is managing all these constantly active skills is getting way too hard. Adding another toggle skill seems pointless. Just stacking abilities isn't making him better. They're just overloading him. Just like Baruka's sword, and that berserk ability, this feels like a waste for someone with insane regen already. Especially since the last time he went berserk, He completely lost control and almost killed himself, but now isn't the time for regrets. The only thing he can do is get stronger at all costs. No better option. So he just learns the skill. Outside the dungeon, a bunch of reporters are gathering, talking about the rumors of a guy solo clearing dungeons. And word is, he went in here today. Blondie tells them it wasn't anyone from his squad. Then he points. The monster is coming out. Kang walks through the gate looking lazy and cocky, hand on his neck, glaring like he hasn't slept in days. He obviously doesn't want attention. But boom, reporters swarm him instantly. Cameras. Questions flying everywhere. Business cards shoved in his face. He's pushing through the chaos when he bumps into some guy. Kang stops. The guy snaps. Hey, watch where you're going. Kang just stares at him and says, so what? The dude instantly panics and apologizes. And just like that, our boy walks away, leaving everyone with this chilling vibe that if they even breathed wrong, they'd drop dead on the spot. He gets to his car, opens the door, muttering that these people are just wasting his time for nothing. Then someone calls his name. He spins around, another guy's there. The dude speaks calmly. Chill out. I'm here to help. He hands over a business card. Name on the card says Sun Jong-ho from the Awakening Association. The guy tells Kang that they've been keeping an eye on him for a while, and if he wants to join, he'll get access to all their resources. No need to answer right now. Just call whenever. He politely says thanks. Then poof, vanishes. Before Kang can even get a word out. The Awakening Association. They're built different from the guilds. For one, they aren't just chasing the bag. They focus on scouting talent and national defense. Kang didn't even know they recruited like that. And honestly, watching him slouch over that cup of instant noodles kinda makes me hungry too. While he's sitting there scarfing it down, some lady tells her daughter not to get close, saying that man is a monster, but Kang is deep in his head. His biggest problem right now, mana, keeping up my secret regeneration art and berserk mode at the same time, is getting impossible. He has to keep swapping between them, and it's starting to get inefficient. After surfing the web, he knows exactly what he needs, a mana recovery item. He checks the market listings, but finds nothing useful. Looks like he can only equip 4 items with active effects. Doesn't matter what type, and he's not looking for some trash item that gives +1 or +2 to his stats. He needs something cracked. Something for the long run. That's when he spots a post, with only 128 views from some rando, claiming they got info on a dungeon dropping a mana-boosting ring. Next day, he reads the follow-up comment. Apparently, it's an E-rank dungeon called Goblin Village, located in Hanam. Oh my god. This author really has a thing for goblins. Post says the mages in that area have a low drop rate for the ring. Usually, the ring adds +1 or +2 mana. But there's a rare version that gives +4. And rumor has it, if you kill the dungeon's boss high mage, you might get something even better. But nobody knows for sure, clearly. Some crew is using this place to farm. But the poster is worried about a dungeon break. So he leaked the info, hoping someone would clear it soon. Kang pulls up to the spot, but the gate looks abandoned. He expected guards or a huge line, since people should be farming here. But nope, nobody. He shrugs, opens the gate, and steps through. On the other side, he finds himself in what looks like a forest, and immediately runs into this troublesome trio. Yo, buddy. You rockin' some expensive gear. Huh. I was missed today. We're gonna make bank today. The greasy-haired guy says. His friend smirks. Yeah. The payout today is gonna be sweet. And the last one, the crazy chick says. Dreamt of a fat pig last night. Got a good feeling about this. Oh, great. She's completely psycho. The idiot steps up and says, Kid, don't you know this is Best Guild's turf? Kang just glances at him. Then the girl cuts in and asks, do you know what happens when someone trespasses on a guild's turf? Without permission. According to her, he's got to hand over everything he has if he wants to leave alive. A second later, boom, one of them gets launched across the clearing, hitting the dirt, foaming at the mouth. Meanwhile, Kang's just standing there, arm fully extended. The other two pop their system windows fast. One guy rushes him with a sword, but Kang catches the blade with his bare hand. Crack crushes it like a dry twig. Then he delivers a kick straight to the gut, sending the dude rolling like a barrel. The girl tries to step in with some magic, firing a spell from behind. But it barely does anything. Now she's pale, literally shaking, realizing she's in deep trouble. Let's see if Kang believes in true gender equality. He walks up to her slowly, telling her he actually learned something useful from her. Then he gently grabs her hand and says, "To return the favor, I'll teach you something cool too." He activates his skill and boom, her arm explodes. Yup. Nope. No special treatment here. Just then, he spots a bigger group pulling up. He squints and asks, "Who are these clowns?" One of them steps forward and says, "You got some nerve acting like that in best guild territory. If you want to make it out alive, you better hand everything over." Kang shrugs. "Perfect. I needed some guides anyway." One of the best guild goons starts yapping. "The tutorial changed my life. In the dungeon, power and money rule everything. I was just another cog in society's machine until last year. Now I'm living the good life thanks to this new world. As a high-ranking manager in the best guild, I'm basically a tiger with wings. Nothing in here scares me. So you better hand over your gear if you want to leave breathing." Before he can even finish, whack, a giant hand slaps him unconscious. But when he opens his eyes, everyone else is knocked out too. Kang looks annoyed, pulling a knife from his hip and pointing it at the ones still awake. "You guys got 5 seconds to get over here. Anyone not in line by then is dead meat. I need a guide." Time ticks by. Finally, Kang announces the results of his little selection process. "Congrats. Kim Sung, you've been chosen as the guide. Everyone give him a round of applause." Silence. So Kang slaps a guy. Suddenly, applause erupts. They're all clapping now, like their lives depend on it. Because, well, they do. One guy asks nervously, "Sir, what happens to us now?" Kang pauses and asks, "From now on, you guys gonna stop being scumbags and live honestly?" Grins plaster across their faces. "Yes, sir, of course. Terj, we'll never do anything bad again." Slap, right across the face. "Yeah, right." Kang says, "You think I believe that crap? No shot." He beats the guy until he's black and blue and passes out. Then he calls out to Kim Sung, "Lead the way." As the sun sets, Kang notes that not every dungeon is like this one, but some have layouts and scales as big as cities. After walking for hours, he turns to Sung. "Hey, you're not just making us walk in circles, are you?" Sung quickly denies it. No way, I don't want to be here longer than I have to be. I'm just taking the safe route to avoid the monsters." Kang sighs. "You idiot. Stop taking the useless path. Just go in a straight line. I'll handle the monsters." Sung hesitates. "Okay then. If that's what you want, tomorrow we do it your way." While they stop for a quick bite, the guy keeps wondering why our boy is using 4 swords, just to build a simple rack for the campfire. Talk about a flex. But soon enough, things start heating up, and our boy pulls something out of the makeshift furnace. With his bare hands, grabs a sizzling chunk of metal like it's nothing. He starts chowing down and casually asks the other guy, "Yo, how old are you?" 25. The guy replies. Kang asks, "What were you doing before this mess started?" The guy hesitates, clearly uncomfortable, and says he was just desperate for cash. His student loans were piling up, and he couldn't find a job anywhere. Even worse, his dad's business went under, and everything just went south. His mom had a breakdown from it all, but Kang cuts him off. "Who asked for your sob story?" The guy blinks, thinking, "Didn't you just ask me?" But Kang already waves him off. "Just eat and quit whining." They finish up and lie down for the night. Kang wraps himself in a weird blanket cocoon, looking like some warm creature. The other guy is stuck with a thin sheet, shivering underneath. But at midnight, he gets up. Watching our boy sleep like that, he thinks this might be his only chance to kill him. But then he remembers how that psycho fights. Nah, scratch that. Terrible idea. Better to just run. The moment he takes one step, Kang's voice breaks the silence. Where do you think you're going?" The guy stammers. "I'm just taking a leak." Kang shrugs. "Cool. Do it right here then. And just to be clear, if he tries to run, Kang will hunt him down and end him." So, the guy lies back down. He doesn't even blink for the rest of the night. Next morning, he's back to guiding Kang. They finally reach the Goblin Village area. Kang says he can sense a massive amount of mana, radiating from that direction. The guy looks around, confused. I don't feel anything. Kang looks at him like he's absolute trash. Amazing how weak and useless you are. The poor guy can only awkward laugh and try not to cry. Deep down, though, he's thinking all he has to do is survive a little longer. Once this freak steps inside, he's toast. The dungeon is a massive village, with patrols circling the outskirts. The Beth Guild guys usually farm those patrols because the center is too dangerous. But lately, Beth hasn't done any raids in days, so not only is the forest swarming with monsters, but the goblin base is probably overflowing too. Kang walks right into a goblin army, grinning like a madman, draws his sword and says, "Goblin slaughter is my specialty." A huge battalion rushes out from the base, and Kang just gets more hyped. But right then, a backpack smacks him from behind. It's Sung, flipping him the bird. "Go die in that hellhole, hope I never see your ugly face." Ever again, Kang turns back with crazy eyes. "Yeah. When I'm done here, I'm coming for you." Meanwhile, Sung sprints through the forest. Heart pounding, he stops to catch his breath, thinking, no way. Even that monster can survive this. Then, ding, a system window pops up. Main core destroyed. Gate to the outside world is now open. They just stare at the notification, then at each other. Like, is this a dream? The E-rank Goblin Village dungeon isn't your average run, with a normal core. That's because all the forces are actually concentrated to protect the center. But despite that, my friends, the notification still popped up. It's done. Core destroyed. Gate open. He just stands there staring at the gate, shaking like a leaf. That bastard really handled the whole mess solo. But he just couldn't process it. How on earth does someone one-man army that against such an absurd number of enemies? He saw the kid's power. And yeah, bro is strong. But it didn't seem like enough. Kang cuts in, saying that guy didn't have the firepower to wipe the map. Sure, he's cracked, but that ain't the goal of this quest. My guy, the real deal here is absolute defense. The kid is pushing forward, looking all ragged and cut up, but somehow he's auto-healing while just holding W straight ahead. Only way he speeds through like that is by beelining straight to the high. And Kim Sung, that guy is panicking now, realizing that bastard didn't just survive. He cleared the whole thing without even blinking, standing right in front of the boss. He says, the answer is always the same. Brute force solves everything. And he shoves his hand straight into the boss's mouth. I mean, his hand went into the boss's mouth, not his mouth on the boss's hand. So, anyway, the high mage is toast. He looted a small shiny stone and a +0 ring. It buffs mana recovery and gives him +4 magic power. The sly brat stacked rings all over his fingers, looking super hyped. Now it's time to take down that scumbag. Kim Sung. But the second he stepped out of the gate, a small squad was camping him outside. First thing he does, asks the thug what the hell the team is doing there. Obviously, he already figured it out. He starts scanning the crowd. And, yep, spotted the big shot hiding right among them. And just like that, our boy got hyped, clearly itching to smash someone's skull in. But suddenly, someone steps up with a smile, talking about how there's been a little misunderstanding. That guy walks over and says they ain't gonna fight. Just want to chat for a sec. He thinks the guild members made a mistake. But now that he's here, Yu Hyun from the best guild, and he wants to know the kid's name. But Kang zero interest in sharing. He tells them to cut the crap and just state their business. So Yu Hyun gets straight to the point. They want the kid to join the best guild, a place where fame and fortune are within reach. They'll even give him an executive title. Yu Hyun stood there looking smug, fully aware that the kid is a top-tier talent, rare, a hidden gem. Having someone like him on their side would be perfect to flex the guild's influence. But of course, Kang bluntly says he's not interested. He reaches into his pocket like he saw this coming a mile away, and pulls out a gold card, tells him to hit him up whenever he changes his mind. The kid glances at it, rips it in half, says sure, his personality might be trash, but even he wouldn't lower himself. To be on their level, everyone went dead silent, and he steps right up to that guy's face, asking if he's mad and wants to start something. But Yu Hyun just says, no, everything's cool. I just wanted to talk today. That's all. No fighting here. Our boy walks away, calling them a bunch of cowards, Didn't even have the guts to throw hands. Pathetic losers. Didn't even have the guts to throw hands. Pathetic losers. And Kim Sung. He just stood there, looking like that crazy dude completely lost his mind. Looks like that really rattled him. But let's switch back to our boy. He said he was this close to dying, with over 100 enemies right in his face, and he was almost out of mana. If they actually attacked, he would have been toast. He probably would have died and lost 48 hours of progress. And even worse, he missed the chance to end that trash Sung. But don't worry, his clock is ticking. Back at the Bake Guild, the guy who got battered started talking. He claimed Sung was the one who offered to work for that kid and guide him through the forest and all that stuff. Hyun asked if that was legit. Sung tried to deny it. Straight up lying. One of the goons pulled a sword. The poor guy started begging for mercy, swearing he'd do anything if they didn't kill him. The other guy asked, did he really mean times? Anything times? And the second he nodded, the other guy shouted, asking how a damn traitor like him has the nerve to want to live. He grabbed him, delivered a massive kick, and sent him flying. No. Actually, he didn't just get knocked back. He was thrown straight into the dungeon, and they slammed the gate shut behind him. What the hell? Oh, right. For some reason, my brain keeps thinking everyone can respawn in this world, but the only one who can actually do that is the main character. So, yeah, that guy is dead. Like, actually dead, and just like that, you losers stole our boy's chance for revenge. Bastards. A leader told someone to pick up that guy's sword and dig up all the dirt on the guy currently stuck in the dungeon. And of course, someone was tailing our boy's car. Totally not suspicious at all. Meanwhile, the leader was talking about how that brat dared to turn down his offer. He can act all high and mighty if he wants. He's strong. Yeah. But what about the people around him? Are they OP too? If they can't control the kid, they just need to hit one of his weak spots. Let's see how long that brat stays cocky. Oh no. Don't go down that road. If you do, you guys are going to turn him into something way worse. At a cozy little Korean spot, our boy was grabbing food with his sister. She said she never thought her lazy brother, who used to lock himself in his room 24/7, would actually treat her to a feast like this. He told her, of course I'd spend my cash here. Nah. Nothing in life matters more than food. She asked him to pass the tongs, and he switched the topic, asking how things were at the hospital. How's mom doing? She explained that. The doctor said mom seems stable and should wake up soon. He smiled and said that was great news. She said she was actually surprised. It had been a long time since she saw him this relaxed. Lately, he always looked angry or stressed out. He claimed he still smiled, but she said that scary smile of his obviously didn't count. But then, out of nowhere, he clutched his stomach and said he needed the bathroom. And I've got a bad feeling that when he comes back, she might be gone, and things are about to go off the rails. So he headed to the restroom, washed his hands, dried them off, and walked out, only to see some guy sitting there, talking to her. He asked who it was, and the dude turned around and bowed. Kang still hasn't clocked it. Bro thought that guy was just hitting on his sister, but she said the vibes were off, 'cause that creep seemed to know exactly who he was. Our boy is confused, and she hands him a slip of paper, said the guy asked her to pass it on. The moment he looked at it, he got suspicious. If that dude knew who he was, why did he dip the second he saw him? But then his expression changed. The message was short, just a quote-unquote polite greeting from the best guild leader, along with a phone number. But the threat couldn't be clearer. Once they got home, they were walking in when his sister said she forgot to buy beer. She wanted to run out and get it. But of course, he said hell no, I'll go. You stay right here. At first, I thought he was going out to get revenge. But nah, he really just went to buy beer. But on the way there, his mind is racing, wondering what those scumbags are planning. No way they're trying to get to his family. Maybe he should stop spending so much time in dungeons and stay home more often. Whatever their plan is, this time feels like the worst-case scenario. Right then, his phone vibrates. It's a text from his dad. When he answers, his dad asks if he's home. He says no. He's out right now. And that's when his dad drops the bomb. Their mom just woke up. Our boy immediately wants to know, how is she doing? And he breathes a sigh of relief, hearing she's getting better. Then his dad adds one more thing. Says a friend stopped by earlier. But Now he is confused. Which friend? And then his dad says it was his childhood friend. Yu Hyun from the best guild. The guy even asked to say hi and mentioned he lives nearby. Yeah. That shut our boy up real quick. His dad kept calling his name. But his face just froze. His whole expression went stone cold. The next day, at the Hunter Association, two girls are walking up, chatting about something. Then someone walks past and wishes them good morning. They turn around and call out to her Shin Se-young. That girl? She is literally hardcore. And not the friendly type of tough. More like the scary type. She hands them a few bottles. The girls thank her. And she politely says no problem and walks off. They wonder why that crazy chick is always wearing armor. The other girl says she is a bit eccentric. For sure. But deep down she is a good person. Anyway, she should get used to it. This world is full of weirdos. But compared to most people, Shin Se-young is basically a reincarnated angel. Her friend replies that she has had to deal with a lot of freakish trainees. The other one says, yeah, those were probably the worst trainees she ever had. One guy crushed a girl's hand in a sparring match. And the other one showed up at the reception desk, giving off this terrifying, menacing aura. She still has nightmares about that kid. And look who is right behind them. Suddenly radiating a heavy aura, she glances over and he is staring right back. One glance. One death stare. And just like that, the two girls scream in panic. Bro just steps closer to them, looking totally harmless, calling out to them. Meanwhile, they already whipped out their phones, ready to call the cops for help. One of their faces turned beet red. He asks her to calm down. He just wants to know where Kim Lee Hyun is. He needs to protect his family, and he is looking for this person. Finally, they start to relax a bit, realizing he doesn't intend to hurt anyone. One of them explains that Kim Lee Hyun was just a temporary instructor there, but he's not here anymore. The scene shifts to a meeting room, where Lee Hyun is giving a presentation on how dungeon levels are spiking. Suddenly, there's a knock at the door, and he asks what's up. The staff tells him there's some overpowered guy in the lobby, causing a huge scene. Insisting on talking to him, Lee Hyun is obviously confused. But next scene, they're sitting face to face. He says, "Didn't expect to see you again so soon," and asks what he needs. Kang cuts straight to the chase. He wants to hire Lee Hyun. The man chuckles, saying he appreciates the straight-up approach, but he wants the full story. Kang doesn't hesitate for a second. He explains that the Beth Guild is threatening his family and provoking him, and now he needs someone to protect them. While he goes to wipe that entire guild off the map, Lee Hyun is visibly shook, wondering what is actually wrong with this kid, but he admits he knows how shady that guild is. The problem is the association hasn't caught them red-handed yet, so there's no valid reason to officially go after them. Kang says, "That's perfect. I'll destroy every last one of them." And everyone wins. Lee Hyun just shakes his head, saying Kang is as savage as ever. But what he really wants to know is, why me? It's not like I'm the strongest. And besides, he's a member of the Dangan Guild. Kang's logic is simple. He says Lee Hyun is the strongest person he knows. Yeah, that's it. Lee Hyun retorts that he should call Yu Sung instead. But of course, our boy says hell no, like he'd trust his family with that weird snake guy. All he asks for is 1 week. If his family stays safe during that time, he'll pay a massive amount. Real cash. But Lee Hyun says, "Hey, not to flex, but I make way more money than you probably think, kid." On top of that, he's the vice guild leader of Kang Aeon. But if Kang wants him to take this job, he's going to have to offer something better than cash. And right then, Kang gets an idea. He asks if the guy wants his body. Lee Hyun immediately snaps back, asking, "Did you come here to make a deal or tell jokes?" Because he's sure this kid will just spout nonsense if left unchecked. He makes an offer. Not a huge one, but it's enough. If he helps our boy for a week. In exchange, the kid has to agree to meet the guild master. Here comes Big Sis. But why is he so hyped about this craziness? Of course, there's money involved too. But that part is up to Kang. He'll have to make sure it happens. Judging by how this is going, looks like he accepted. Now, there are guards in front of the hospital, and 5 cameras installed. A private security firm is watching his sister. They've set up a full tracking system. Our boy says they're being extra careful. And Hyun replies, "Better safe than sorry." However, What Lee Hyun really wants to know is if Kang actually plans to handle the rest by himself because they are standing right in front of the Beth Guild headquarters. Looking from a distance, Kang remarks that it doesn't look very big compared to other places. Kang explains, obviously, a guild's power isn't measured by the size of their building. The strength of, they're known for controlling many irregular dungeons. But they definitely have skilled players. And they're backed up by some rare items too. Looks like Kang is pulling up to a meeting with them. And naturally, they're bringing out all their top-tier firepower. Kang explains that he literally had zero choice when that letter dropped. He agreed to set a date, mostly just to stall for time and keep them from hunting down his family. And at least it worked. He bought enough time to get them somewhere safe. Then, he tosses his car keys to this confused blonde dude. Guy asks why he's getting this. Kang just tells him to go park the car back at his place. Now the guy's stressing out, wondering if Kang's walking straight into a death trap. And honestly, he's not exactly wrong. But Kang tells him there's no time to explain. I'll be alive and kicking tomorrow morning. No doubt about it. Says that, waves goodbye, and leaves. Now, we're at the Best Guild, and for an evil organization, their logo is surprisingly cute. It actually looks pretty pro. That scumbag Yoo Hyun is standing there with arms wide open. He welcomes him right in the middle of a crowd. Obviously, Kang says there's way too many people for a simple meeting. Supposed to be just the two of us. What's the deal? The guy tells him not to stress. 'Cause Kang isn't part of the family yet, so he needs to meet everyone first. Our boy laughs. Oh, family. Huh. Then says, oh, in that case, I've got a message for the whole family right here. And he says it straight to their faces. You can all go to hell. Then he triggers Lion's Roar and pulls everyone in. Boom, shockwaves slam the ground. Smoke everywhere. Total chaos. Dimensional gates flash. The floor cracks open. And Yoo Hyun screams that Kang has completely lost his mind. Suddenly a metal bar shoots up. And Kang's already drawn his sword. Aaron-style technique activated. Titan power flowing. And he charges right in. At first, it looked like he summoned metal. But nah. He literally smashed the floor and dropped everyone into a huge underground arena. A trading facility right beneath the guild. But when the dust settles, they brush the rubble off themselves, saying the impact wasn't even that bad. But then Yoo Hyun speaks up, telling him to rethink this. It's not too late. We can still be allies. Kang fires back that he's the one who's crazy. This all started the moment Yoo Hyun crossed the line. Yoo Hyun doesn't back down. He begs Kang to chill out, saying he needs to understand. If we team up, even the Daehan Guild won't stand a chance against us. Kang just tells him to shut his trap. But unfortunately, Yoo Hyun won't stop yapping. He keeps going, saying their guild has over 200 members now, right inside this building. So really, Kang's chances of getting out alive are basically zero. He better think carefully. All the Best Guild needs is a famous face. Just someone strong enough to stand on the front lines, someone to carry the reputation and prestige of the whole organization. Right in the middle of his speech, Kang spits right in his face and tells him he sounds like a kid giving a class presentation. He should quit the guild world and go be a YouTuber instead. The guy wipes his face and just stares at him. Then he starts shaking and says he knew it. A nameless, broke, miserable loser like Kang could never understand the ambition behind a great guild like Best. But look at Kang's face though, bro is literally laughing in that dude's face. He asks if everyone up there heard that guy call him a commoner. Like, seriously, who even uses that word in the 21st century? Weird flex. That clown probably thinks he's royalty or something. Kang is about to lose it, so he orders the squad to attack. He wants to see how long Kang can keep running his mouth. Things get serious real quick. The whole room lights up with spells instantly. Mana restriction, spirit corruption, void magic, chaos, literally every skill you can think of. Colors are flashing everywhere. But Kang Hyun, he just pops Lion's Roar again. Most of those debuffs get cleansed instantly. Only a few stick. That magic resistance ring gives him a nice bonus against them too. But best of all, the enemy morale tanks. Yoo Hyun starts screaming, calling his team a bunch of idiots. He tells them to stop stalling and finish him. But nobody's brave enough to get close. They're all keeping their distance, spamming spells from far away. Then Kang uses that android skill, the one that turns his skin jet black. He says he wants to test how it holds up against magic. Boom. Huge explosion rocks the room. The leftover minions finally charge. Now they're actually committing. Attacks coming in from every angle. Until suddenly, a slash cuts right through them. Kang moved before any of them could even react. The leader can't believe his eyes. This dude is soloing the entire squad. Then Kang takes a deep breath and roars, challenging every single one of them. They all rush him. A moment later, the whole building is a pile of rubble. Nothing but dust left. But Kang Hyun, he's still standing. Meanwhile, everyone else is totally wrecked, lying in pools of blood. But still, he's clearly in bad shape. And there are plenty of enemies still standing nearby. Yoo Hyun tries to act like he's fine, and asks if Kang realizes he's got nowhere to run. Plus, he just killed dozens of people. He's basically a serial killer now. Maybe it's time to consider joining their side. Kang tells him not to try that guilt trip garbage. They're the ones murdering people left and right. They better get ready for the tables to turn. Yoo Hyun growls that Kang is staying pretty calm for a guy who's about to die. He might act confident, but he knows exactly how gassed he is. Suddenly, steel bars shoot up from the floor and lock him down. But Kang says that's not what's happening here. But right at that moment, maybe he was wrong. He gets stabbed from behind. Right through the back while he's down. He thinks he held out long enough. Maybe this is it. Yoo Hyun walks up and praises the Vice Guild Master, but says he's taking the kill. He wants to finish it himself. The leader's mind is racing. He can't believe this kid is still alive after taking all that damage. This kid is so cracked. He'd trade his whole guild just to have a guy like that on his squad. But he steps closer and says, "The worst thing is a monster." That's totally out of control. He asks Kang for any last words. Kang just smiles and says, "From now on, every bowl of soup you eat will have a hair in it." Maybe it's some kind of curse or insult from the Koreans. The leader just mutters that. This guy is seriously gonna act tough right to the bitter end. He puts his hand on Kang's face. And that's a wrap. Cooked. Damn, that death was brutal. Stabbed, then burned alive. Absolute madness. He turns to the Vice Guild Master and asks for a sitrep. The guy explains they lost 30 members, and 50 others are injured. Furious, the leader screams that all of this happened because of one useless piece of trash. But whatever. At the end of the day, it was all just to snatch the gear that dropped from his dead body. But the lackey tells him to look closer. Something's wrong. The kid's body, it's gone. Yup. He respawned and lost a level. Plus, his stats are slashed in half for the next 24 hours. He walks into his room, and his sister immediately shoots him a look, a razor-sharp glare. She says she thought he was done with this nonsense. If he walks out of his room, but she never saw him walk in through the front door, that means he died. It's obvious he went out and risked his neck again. He just tells her to quit nagging. He's starving, but she snaps back, telling him to take his shoes off because he's tracking dirt everywhere. And turns out, that dust he's tracking in, it's his own ashes. Literal ashes from being burned alive. Just great. 2 days later, outside a dungeon controlled by the best guild at the Kikus Canyon Gate. One of the guards is complaining. He's bored out of his mind. Seems like nobody ever shows up here. The blonde guy says it's because people are spreading rumors about the best guild. So wherever they set up shop, everyone stays away. The first guy says that these days, everyone's a coward. So what if they steal a little loot and make things a bit harder? People should still come here to grind if they want to get paid. Right then, his expression changes. He says someone's coming. They don't realize who it is yet, but look who's walking up. Wearing a mask. He stops right in front of them. The two stare at him, asking who this weirdo is. After that last raid, Kang realized something. Charging into their base over and over is like throwing eggs at a rock. Sure, he's got infinite lives. So theoretically, he has an infinite supply of eggs. But the problem is, the respawn penalties will eventually drag him all the way down to level 1 and make him way too weak. That's now. It's time to dismantle that rotten guild from the inside out. And inside the dungeons they control, everyone is dead. One of the blonde guys is begging for mercy. But Kang wants to know exactly what he's sorry for. The guy admits he's not sure. He just wants to know why he's getting killed. Kang slams him to the floor, tells him not to apologize if he doesn't even know why. Then he tosses a piece of paper next to him, orders him to write down the names of every dungeon that the best guild is managing. The guy doesn't hesitate for a second. Zero delay. He snatches the pen, says okay, and starts scribbling. But Kang wants to know how they never get caught. Even though they've killed so many people, even if they're careful, eventually something has to leak out. Are they impersonating the authorities? Do they have a mole on the inside? What kind of ability are they using? The blonde guy says he heard rumors about the police, but he doesn't know the full story. Sounds like it has to do with dungeons that don't have cameras, or patrol units turning a blind eye. He finishes the list and hands it to Kang. Kang scans it and says, "You're pretty talented." Then he puts his hand on the guy's face, activates a skill, and blows the guy's head off. That guarantees his identity stays a secret. The members of the Beast Guild had absolutely no clue. But someone way worse was coming. Yeah. And sure enough, the press is going to report that the monster escaped, and a disaster struck a famous guild. Well, not exactly. But the guildmaster had to use that excuse so the world could make sense of what went down at their base. The problem is, he was saving that excuse for later. And now he's absolutely livid he had to waste it. Right then, someone opens the door saying they've got a problem, but gets nailed in the forehead by something. Actually, it was an ashtray. The guy got a face full of hot ash. That's enough to give anyone a concussion. Yoo Hyun screams, asking why this dude barged in without announcing himself. The guy apologizes, but tells him Time's person is back. The guildmaster asks if he's talking about the masked guy, and he nods. That freak has been messing with their whole guild and flatlined over 100 members. Yoo Hyun has no idea who this lunatic is. The whole place has collapsed. And now wherever he sends people, they all end up dead. That's when he says, "Time to stop." Trying to control a bunch of different spots, they should send everyone into the same dungeon and keep their eyes open. The guy with the bloody forehead nods and says, "Got it. He'll handle it." When the door closes, Yoo Hyun gets lost in thought. 5 days ago, Kang Hyun attacked, and his body vanished. 2 days later, some weird character shows up and kills everyone. He felt it back then, and thinking back now, it's so obvious. Kang Hyun had an accomplice. Someone must have used a skill to take his body. Something that can steal or hide corpses. He's out of options. He's gonna have to go all in. He makes a call. And when the person picks up, they ask, "What does Mr. Justice need?" And honestly, I have a feeling it's that eccentric weirdo that our boy met during training. The guy who probably wouldn't want to help once he realizes who it is. Yoo Hyun says he needs backup, and the voice on the other end wants to know who's causing trouble for a guild, as powerful as his. Besides, what could a fool like him even offer? That guy is way richer than Yoo Hyun. Yup, spot on. Knew it was him. The guy says he's about to have a real battle. Doesn't he like a bit of entertainment? He should know the person he's about to face is no ordinary human. And just like that, hit the nail on the head. The crazy bastard says, "Then maybe it's worth the risk." That night, at a dungeon entrance, the artist and the author are clearly showing off by hiding the character's face, but we already know who it is. Yoo Sung just says everyone here is Yoo Hyun's hunting dogs, but he wants to know when this so-called strong guy is going to show up. They better hope that when he gets here, it'll be a real fight. Otherwise, they're the ones who'll pay the price. One of them is shaking, until suddenly someone appears right in front of them. And look who it is. The moment he sees him, Yoo Sung's eyes light up. He can feel it. His sixth sense is going crazy. Usually, he has a vague idea about his chances of winning. But for the first time, his whole body is screaming. If he doesn't want to die, he better run from that monster. Kang Hyun didn't waste time. He cut straight to the chase. "What are you doing here?" Yoo Sung clocked him instantly. He wanted to know what his big bro was up to. In a dump like this? Yeah. Then it all started to click. So it was you. You're the one wrecking the Beth Guild everywhere. Does this guy always find the fun stuff? Unbelievable. Kang remembered Lee Hyun saying the Beth Guild was backed by some filthy rich tycoon. And now he's thinking, is Yoo Sung the mastermind behind it all? Blade to the throat. He asked him point blank, "You, with Beth." Panic. "Nope." Yoo Sung just laughed. Kang demanded an explanation. Yoo Sung replied, "You know their leader." "Right. That scumbag. Yoo Hyun guy has zero pride. Got on his knees and begged for help. Made him beg for hours before I said yes. I don't know what kind of begging that was. But this is getting weird fast." Kang was like, "Fine. Got it. Forget it." But the mood was killed. He said he'd just wipe everyone out and wrap this up, then grab a bite to eat. Oh boy. But the moment he turned his back, Yu-sung lunged, sucker punch from behind. Kang blocked it, and asked, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Yu-sung was like, "I'd be so disappointed if you just walked away." "Big bro. Here we go, it's going down." I really thought they wouldn't fight, but Yu-sung said, "Don't expect me to go easy just 'cause we're friends." The guy turned bright red, screaming that he wanted Kang to go all out anyway. Titan power activated. Wave's secret sword art unleashed. He swung again, missed. Yu-sung dodged it. He laughed. "You turn into a bigger monster every time we meet." A full-blown fight was exactly what he wanted. But Kang's problem was that this mess was wrecking his plans. He just wanted to go on a rampage and vanish. But here's this battle junkie, all fired up and complaining that it's been too long since he had a real fight. Yu-sung noticed it instantly. He smirked. "I can tell you're actually enjoying this, big bro." Just then, some poor idiot rushed in, screaming, "Die." They both looked confused. This guy probably thought he was going to get promoted or something, until bam, took a massive hit to the head. And, yeah, he's cooked. Yu-sung was like, "Why did that idiot think interrupting us was a good idea?" Kang thought. Guess he really isn't with those losers. Still, he didn't expect him to just straight up kill the guy. He sheathed his weapon. Buzzkill. That pest totally ruined the vibe. Totally unsatisfying. Looks like they'll have to run it back later. Ideally, he wouldn't hate this guy more than he already does. But honestly, Kang hated his guts more than anyone could imagine. Then the blonde spoke up. "Big bro, do you know who Yu Hyun really is? He's the bastard son of some guy who owns, like, 1,000,000 corporations. That's why he thinks he owns this city. Do whatever he wants, whenever he wants." Kang replied, "I don't care. Just 'cause that guy's loaded doesn't mean I'll let him wreck my family. If you had even a shred of hesitation, you wouldn't have started all this mess, so there's no reason to meddle in your business." Yu-sung grabs him and insists he's got to listen till the end. He has no clue what our boy is plotting, but he wants in. He's itching to wreck that thug's life too. Next morning, the poor fool is clutching his head. Another dungeon taken, and a bunch more members slaughtered. Worst part is, Yu-sung went ghost, and he has no idea what the hell happened. His life lately has been a total train wreck. Everyone working for him is absolutely useless. He's there fuming and panting, demanding all remaining members get there as soon as possible, 'cause they gotta fix this. Today, that guy tried explaining they've lost way too many members, so gathering more won't amount to much. But the leader just ordered him to get lost and bring anyone he can find. This guy admitted he'd been hiding the news, but most members fled the guild, 'cause they were scared of getting killed too. Yu Hyun then declared, "Fine. They'll kidnap the parents of everyone who left, threaten them, and everything will be back in order in no time." His partner kept insisting to the boss that the vibe is completely off, but no member is going to agree, and it'll just push him deeper into madness. Right then, he gets a call, asking who the hell is bothering him now. When he picks up, someone says he looks like he's in a tough spot. Yu Hyun recognizes the voice and starts shaking. At the same time, he realizes this situation could have been handled easily. Meanwhile, everyone online is celebrating. Now that Best Guild isn't hogging a bunch of dungeons anymore, everyone finally has a place to grind. Yu-sung walks behind our boy, noting that his actions are starting to pay off. Less than a week, and the whole vibe has changed. He replies, "It's time to end it all." And the guy asking wants to know why he's so happy. At the same time, he's curious what the grand finale's gonna be. Kang says since he's the one in charge, he'll spill the details. He orders the guy asking to come closer so he can reveal the secret. Although, of course, none of us have a clue. But it's not a secret anymore, 'cause even Yu-sung's eyes popped out. And instead of being hyped, he asked if he's lost his mind. The leader then gets a message, telling him to head to the sloping forest. It's the only chance he's giving that fool to save his guild. The leader crumples the paper, muttering that this bastard finally wants to face him head-on. Perfect. Today he'll see that villain's face and skin him alive. All the guild members gathered there, even though everyone's feeling uneasy, remarking that they really didn't want to be there in the first place. This whole thing feels more and more like a trap, and even with everyone showing up, they don't really have the numbers advantage. Looking at the few people left, the leader can't believe he's about to deal with such a serious situation using such a pathetic squad. Everything would be perfect, Even easy. If he could just get that bastard to cooperate. Let's go back to that earlier call. The call where that person told him that he seems to be in trouble. The blonde guy on the chair speaks up, asking if he still needs a hand. With how things were looking, Yoo Hyun smirked. This was the perfect opportunity, since he couldn't rely on that traitor Yoo Sung anymore. If this guy agreed to help, everything would be settled for sure. So he replied that the timing couldn't be better. If bro helps clean up this mess, he's getting a massive reward. Even his dad would back it up. But the guy on the other line just said Yoo Hyun clearly still didn't know his place. And since that was the case, he changed his mind. He wasn't touching this mess. The leader was left shook, couldn't understand why the dude just dipped like that. By crumpling the paper in his hand, he muttered that this was just another arrogant brat, acting like a total child. But fine. He'd deal with that kid later. Right now, he was gonna crush this insolent freak, and then slowly take revenge on every single one of them. Cut to another part of the city. The guy from the call was speaking, saying it finally happened. All the remaining members of Best were gathered in one spot. The tatted-up guy next to him asked if they were technically still allies, at least in public. And if Sir Choi Min-jun was planning to send backup, Choi told him not to sweat it. Zero benefit in helping trash like that. His buddy tried to argue, saying Chairman Jang wouldn't be happy about this. But then bam, another blonde dude shot him a death glare and slapped him right across the mouth. Damn. It was like watching a live football match. He grabbed the guy, hoisted him into the air, and told him to stop being scared of that damn old man. The poor guy gasped for air, begging, "I'm dying. Let me go, finally." Choi dropped him, and the man slumped over, coughing his lungs out. Choi Min-jun turned and walked off, telling them to keep doing what they do, and find someone else to back them up. Cut to Sloopin Forest. Infamous for being a D-rank dungeon. It had been 6 minutes past the meeting time, and the guy still hadn't shown up. The leader started getting suspicious. No way that bastard set up a fake meet just to clown them like idiots. But then the spear guy told him, "Look, smoke rising from the woods." Of course, it was Kang, leading every single mother wolf in the dungeon. The second Yoo Hyun saw him, he recognized that scumbag. For a split second, he wondered if it was a twin or something, but quickly decided nah, no way there were two freaks like that in the world. From a distance, our boy shouted he missed him and hoped he was doing good. Oh, and he brought a little gift too, a cute wolf cub. The whole squad blushed when they saw that. But you can tell, something was definitely cooking. Kang told them to go ahead and take the gift. Someone dropped their spear, and another guy was totally simping, saying he wouldn't let the little guy get hurt. He held it up like a baby, looking at it tenderly, saying he just saved this precious thing. The rest of the crew was blushing too, while the leader was losing his mind, trying to figure out why these idiots were acting up. Then it clicked. Kang must have kidnapped all the wolf cubs in the dungeon, and now the angry adult wolves were hunting him down. Kang casually tosses out a whole bag of wolf cubs, saying, "Here is a gift for everyone." The guild members practically scream, yelling that cuteness is raining from the sky. But right in the middle of the chaos, Kang rushes in, swinging his sword at empty air. The wolves lunge in, and the leader instantly throws up a fire barrier. It is total chaos, and he knows he is cooked. But just dealing with the Daru fans was hard enough. And now, with Kang slaughtering players right in the middle of it all, there is no way out. His only choice now is to bail. So he orders everyone to retreat, just as everyone starts bolting toward the warp gate. They scream that they never want to deal with this guild again. But then Yoo Sung pops up right in front of them, cheerfully greeting the crowd, holding them up for a second. Then he jumps right into the mix and bashes someone in the head. Chaos explodes in the forest, and now Yoo Sung is having the time of his life. From a distance, Yoo Hyun spots him, and instantly gets why that maniac is here. Did he betray me? Nothing is going to plan anymore. But he still thinks there might be a way out. Or maybe he is just desperately looking for an exit, glancing around every which way trying to find a solution. The problem is, these wolves are a nightmare. They turn invisible when they attack. But no matter where he looks, there is nothing. No exit. No plan. It's no options. With no other choice, it is time to use his final trump card. His hands start blazing with fire, while our boy is over there, stabbing people right in the mouth. No joke. That is exactly what he is doing, muttering that these damn roaches keep coming non-stop. That is when Yu Hyun screams his name, and suddenly he flies over like a living torch, screaming that he will destroy both of them right here. And right now, the skill he is using boosts his power, but at the same time, it incinerates his own body. It hurts like hell. Kang blocks the attack. Then a massive explosion bursts out, burning and smoking. Yu Hyun gasps that maybe the firepower was too strong, but still, anyone hit by that should be dead. Unless, well, not always, because Kang walks straight out of the flames and grabs his head. The idiot cannot understand how that is even possible. Kang tells him to quit being dramatic. His fire is not even that scary. At most, it is just a little hotter than a normal summer day. Then comes a brutal kick to the gut. Yu Hyun coughs up blood and gets flung back. Slamming into a wolf, Kang tells him to just sit there and watch, because he will be the last member of the guild to die. After everything he did, no way he is getting an easy death. Yu Hyun watches the slaughter unfold and starts laughing like a madman. Now he knows. Everything he built has been wrecked by Kang. Bro has completely lost his mind, laughing up at the sky like a lunatic. 15 separate frames, just showing him cackling. The sound echoes through the forest. As the sun sets over the blood-soaked ground, dead bodies and dropped items are everywhere. And now, it is his turn. He is still laughing when Yu Sung walks up and comments on it. Kang asks if leaving him alive is actually a good idea. He seems to be enjoying some wonderful dream, but Yu Hyun bro was bracing himself for the endgame, until suddenly, he asked himself who exactly is getting finished here. He flipped the script, said, "Nah, it ain't ending like this. No way he's dying out here. He's the illegitimate son of a dad, who spent all day eating pudding across the city. Seriously, that's how he met his mom. Through pudding, brothers, cousins, they treated him worse than a total stranger. Let's be real. If the author thinks we're gonna feel bad for this dude, Major L, wrong answer. But the pudding-loving dad actually backed him up. Said even though he's illegitimate, the kid's got skills. But then everything changed. The tutorial started. Awakened ones started popping up. Dungeons everywhere. World rules rewritten. Now, power runs the show. Yu Hyun starts his villain monologue. But Kang cut him off. Literally. Sliced his throat mid-sentence. He was like, "Bro talks way too much. Why do villains always gotta yap with these long-ass speeches?" Yu Sung chuckles, saying he should have let him cook. He was just getting to the good part. But Kang just shrugs, says he ain't in the mood, then adds, "Thanks for the assist." Declares this mess is wrapped up. Time to bounce. Yu Sung's still curious though. He asks, "How's it feel, finally getting that revenge you've been plotting for ages?" Kang scratches his chin, says he isn't even sure. So Yu Sung presses him. "You feel empty inside after bodying all those people?" And our boy answers with zero hesitation, "Nah, I smoked everyone who deserved it. To me, it's like when your ear is clogged, and you dig out a massive chunk of wax with a Q-tip. Feels incredible. Just pure, satisfying relief." Yu Sung just tells him, "Bro, you are actually sick in the head." Kang blows on his fingers, says they should go loot the bodies. 50-50 split. But his buddy says, "I don't need the cash." So Kang shrugs. "Cool. More for me then." He's not money hungry or anything. He's already made bank from the dungeons, but he realized one thing. Just having cash and raw power, it ain't enough to keep leveling up and protecting what matters. If he really wants to cement his spot at the top of this world, he needs his own squad, his own guild. But as they exit the dungeon, the gate vanishes behind them. Yu Sung says, "It's official now. It's over." Kang starts saying he's thinking about making a guild, but before he can even finish, Yu Sung's like, "I'm in." Kang tells him, "I'd never invite a psycho like you." But Yu Sung hits back, "Even if you don't ask, I'm joining anyway. Sounds fun." Plus, his gut tells him Kang's going to invite him eventually. Kang tells him to shove that intuition crap, and makes it clear you are not getting in. They walk off bickering, just roasting each other. This maniac Yu Sung ignore the antics. He's actually a solid dude. Scene cuts to a corporate building. Someone is screaming. This isn't part of the deal, it's the chairman of Han Sok Group. He's yelling that Choi Min-jun was supposed to handle things at the school. Yu Hyun. Well, the old man is talking to Min-jun right now. Bro just looks at him with dead eyes and calmly says he did everything he could. Too bad he has no clue how that kid's life is going right now. The chairman snaps, telling him to stop playing dumb. It's been a week since anyone heard from his son. A guild member. Obviously something went down. Choi Min-jun. He says he doesn't give a damn. The fact that he turned a piece of trash into a mid-tier guild leader was already a miracle. So yeah, he's done more than enough. The chairman completely loses it and suddenly orders everyone in the room to jump Min-jun. They all rush him. But Min-jun, he just blinks. And in a flash, his Tokyo Ghoul-looking powers snatch everyone by the throat. He calmly stands up, walks straight to the chairman and says, "Their deal is done." He's holding up his end without any issues. So why is the chairman suddenly trying to switch up the plan? Then he drops a warning. If he dares order an attack like that again, there won't be a next time. That guy is literally shaking in panic, apologizing profusely. Min-jun accepts the apology, drops everyone to the floor and walks out, saying it's good to know their deal is still valid. But there's one thing he's still curious about. Who exactly killed Jung-Yu Hyun? And just like that, the Beast Guild vanished from the world. But it was a massive organization with tons of members. So its sudden disappearance caused a huge wave of rumors online. Everything went chaotic. But slowly, the name Beast Guild faded away. Just another one of many guilds that rose and fell. Now we're in a cozy little Japanese-style house, where our dynamic duo is chilling. They figure they'll be fine here. No one's gonna find them. That's because all the loot has been sold off, through some special connections. And now they're just resting. Yu-sung says everything went perfectly. So why does Kang look so depressed? Kang says it's because he got a nonsense title, Restless Family Destroyer. It's a title only for someone who mercilessly wrecked the lives and hopes of countless families. +2 strength. Increased hostility from thugs. And causes instinctive fear in almost everyone nearby. And now that he thinks about it, he realizes, when he brought back those wolf cubs he stole, the pack ended up dying. Right. So, yeah, he actually killed all those little creatures. And the worst part, even when unequipped, the title is still active at half power. That means he's even scarier now. He slams the table, saying living with a face like this was already hard enough. Yu-sung tells him to chill. No one liked him before, and no one's gonna like him now. So what actually changed? Right then, he gets a call from Mr. Time, Lee Hyun of the Jangmin Guild, who wastes no time asking if he remembers the promise they made. Kang has absolutely no clue what he's talking about. Well, Kang says he guessed that, but now that the order is out, it's time to meet the guild master, and he better show up as soon as possible. We switch to the 12th floor of the Jangmin Guild. Kang asks if it's really okay. Even if he brings this weird thing along, Lee Hyun says it's fine. The guildmaster already agreed, and Yu-sung told him to stop calling him uncle. He's dead serious. Anyway, he already knows the guildmaster. They're pretty tight. Kang narrowed his eyes. How close exactly? Yu-sung said he spotted her once at a party. Kang got it immediately. Just a bunch of rich kids and high society types. No wonder they crossed paths. Now at the door, Lee knocked. The hostess told them to come in. When Kang stepped into the room and looked around, finally, we see a young girl. Doesn't look like his sister, though. She introduced herself as Han Seol, the guildmaster of Kang Aeon. Then Kang greeted her, and she said she'd heard a lot about him. Lee Hyun stepped out, telling them to make themselves at home. She invited him to sit, and he thanked her for their help. She replied, "It was nothing. It wasn't that hard." Kang didn't waste any time. He said he hates beating around the bush. So what does she want, she asked, if he wanted to get straight to the point. And he replied that they're both busy people. Look at this guy, acting all businessman now. She laughed awkwardly and said she planned to offer him tea first. But fine. Okay, if that's the case, she won't stall anymore. And of course, just as you'd expect, she offered him a spot in the Dangan Guild. And just as predicted, he refused immediately. Instant shutdown. She replied calmly, okay. Yu-sung cut in to break the awkward silence, saying Kang answered a bit too fast. He should have at least pretended to think about it. But Han Seol said it's fine. She'd rather see him refuse sincerely. Even so, Kang insisted he wanted to repay her somehow. She can reach out any time, and he'll try to help within his means. She agreed that having a strong person owe you a favor is always a good thing. If they need anything, they'll be in touch. But Kang found that hard to believe. A top-tier guild like theirs needing something from him. That's when she asked, "How long do you think this current peace will last?" He understood immediately. Ever since the dungeons started appearing, crime has only gotten worse, and if she calls this chaotic mess peace, it means she knows about the 8th stage. He said he doesn't know the whole story either. But worrying won't solve anything. The only thing he can do is keep getting stronger. Besides, that dimension thing will take another 5 years. Right, but she corrected him. No, you're wrong. In just 3 years, most countries will be struggling to survive. He asked how she could know something like that. She said she couldn't reveal the details, but then she spilled the beans immediately. They have an Awakener, who can communicate with an entity that knows the future. I mean, if that's not revealing details, then I don't know what is. Kang guessed this entity is probably an administrator or something similar. Then she asked if he noticed the dungeon difficulty ramping up, while Awakeners aren't leveling up fast enough to keep up. But obviously Kang didn't notice. Because, well, he always goes solo and always wins. Yu-sung explained that the more danger an Awakener faces, the stronger they become. That's why using guns doesn't help at all. On the other hand, hunting monsters or using bows, weirdly enough, gives experience. The guildmaster said that was painfully obvious. The only ones with a real shot at saving the world are those who have truly awakened and know no fear. And in a world like this, that crazy guy over there, he's a hero, but he told her to think again. He's not a good guy, and definitely not some kind of hero. He's the guy who went and wiped out the entire Beast Guild. Seun wasn't fazed one bit. Said she couldn't care less about that trash. Scum like that doesn't help humanity survive. At all. So, obviously, they don't deserve protection or pity. She even added that a decent guy, like him, is worth more than 100 pieces of trash like them. Not long after, Hyun walked into the room, told her he already loaded those two into the car. Then he asked the big question, what did she think after meeting him face to face? She just smirked. Said he definitely exceeded her expectations. He asked if she was for real, and she said yes. But for a split second, when she mentioned the administrator, she saw it in his eyes. She knew for a fact he cleared the tutorial too. I mean, it's barely a secret now. The guy literally wiped out an entire guild. Solo. Now, let's cut to a city where the main gate is on total lockdown. The difference between an E rank and a D rank dungeon might just look like a letter on paper, but inside, the monster strength is worlds apart. We're talking night and day, not to mention the real headache, the sheer variety and amount of beasts that can spawn. And right now our boy is strolling straight through that chaos, wrecking monsters left and right. Honestly, it's kind of a drag, dealing with so many different enemy types. Usually, in a standard D-rank orc dungeon, it's simple. You got orcs, orc warriors, maybe a giant orc warrior. Basic stuff. But standing in front of him right now, some freaky hybrid ogre abomination. It's a total mess. Imagine goblin features slapped onto an ogre's body. Just wrong. The proportions are completely cursed. The head looks kinda like a goblin, but it doesn't fit at all. Bro really jokingly invited the monster to join his guild. Obviously, the beast didn't vibe with that. Raised its hammer and smashed the ground. Kang dodged it like nothing. Said if the guy didn't want to join, he could have just said so. But then, mid-air, the monster spits at him. Literally a spit attack. He instantly preps a spell in his hand, parries the attack, and lands right behind it. And yeah, that spit was pure acid. He realized this thing isn't just wearing heavy armor. It's way heavier than it looks. Doesn't matter though. Our boy is a natural-born strategist. He can cook up complex plans in seconds. And today's genius strategy, steal the monster's hammer and beat it with its own weapon. Brilliant. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the dungeon, a squad is gossiping about those monster howls. They keep hearing. One guy guesses someone might actually be hunting out there. The other guy says focus on the job. They've got a girl surrounded. Looks like the perfect setup for a hero saves the damsel moment. Classic MC stuff. A total classic trope. But too bad our guy is completely unhinged. The girl is probably terrified out of her mind. Suddenly, they hear a weird dragging sound echoing through the dungeon. Of course, it's Kang, dragging the boss's giant weapon behind him. Everyone turns around, and he says he smells something funny. the scent of criminals with a death wish. But the squad is clueless. They're still trying to figure out who this psycho is, but he already hoisted that hammer up, and just lifting it was enough to smash it into the ceiling. The group flinched and tried to get into stance, looking at him, totally unsure of what's coming. Who is this maniac? Who doesn't even know how to use a weapon properly? Then, while the hammer is still stuck up there, he yanked that thing down, dragging rocks and debris with it, and smashed it right into the middle of the pack. Dusting off his hands, he goes, "What a waste." But honestly, that thing wasn't worth keeping as a main weapon anyway. He just tossed it into his inventory. While he's staring down the rest of them, one of those goons speaks up. He says he doesn't know what this kid is doing here. But clearly, he doesn't get the situation. He rushes in to attack, yelling that putting away your weapon right in front of everyone is pure madness. But Kang, he just casually slaps the guy upside the head. Dude's face turned purple, and he passed out cold. So Kang grabs the leader by the hair, puts a knife to his neck, and tells the rest of those filthy criminals to hand over everything they've got. The way he said it was already weird. But instantly, they all rush him like lunatics. Our boy looks a little disappointed. His hostage, totally useless, clearly. Nobody gives a damn about that guy. He asks, "What's your name, you bastard?" "It's Kim Gu-sik." "It's Sir." "All right. Gu-sik," he says, and then crushes the guy's junk. "Yeah." He grabs him by the crotch and starts using him as a human weapon, spinning him around like a helicopter and using him to smack the others. But while one guy's got broken bones and another is out cold, Kang challenges the rest of them, saying, "Come and get it, this is my new weapon." One guy holding a sword clearly realizes he's dealing with a total psychopath. He tells him to stay back. But nope, Kang charges in and wipes out the whole squad. In the back, the poor girl just stands there, totally confused, watching the madness unfold. Kang looks a bit disappointed though. He took way more time than usual to handle these guys. For a D-rank party, it should have been faster. Then someone calls him from behind. It's the girl. "Thank you for saving me. Thanks to you, I avoided a terrible fate." He tells her not to thank him too much. Beating those guys was actually pretty fun. But hey, you can raise your head. She stands up straight, looking absolutely gorgeous, and introduces herself as Shin Sung-ah. Then she asks for his name. His face goes red instantly. You can tell his weakness is definitely women. He tells her she doesn't need to be so formal, but his name is Kang Hyun. Then, she places a hand on her chest and asks how to become as strong as him. He looks a little unsure how to answer that. And strangely enough, this is the moment the story says the two biggest troublemakers in all of Korea joined forces for the first time. Now, it's not clear if she was already crazy, or if she's about to become that way. Of course, Kang tells her that to get strong, she has to try her hardest. That's the secret. She asks if he means working hard, and he says, "Not exactly. You have to be willing to die for what you want." Like, literally. The poor girl is clearly confused. He realizes she doesn't fully get it. The method of leveling up by almost dying, that only works for him because he's immortal. He figures that on the way back, he'd better be careful. Otherwise, he'll run into more trash like those guys. But just as he's about to leave, he turns back and asks if she can make it out on her own. She says no, but he finds that weird usually. People would beg for help, but she just stands there quietly. So, he tells her that even though he wants to help, he can't leave yet. He still needs to clear the dungeon. She said it's fine and asked if she could tag along. He was confused, telling her not to take that whole ready-to-die thing so seriously. She should just forget it and focus on getting out, but she insisted that wasn't the reason. Claiming she knew her place, she promised to follow quietly like a ghost, wouldn't touch a single mana stone, and swore she wouldn't cause any trouble. He warned her it was going to get dangerous. She said she could hold her own. Fine. The lady can come along. Let's go. Now he's wiping his blade after clearing out another mob of monsters. She praised him and offered to collect the mana stones for him. She got straight to work, carving up a monster and tossing the stones into his inventory. He started realizing she actually wasn't half bad. She really could take care of herself. It looked like she had some kind of stealth skill, because every time a fight broke out, her presence just vanished. But every now and then, a perfect arrow would fly out from out of nowhere. Even better, She was collecting mana stones, stuff he usually didn't care about. But in the end, that's a decent chunk of change. He asked her what she wanted to do. Since he could feel a powerful energy source getting closer, the boss was likely right in the next room. She answered without a second of hesitation. She'd already decided. She was following him to the end. But right then, system screens popped up in front of both of them, announcing that the dungeon core was destroyed and the warp gate was open. He was confused, wondering if someone else had cleared it before him. But suddenly, he realized that wasn't it. He could still feel the boss's presence. That meant this was way worse than someone else clearing it. That's right. It was a dungeon break, and not just a normal break. This was the first D-rank dungeon break in all of Korea. Meanwhile, the news was going crazy, reporting that 10 dungeons had broken at the same time. Experts were suspecting a coordinated terror attack based on the data they were analyzing. Early in the morning, a man rushed down the hallway, burst into a room, and called out for the guildmaster. His name was Choi Dong-gu, and he said he was ready. The man who just entered told him that one of the broken dungeons was D-rank. Choi immediately asked for the location, and when he heard it, his face went dark. It was one of the worst possible spots. That was the dungeon they'd been struggling with for years, and nobody had been able to clear it. The guy asked if there were any nearby guilds that could help, but the only guild close enough, Hang El, seemed to be on vacation overseas. Choi told him to gather 50 elite members. No matter what, they'd have to handle this themselves. Back at the Dangan Guild, the guildmaster stepped out looking as elegant as ever. She asked what was going on, and Lee Hyun updated her on the situation. She heard about the D-rank dungeon and knew right away that if things kept going like this, a lot of people were going to die. Lee Hyun said it was going to be tough. The only guild nearby was Han Gun's, but they weren't there. She was clearly shocked, but he mentioned there seemed to be an Awaken down there, wiping out tons of monsters. She asked how a single person could handle all that. He laughed and said it was some tough guy with a massive sword and a face scarier than the monsters. But she smiled immediately. If it was that guy, there was nothing to worry about. And right in the middle of the city, there they were. Our boy, covered in blood, standing on top of a mountain of corpses. Everyone gathers around, totally shook, 'cause one guy just soloed the entire thing. That's the power of a real-deal Awakener. The blonde dude thanks him, saying thanks to him, they all survived. Kang just tells them to scram fast before someone dies. But they're confused. He's clearly handling business. But Kang realized something. The portal hasn't closed yet, meaning the boss is still inside. He tells everyone if they stay, they're dead meat, and he can't protect them. Blondie keeps trying to act like a pro Awakener. His squad says they should stick together. Kang asks just one question. How many chimeras did you kill? The guy hesitates. That's all Kang needed to know. Clearly, he hasn't wrecked a single one. He's just dead weight. So Kang tells him to leave and help evacuate the civilians. The hunters standing around can't stand that. They think he's being arrogant. But after looking at him covered in blood and barely holding back his rage, they realize they better listen. Suddenly everyone bolts, running for their lives, except for her. She's still standing there, clueless. But Kang trusts her. He turns back and asks if she can handle it. He's counting on her to cover him, so she better find a good camping spot. She's obviously surprised he trusts her, just like we are, and quickly says yes. Then the gate starts cracking, and a massive armored foot stomps out, and here they come. The tiger-headed creatures, the chimera monsters standing right in front of him. These are supposed to be the 4 heavenly kings, but only 3 showed up. Each one is as strong as that ogre that Kang struggled to beat. And the worst part, the boss hasn't even arrived yet, and now he's coming. No, it's not Ainz, but he definitely looks like him. It's a tall skeleton in a robe. The creature speaks, remarking that the monsters here are as weird as the architecture. It looks at our boy and calls out, "Human," and asks if he really plans to end this all by himself. Kang pulls a weapon from his inventory, answering that he guessed right. The guy pulls out that giant hammer and smashes the first enemy, declaring he's gonna crush all their skulls. The skeleton says he's never seen a human this arrogant, but the kid's body looks useful. He might use it. Kang tries to bait him a bit since the monster talks too much, and asks the boss what he thinks about a one-on-one duel without the minions. Obviously, the skeleton just scoffs at the idea, saying he figured as much. He raises his hammer and says, "Let's start then." and the battle begins. The four heavenly kings rush in, and Kang unleashes Lion's Roar. The creatures get hit with the status effect. As he leaps in to land the first strike, he brings the hammer down right on one's skull, saying this head's gonna be the first to pop. And he doesn't stop. He keeps swinging that hammer until the monster looks dead for real. The skeleton watches, confused. He can't sense any mana coming from the kid. So where's that raw power coming from? Honestly speaking, killing a guy like him would be a waste. Maybe he should keep the kid alive and use him as a servant. While the skeleton is lost in thought, the Oros's helmet cracks and falls off. The only problem was Kang's legs were shaking. And bro was clearly running on fumes. That damn weapon was way too heavy. The skeleton reached out and popped a spell. Mind control. And the attack seemed to actually work. A blue light flashed in Kang's pupils. Instantly, the boss thought he had it in the bag, and now that human was under his control, he welcomed his new servant, and told him to kneel and swear loyalty. Kang played along. Then bam, flipped him the bird right in his face, telling him to get lost. Turns out, his mental resistance ring blocked the whole thing. Clutch. The skeleton realized an item was protecting him and said, "What a pity." He actually wanted to keep the kid in one piece. Right then, the tiger rushed him. Kang activated Anjos's skill from this morning, turning his whole body into stone. He took a massive hit and slammed into the pillar behind him. The two monsters closed in. But suddenly thwack, an arrow buried itself straight into one of their heads. The skeleton realized the kid had backup, but seeing his tiger was still standing, he figured it was no big deal. However, Kang just smirked and praised Shin. Sana said her timing was perfect. That 1 second she bought him was exactly what he needed to get back up and charge the tiger. And oh, he had just the thing for this. He aimed straight for the protruding arrow. Smash. The hammer hit dead on, driving it right into the tiger's brain. It dropped. But then boom, an attack pierced right through. Kang didn't dodge, didn't block. He tanked the full force of it. Even so, he took advantage of that damn monster being right in his face, grabbed its arm, and slammed it into the ground. Then, he pulled a sword from his inventory and stabbed it straight into the snake that was rushing in. Another clean kill with the blood-soaked blade. Kang looked back and said, "Now it's just you." The boss told him to quit the empty threats. Someone out of mana couldn't possibly beat him, and looked like he was right. Kang realized that bastard figured out he was completely tapped out of mana after fighting those 3 monsters, and his regen had hit its limit. But even worse, he couldn't even land a decent hit on that floating skeleton. His legs were shaking, totally spent, as he tried to climb up the nearby rubble, but his attacks weren't doing squat now. Then suddenly his heart seized up. He doubled over, coughing up blood, stumbling over the monster's corpse, and collapsed like trash. The skeleton said the effect finally kicked in. That hit landed right on Kang's chest. Yeah, of course that wasn't a normal attack. The moment his body got pierced, there was no way he didn't get poisoned. Now the kid's death was pretty much sealed. The only thing he could do was surrender, become a slave, and get the antidote. But Kang told him to screw off, saying he'd turn that ugly skull of his into a 3D puzzle. He focused hard, using the last bit of his strength and a tiny drop of mana to try and purge the poison. His last resort was the ability from the sword, Berserk. It boosted his resistance by 1.5 times. The downside, it made his decision-making dumb as a rock, and it came with some brutal side effects later. Even so, he screamed, telling that bastard to bring it on, saying they'd both go down to hell together. But right then, a voice rang out, telling him he'd done enough. Kang turned his head and saw someone approaching. Choi Dong-yu, the chairman of the Hunter Association, and judging by the way he pulled up, he is not your average Joe. He goes, "Kid's got talent, but I'll handle it from here." Kang looks shook. Is this the dude who actually cleared the tutorial? Beat it first try. 0 deaths. The man tells him to rest up. You look wrecked. Kang tries to say he can still throw hands, but then the pain hits different, and he drops to his knees. Bro is salty. He was so close to clutching that win. But of course, that scumbag shows up right after he pops his skill. And boom. Lights out. Now he's waking up in a legit hospital. His sister is sitting there, glaring daggers at him, and she immediately asks, "Y'all remember the story ended when our resident psycho got clapped by a giant skeleton and woke up in the hospital next to his annoying sister. She sees he's awake, and the MC immediately goes, "Damn it. Woke up to this ugly mug again." She fires back, "You know this is a total waste of cash. Right, you went to the ER instead of dying. And now we're broke." But the MC just wants to know what went down in the dungeon. "How'd it end?" she says. "Dunno. But looks like it got handled. You gotta be more careful though." "You idiot. You have no idea how scared I was when I heard you were in here. I bet that woman was low-key about to pop champagne to celebrate. And the guy who saved our MC turns out to be the chairman of the Ability Users Association." MC is deep in thought. "But this guy's actually a scumbag." "Right, he figures he doesn't owe this dude a thing. I don't care, but his sister tells him to take care of himself. You might have all these abilities. But what if you just drop dead and vanish?" He tells her to stop jinxing him. "You think I die because I enjoy it. It's not fun at all. Besides, when I die, my level drops and I feel like trash. Dying isn't part of the grind." But as he says this, he realizes his sister is blushing. What is going on here? Ladies and gentlemen, this isn't the romance arc I expected. Our MC gets all shy and scared. Well, alright then. At least it looks like we're helping Korea's birth rate. Cutting over to the chairman's squad, he wants more intel on Kang Hyun. His sidekick asks, "Oh, so that's why you paid his bills and moved him there?" The dark-skinned guy goes, "Yup. He just witnessed the birth of a hero. And if he hadn't pulled up in time to save him, who else would've?" He remembers our boy screaming, "Even if I die, I'm taking you with me." The man was actually touched. But now he needs to know what happened to that thing. The damn lich got away. Did that bastard really pull up to handle business just to let it escape? I feel like that dark-skinned guy is kinda mid. Back at the hospital, the doctor is shook. "Whoa. You heal fast. You little brat." But the MC is already gone. Said he told his sister he wasn't gonna rot in there. His recovery is going great. His sister says she's done caring about him, especially since the bills are paid, so he can rot there for all she cares. The main character was about to speak up when he noticed a dude at the entrance, talking to the girl. The guy says, "Yo, is there really nobody here?" And she replies, "He's already discharged. We can't find him anymore." The guy sighs. Then our MC pops up behind him and asks, "Who are you?" Kang steps up, staring him down with a menacing face. This kid is a straight-up warrior. The poor office worker asks, "Who are you?" The MC says, "I'm Kang Hyun, and you're looking for me." The guy gets all awkward, hands over a business card, and says, "Check this out. My name is Shin Tae-in." The MC looks at it. "Special Ability User Team," he asks. "Why is the government looking for me?" "I don't know. But bro definitely accepted a BBQ invite." He asks, "Are you sure? This stuff is pricey." "My guy." The poor guy says yes, having no clue our MC is about to bankrupt him. The kid celebrates, saying, "Finally, the taxes I paid are actually being used for something useful." He says, "So you're telling me to join the government?" Shin goes, Yeah. That's right. It's not mandatory. Just an offer." But they're both confused. "Right. Wait. Do I have to become some sort of civil servant helper or something? What do I get out of this?" Buddy Shin explains. "Listen, kid. First off, we aren't just normal civil servants. This is a newly formed organization to create a massive change in the future. The Special Ability User Team is something the government created because they realized they can't control people with abilities. Yeah. Yup. They're smart. Since they can't control the main character, they just invited him to join the squad. Pretty obvious. Right. There are tons of ability users popping up, and it's getting harder to control them. So, instead of the government fighting everyone, they're inviting some people to support and set up a win-win relationship." The MC says he gets it, but he's more worried that the guy seems to be grilling the meat wrong, and he wants to know, "Right, all right then, but what's in it for me?" The guy reveals the obvious. "One thing here, buddy, is money. You'll have enough funds to avoid any inconvenience. If anything happens to you, the government even promises to take full responsibility for the survival of your family." "Oh, that's pretty generous." The MC agrees, saying it sounds good. However, he's sure that if the offer is this good, he's going to be turned into a slave. Shin Tae-in agrees. saying he can't deny that. There's a lot of work to be done. However, they won't make any weird demands. They want you to maintain your lifestyle. And just support when asked. Then you'll see. When they ask for 7 days a week, 8 hours a day. Also, Choi Dong-woo, who saved our MC, and his friend Han Si-yeon will also be cooperating. What is happening to me? Our boy is like, is it like a part-time job? If so, I accept. Poor guy. Little does he know he's definitely getting turned into a slave. Scene cuts to the MC returning to the city broke as hell when suddenly someone calls out. Kang Hyun. It's Ms. Shin So-hyo, who looks just like his little sister. Actually, I remember her name being Shin Sung-oh. Yeah. She's that archer girl who helped him out in the dungeon. She brought a bag full of gems. Bro, she says it took a while to deliver them. But she found him. Right. And she came here to return everything she collected. But he was knocked out. Right. And she had to leave the hospital. He's a bit confused. Like, wait. You kept this just to give it back to me. Even when you didn't know if I'd ever show up again. She doesn't care much though. She just says, yeah. The MC realizes she's actually super stubborn. But he replies, knock yourself out. You can keep this stuff. But she answers, no. She's not interested. The promise was that he keeps the items. And that's why she's handing them over. The MC isn't the type to ask twice. He says, all right then. Thanks. Dummy. I'm out. He walks away without caring about her at all, until suddenly she calls back. She leans in toward our boy, wants to know if he'll accept her as a disciple. The MC is clearly, well, you get it. Right. I think it'd be great to have another person in the party. I know the title is Solo Resurrection, meaning he goes solo. But we aren't going to complain. About a woman who doesn't cause trouble staying in the MC's team. The issue is always trouble. Right. With girls. What a weak, sexist loser. Scene cuts to a forest with a huge gate at night. An F-rank dungeon over there. Oh. That lich is hiding in a tree like a homeless bum. Dude feels bullied. Can't believe I got beaten this bad by a human. No way. Then someone shows up. Oh. There you are. Lich. A new dungeon just popped up. And it's called Day of the Lich. Unbelievable. But the Lich wants to know. Right, who are you? Blondie. That guy says. Oh. Chill out. I'm not here to be your enemy. I'm the one who set you free. So I'm here to ask what you think about my offer. How about teaming up? I feel like I should remember who this blonde guy is, but since I haven't read this in ages, I have no clue who he is. Or maybe he's a new enemy. Who knows? Next chapter. The beauty introduces herself to this crazy warrior. Sung says, hey MC, I thought you didn't want to recruit any more guild members. Don't you have any friends? The MC wants to kill this bastard and says, hey, who says I don't have friends? Oh my god. I have tons of friends. But then he pauses to think. Wait, do I actually have any friends? Then he says, anyway, I won the bet. See who could recruit a guild member. Right, so you're paying for everything. Idiot. And Sung says, fine. I admit I lost this time. However, she has to pass a test to join the guild. And we gotta go to a dungeon right now. Better than fighting this crazy guy anyway. Right. She says it's fine. She has no problem with that, but the MC knows this scumbag just made up this test to force everyone to go to the dungeon. And now we're in some Harpy D-rank dungeon. Perfect place for an archer. Right, and the first one is diving in to attack the trio. That perfect aim. Firing an arrow right into the Harpy's forehead. Wow. 100% calculated. Wow. That creature drops dead. Sung even says, girl, you really made a difference with that ranged attack. The MC asks, so you Sung, did she pass? The blonde guy goes, pass? What? Who? Obviously, because he didn't even remember there was a test. He could not care less about this exam. The MC reminds him about the damn test and he's just like, oh, yeah, unbelievable. She is absolutely cracked. Meanwhile, Shin just ignores the two of them, pulls out a knife, and says she's gonna go harvest the stones. The MC gets a bit embarrassed and says, hey, but you don't have to be that meticulous about it. We can help with this stuff too. You know, but she just coolly says, It's fine. She actually likes doing it. So weird. Why do you enjoy cracking monster skulls open like that? Yu Sung's over there saying, lucky she's here cause those stones are worth some serious cash. But we can't be losing money. And the MC goes, I've never seen you harvest a single stone. And Yu Sung says, that's cause I'm already loaded. I'm rich. The MC was already getting annoyed with this rich kid, but then he senses something off and asks, hey Yu Sung, do you feel that? He already had his hand on the portal. The blonde guy freezes. His thoughts and expression change too. Suddenly, both of them look at Shin. Who's standing there, wanting to know what's up? The MC closes his eyes, winds up a punch, and strikes the air. Whoa. No way. He actually hit someone. I didn't even know where he was. Was there an invisible guy right in front of him? Oh my god. That was a wild guess. Did you even notice that guy's stealth ability? But seriously, what kind of person goes invisible and stalks someone that closely? Yu Sung is super impressed, saying this guy has incredible concealment skills. He usually senses this stuff. But this guy got way too close. The MC doesn't know why this bastard is here. But it's definitely not for anything good. The blonde guy thinks it's just some random dude with a skill passing by. Like this guy just happened to be following you guys. And the MC says, isn't it obvious? Someone getting that close to another team inside a dungeon obviously has bad intentions. Yeah. Not to mention I've got a weird feeling. In the next scene, it cuts to the MC signing a contract with the government. He told Taejin to send a message if there were any issues, but that guy said, buddy, you're hired and there's work to be done. The obvious happened. Right. My main character, he accepted the Beg Ho schedule. And the guy asks, do you know about the incidents happening lately? Kang assumes he's talking about those dungeon breaks and says, yeah. They caught a trail of the forces. Hey. And now they're hunting down the leader. Coming up, there's going to be a massive raid initiated by the government. Whoa. It's like Kang is leading us into war. Back to the chaos. That guy gets woken up by some hot yellow liquid. He looks just as confused as we are, while Kang says, he's finally awake. Looks like things have gotten intense. And that guy is wondering what he's doing and who he is, exactly what we imagined from that smell. My dude, he's sitting there confused, wanting to know what this smelly stuff is. Meanwhile, the MC says he wanted to wake him up with water, but there wasn't any nearby, so they decided to use urine from Happy's bladder. Good lord, it would have been more humane to wake the poor guy up with blood. What the hell? The blonde guy gets mad, saying they're inhumane for splashing monster pee. He gags. But Kang doesn't care and just says, come on. Time to answer. It was you. Right, the terrorist behind all the dungeons. That dude paused for a sec, then cracked up laughing. He laughed, saying, yeah, that's what everyone calls him, but they're all clowns who don't know squat. They have no clue about the noble cause they're chasing. With all the stuff they're doing, Kang grabbed him by the ear. Listen here, I don't give a damn if your cause is noble or not. Just spill it and I'll let you walk. But the blonde guy was ready for a beatdown and said, oh, you think I'll talk that easily? You can torture me, threaten me, do whatever the hell you want. No one can stop our great mission. Yeah. You're about to get cooked. Buddy, you're facing a total psycho and a lunatic. Sun went down, and the poor guy got beat to a pulp, begging for his life, saying he'd finally talk. But Kang warned him, not now. Now he's gonna get wrecked until he regrets fighting back. Looks like round 2 is starting. Some time passed, and the government folks showed up to call Kang. Did you catch the terrorist? He stood right at the door saying, yep, we got him. It's this guy right here. The poor dude was all bruised up, right, begging for his life. The government guy was confused. Why is he beaten to a pulp like this? Kang said that he was extremely dangerous and super hard to fight. The agent replied, okay, fine, and took the idiot away. What else could he do? Just grateful for the cooperation. Yu Sung greeted Mr. Government and the other guy there. You know, just saying hi. The MC was a bit confused. The government guy explained that Yu Sung was supposed to train the hires, but that jerk refused. He replied, obviously he refused. Being a government pet is super boring. The other guy said he got it. But it was late, and they should bounce. They'd have another chat in the morning. Night fell. A new day started. And the guy raised a glass. saying his name is Young Yongji. Oh, that was the name of the guy the MC caught and beat up. Turns out, he was actually a big shot in the organization. Thanks to him, they found the base. Now they're prepping to launch a massive raid. He said in 2 weeks. Kang looked a bit confused. Why do we have to wait 2 weeks? Let's hit them right now, but Taeju explained. Seems like China was the first country in the world to clear a gate, rank C. This info hasn't been shared widely yet. Apparently, about 1,200 people joined that raid, and half of them died. The MC looked shocked. The guy said, Kang, you were in a D-rank dungeon. You know how dangerous it is. Worst part is, the risk shoots up exponentially, from one rank to the next. But the MC was thinking, I kinda guessed that. Just didn't think a one-level gap would need double the people and kill half of them. But for the MC, obviously, this doesn't mean much. Right, especially since he usually rolls solo. The government guy explained, China's tactic is the infamous meat shield. They sent all the expendable people in first to get wiped out right at the start. That's why they, on the other hand, want a small elite squad for this mission. The plan: attack the C-rank gate that popped up in Gangnam. It's called the Vinandi Forest. My guy, the MC is just like, but we gotta raid that thing. Bro, China already snagged the title for the first C-rank dungeon. Already. It's cool though. No others are popping up. We should just chill. Taehu says he's super impressed. This kid is actually analyzing the situation perfectly. The main character is confused. What does this bastard mean by that? The other guy takes a sip of coffee and goes, actually, the problem is they've never found a normal core before. Destroying that core would only delay the dungeon. In other words, this dungeon is going to blow in 12 days and 9 hours. And the worst part is the creatures escaping from a C rank are enough to kill hundreds. Nah, I'm talking thousands of people, and since this city is smack in the center of Seoul, there are tons of people around. They're trying to prep. But the experts already know. If they can't handle this, the damage will be way worse than the first outbreak. His face is getting more and more hyped. He says, considering the guilt level of all you guys. Wait a sec. Yeah. You're asking me to hop on this. Right. Taehu says. Yeah. But there's a slightly tricky rule. No individual can enter a dungeon solo. So for our boy to join, he's gonna have to create a guild. That's rough. Yeah. If he sells himself to the government, his life is basically cooked. Everything the MC likes to do, he won't be able to do anymore. I know you like fighting alone, Kang, but maybe this time you can start a guild for the sake of the nation. Obviously, we'll handle all the paperwork. All we need is your support. Kang realizes it. Right, he's starting to sell himself out. Poor guy, but since that thing is about to blow up in the middle of the city and everyone's gonna die, he says it's fine, but he'll let it slide this time. Anyway, he's thinking he wanted to create a guild. At some point, if that happens, since they're handling everything, even better. Honestly, living the good life is already pretty sweet. Right after that, he's there with veins popping, saying the guild name is decided. And actually, he's at a cafe, facing 2 idiots. Everyone's confused, saying, but there's only 3 of us here. The MC says, that doesn't matter, and they gotta handle this right now. He remembers that government guy. Right, and it looks like he's gonna spill the whole story. Right after, Yu Sung is there. Wow. Are we really gonna raid a C-rank dungeon? Of course he's hyped. Right. Total maniac. Meanwhile, Shin Sung is also hyped, saying he must be controlling the government from the shadows. But the main character insists that's not it. It's more like he's the one being controlled. Strangely, she says, Lord Kang Hyun, I follow your orders because I am your disciple. The MC is a bit confused. What is this crazy girl thinking? He tells her to skip the formalities and says it's time to decide the guild's future. First, they need some rules. The most important thing is not to start any unnecessary beef. Obviously, he's targeting this rule at Yu Sung, who wants to know why they're looking at him like that. Second rule is give as much as you get. What does that mean? Yu Sung takes it a different way, saying it applies to both kindness and cruelty. Misunderstanding. This rule is cause Kang wants to make sure nobody disrespects their guild. If someone messes with them, they're gonna pay the price. He brought up the kid and laid down the final rule. saying they have to be stronger than absolutely everyone else. Simple rules. Let's lock it in. He asks for their take. And Yusong says she's vibing with it. Clearly, the kid isn't a fan of rule number 1. But whatever. He's chill. Yusong says she's good and will memorize everything. Our main character goes, bet. So, what about the guild name? Yusong suggests something that totally fits him. Right, the insane guild, really then. The MC tells her to quit playing and get serious. Then he suggests naming it Lunatic. Ironically, the MC's like, sounds badass. But what does it mean? Bro. It literally means insane. He just ignores that L and asks Young if she's got any bright ideas. Actually impressive, they even asked for her opinion. She pauses, thinks hard, and drops Lord Kang Hyun and his friends. Kang is shook that she actually respects him that much, but then realizes, yeah, nobody here has a decent naming sense. He takes a sec, then says he's got the answer. Yu Seong tells him to make the call. Since he's the oldest one here anyway, the MC writes something down censored. Of course, and everyone agrees. But we don't get to see it. Do we? Damn it. Cut to a bar somewhere else. Someone asks if Kwang Sik actually got busted. A woman reports to Mr. Choi Min Jun, yeah. He got caught. Probably talking about that dude who peed on someone. That's him. Right. Min Jun knows that, as a fighter. That guy is mid, but his stealth ability, that was cracked. And now, the plan involving the gate they were about to create, yeah. That's getting scrapped. Then he demands to know who caught Gyeong So. He wants to know, who the hell catches a stealth user that good? The woman drops the intel. It was a talented hunter named Kang Hyun. The blonde guy just starts thinking. This kid went toe-to-toe with that mutant tree back in April. And in the last massive battle, he solo cleared the dungeon break. He's starting to get pissed at our boy. Then he asks about the drugs. She says they still need more time. There's a delay in shipping the test subjects. The blonde guy says that ain't gonna cut it. They need to speed it up. Unless she wants to be the next target. For the experiments herself, they are definitely cooking up some potion to get stronger and crazier. Classic villain move. The woman just says she gets it. But meanwhile, let's check the news. Seems everyone knows about the strategy team for the C-rank dungeon now. The roster just dropped, and there's a new guild turning heads. Everyone's asking, is this for real? Despite the crowd, the elite squad is actually pretty small. First up, Dang and Guild with our boy Han Song. Second, the Skill Users Alliance with Dong Wook. Third, the Fire Dragon Guild. Total sausage fest. Hard pass. Fourth is the Immortal Guild. At least that dude's armor is sick. Fifth, the Guardian Guild. They look kinda useless. Not gonna lie. Oh, and the Black Knight Guild. Those dudes look absolutely peak, even if they look more like villains than allies. Social media is scrambling to figure out who the 7th group is. No one knows for sure yet. Could be amateurs or something, apparently. The guild name literally translates to badass. Alright then, it totally reminds us of our main character. Then someone kicks the door open and they walk in, claiming they're relevant. And yeah, that stretched out thing is the logo on his chest, the king of the bench press. And yup, he introduces himself as Kang Hyun, guild master of the Badass Guild. Nice to meet ya. He comes in with a smile. But everyone thinks this guild is just too eccentric, considering the guild has our psycho MC and his battle junkie buddy, and this archer girl is a bit different too, calling him my lord. But the MC actually assembled this squad. Got a waifu who loves him. A crazy battle maniac friend. And he is just completely ripped. This trio is absolutely perfect. The next chapter talks about Dungeon Society. 6 months before the cataclysm started, and humanity fell into that whole mess. Different guilds were collapsing and popping up every single day. Obviously, when one guild falls, a new one has to step up to face the challenges. In a room, someone wants to know about Badass. Is that really going to be the guild name? Poor Tae-in is so confused. Kang asks, do you even know what it means? A super cool and awesome guy. Can't you speak English? Tae-in is a bit flustered and asks if he's sure about that. And the MC says, yes, the vibe of the name is what matters. He likes it. The guy gives up and says, all right then, what can you do? Next Monday at 11 a.m. There will be a strategy meeting for the C-rank dungeon. I'll send you some details. And you better not be late. The MC says he'll try not to be late. Scene shifts to 4 days later. Monday is here. Yu Sung is there. And honestly, he's been pretty chill lately. Right, they're waiting for our guy, who unfortunately, is already late. He calls out to the little sis and asks if she's heard anything from him. Se-young, a bit confused. What's this little sister thing? He says he's 20 years old. So obviously he can call her that. She kinda decides to just ignore it. And then the MC walks in saying, "Hey guys, was I in the bathroom that long?" Yu Sung looks at his shirt and wants to know if it's a bit tight. The thing in the middle is totally stretched out. The MC claims he doesn't know anything. Kids really love this logo. Yu Sung asks if that's for real, and the MC says, "Yeah, everyone thinks he's a criminal. And that's why he wears a symbol that kids love, to look a little friendlier." Yu Sung says that ain't gonna work at all. Especially when the emoji in the middle of his shirt is getting absolutely wrecked by his pecs. Then we switch to meeting time. Yeah. People aren't too thrilled. Mentioning some people are late. A redhead guy named Han Mi-yun is pissed that the meeting is delayed. A blue-haired guy from the Black Knights Guild, the cool group named Lee Jong-gun, says they have to wait for 2 more guilds. This blonde guy named Park Se-hyun says the Fire Dragon Guild is always late. Dong-woo is there not saying much. Arms crossed. And lovely Se-young is just standing still too. Not doing much. Then, Tae-in stands up and says he has to make a quick phone call. Who's he calling, obviously? The number's not answering. Those bastards. He remembers he has Yu Sung's number and decides to call that guy. He introduces himself before Yu Sung can panic and hang up, saying it's Tae-in. And Yu Sung right. "Oh, it's the government guy. How's everything going? Fill me in. Quick." Then he's like, "Bro, you know, we got a meeting starting right now." "Right. Where's Kang at?" And he goes, "Oh, Kang, give it a sec. The real fun's about to start." Tae-in was clearly confused. "What fun?" Yu Sung says. "You gotta see this." Kang just threw hands in the elevator. He grabbed some dude by the collar and was like, "Does this scumbag think he can actually fight? Oh my god." He's facing down the guildmaster of the Fire Dragon Guild. Both guilds were late, and the guys shook, wondering who this maniac is and why he's beefing with him. The guildmaster of the number 2 guild in Korea. Yeah. Now I'm curious. Has the MC clapped the top guilds yet? Because I remember he was kinda lagging behind for a bit. Right. Since his cheat code is literally just dying and respawning. Over and over. But some guys made it to the final floor without dying once. Everyone's confused, while the MC is death staring them. But let's rewind a few minutes. So the MC's in the elevator, wondering what floor they're on, and she says, 11th floor. He hits 11 and closes the door. Just as it's closing, someone sticks their hand in to catch it. It's Park Ho-joon, from the number 2 guild. Yup, asked to hop in. MC's just like, "Sure, come on in." But then the dude side-eyes him, sees they're hitting the 11th floor, and asks if they're the ones joining the strategy meeting. MC says, "Yeah." So the guy puts his hand out and says, "Guess we're riding together then." Huh. I'm Park Ho-joon, Guildmaster of the Fire Dragon Guild. MC goes, "I'm Kang, Guildmaster of the Badass Guild." He's thinking, man, just get in already. I'm late for this damn meeting. But then another guy steps in, and the elevator's overloaded. Yeah. Then the alarm goes off. Last person in. Please step out. Kang's thinking, bruh, we aren't even hitting a dungeon. Why are these dudes wearing full armor right now? Are they mental? Park says. Oh, my bad. Kang. Yeah. No worries. Then Park goes, actually, since you mentioned it, how about you guys get off so we can head up first? Kang's face instantly changed. He's like, excuse me. Ho-joon keeps going. Well, you know, my guild is number 2. We're the MVPs of this raid, so we really need to get to this meeting first. The MC asks, hold up, so you're saying my guild is trash, and we gotta give up our spot? Ho-joon tries to dodge it. No, not exactly. But you aren't wrong either. Whoa, right then. Yu Sung cracked his knuckles. Getting ready? He's like, first I'm gonna break a leg, then snap a few fingers, while the MC stood there, about to explode, ready to wreck these guys, asking which one of them wants to die first. Crazy thing is, we cut to Tae-ju, asking if that's really why they threw hands. This meeting is way too important for petty drama. Kang apologizes. Claims he's got a condition where he has to punch people to feel better. Clearly nothing major happened. Cause Ho-jun is slamming the table in rage. But you know, he's still in one piece. Tae-ju says, "Enough. Time to start this meeting." But Myeongdo interrupts. "Hold up. We got some new faces here. Why don't they introduce themselves first, Taejin?" "Right," he says. "All right. Kang. Go ahead." The MC wonders if this guy is trying to make him feel better. But you know, whatever. Then he says, "Yo. The name's Kang. I'm the guildmaster of Badas. Founded just a few days ago. Yeah. Our guild has 3 members. Just the 3 of us here. That's it." Ho-jun looks confused. He's like, "Hold up. This strategy meeting isn't a joke. You really think you can join us with a 3-man guild?" He keeps yapping, but the MC cuts him off, saying that Red Fire Guild or whatever is starting to piss him off. "I was invited here. I didn't ask to come. So, what you gonna do about it?" Ho-jun is boiling with rage while Myeongdo is just chuckling on the side, saying he likes this kid's style. Every guildmaster needs at least this much guts. Ho-jun gets mad, but Donggu holds him back, telling him this isn't the place for petty beef. The meeting's already late. Gotta start soon. Finally, everyone sits down, and Yu-sung goes, "Yo, Kang. See that guy next to me, that blonde dude over there?" The MC replies, "So what, he's just another guildmaster?" "Right." Then it's revealed that's the Guardian Guild. The MC says, "Yeah, I know, but what's the issue?" Yu-sung just says, "Just wait and see. Because, my friend, he's about to kill him right now." Wait. What? He pulls out his weapon and stands up. Luckily, the MC grabs his arm. Yu-sung asks, confused, "Yo, bro. What's wrong?" "Let go of me." Kang is confused too, asking, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" But no matter how crazy he is, that's when the MC remembers something. Yu-sung has always been like this. He never acts on logic. Nothing he does makes any sense, and Tae-ju sees him pull his weapon and immediately tells him to put it away. Obviously, everyone turns to look, and the guy from the Fire Dragon Guild says he knew it. These scumbags are just here to wreck the plan. That guy draws his sword, asking if they want to throw hands. Speaking for his guildmaster, it's total chaos. Park Se-hoon, the blonde guy, seems calm, but he's losing control. Purple veins are popping out on his face. He screams. Aura explodes everywhere. Everyone's confused. Now everybody has to pull their weapons out. He clutches his head, slams the table, gasping for air. Everyone's asking what's going on. "Is Park Se-hoon okay?" one of his guys asks. "Guildmaster, are you all right? What's happening?" But he just glares and oh my god, he stabs the guy right in the neck, sliced him. I think everyone realizes he's not okay now. The MC is shocked. And Yu-sung's like, "See, I told you," but no way he's letting this chance slide. He breaks free from the MC, rushing the blonde guy, aiming for his head, but that guy is crazy. Not weak. He takes a shot to the gut and falls back into the MC's arms. But he's grinning. He says, "This fight looks pretty tough." Kang's like, Yeah. But you know what? He picked the wrong place to start a fight. All the guild masters have their weapons ready. Now the blonde guy is shaking, but Kang pushes Yu-sung aside. "My turn now. I gotta land the first hit." He charges his fist. And boom, explosion. But wait. We're outside now. Hole in the wall. Blood on the ground. Everything's wrecked. Looks like he's actually down. He got blown away. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone's asking, "Is he dead?" "No." "Oh. All right. Yeah. I thought the MC one-shot him." But everyone's murmuring. "Right, well, they couldn't catch him." "Could they? What can you do? He's cracked." "Sure. But what's he actually cooking? Also, why is he moving so weird? Plus, it's kinda sus how you knew Kang was crazy sensitive to mana. So how did you not vibe check anything until it all went down? Maybe it's a unique skill. Or bro's literally seeing the future. Or he's got spidey senses for danger. I honestly can't tell if he's zoning out lately, but he said if Yusong can actually predict threats, then his behavior, all this craziness, there's actually a method to the madness. Low-key. I think you're starting to lose it just like him. Right, but who knows, he's just standing there with that smirk, saying this is a fun little match after so long. The MC looks like a funny creep. Meanwhile, the organizers are apologizing for the mess and saying they'll finish the meeting online later. MC's bored out of his mind, yawning, talking about how he thought this would actually be useful. Bro left the house early for nothing. Yusong's like, 11 a.m. isn't exactly early. But okay, but then someone runs up to flag them down. When the MC looks back, it's Taeju, saying he's got something major to discuss post-meeting. Right, and he needs to chat with him before he dips. He brings up that the government is going to support the badass guild. The MC's like, yeah, you know you're getting support to live a pretty decent life. Like a solid citizen. The guy's a bit confused. And then Taeju goes, well, we've got everything prepped. Right, and we're ready to support. You want to see, the MC says. Oh, for sure. In another building. We see the 13th floor is going to be the badass guild spot. The trio is shook. This place is shiny. Huge. Just a little empty. Right, but at least there's some PCs. A coffee maker. A fridge. The works. Kang thinks it's way too big for just 3 people though, while Yusong's like, at least it's cool. And he's going to spend some time decorating. The MC wanted to add a shower and a bed so they can just crash all day. And even better, they should stock the fridge with beer. The blonde guy goes, yo Kang, you know this is a workspace. Right. Honestly, nah. Not really. Since their real grind is in the dungeons, this is just a chill spot. Just a heads up though, the online meeting's about to start. They hopped in their chairs, the screen turned on, and a bit later, someone apologized for the delay. It was Taegun, thanking everyone for showing up and saying the meeting's resuming right now. He asks if anyone has questions. And Sejong wants the tea on Taegun. Yeah. The blonde guy's lost it. Taegun says they'll drop the info once things clear up, which basically means he knows zero. Then Sung asks if the guy's actually famous. The MC says theoretically, it's a guild built to save humanity. Since Dr. Han is so respected, it's weird he ended up like that. Yusong was about to say they don't know Jack, when suddenly, someone in the meeting calls out Kang, telling him to mute his mic if he's gonna yap. And just like that, the meeting finally kicks off about the C-rank dungeon disaster, going down in 5 days. The Fernandez Forest is massive, totally mountainous, and according to the scout team, it's crawling with goblins, orcs, and ogres, basically the same mobs. Right, just diff heights. Even the redhead thinks it's pretty basic. And everyone's wondering what the name Fernandez even means. Then Theo's like, he's not sure, but that's probably the boss's name. Obviously there's gonna be a boss. Dummy, you guys think we pulled up to a dungeon just to farm some trash mobs, and the leader's saying, looks like just basic monsters. But we better not lack. That's cause the monsters in the forest are built different from the last groups. They're like mini armies and militias. While these guys with a base, they're basically a legit military force. The 16 IQ guy gets confused and asks him to explain. And bro just stated the obvious. Right, basically. They're trained like an army. They're way more prepped for team fights. Dong-ho knows for a fact this won't be a walk in the park. And then, you know what's coming. Right, Taejun demands the guilds move as one unit. Which means, well, everything's already messed up. Everyone said this was going to be tough. Every single person just doing whatever they want. And honestly, this could be game over for everyone. The real question is, right, is the body count going to be high? They introduced a whole bunch of randoms. So you know, a lot of them could die, and nobody's even going to remember them. But then Taejun gets salty at Kang, who clearly couldn't care less about this meeting. Bro's just chilling drinking a beer. Well? And then he asks Kang what the hell he thinks he's drinking. Even Kang's confused, wondering how that beer can even got in his hand. It's all cause of Sung-ah. She said the second he mentioned stocking the fridge, she ordered delivery straight away. She even handed him some dried squid to munch on. Wow. I can't believe someone would just bite into that. And the MC is asking what exactly the problem is. repeating the question. Chat. I realize this raid is a total dumpster fire. In the next scene, it says a lot of stuff went down, but the meeting still went smoothly. And the next day, someone pulls up to greet the trio all warmly. The guy introduces himself as Han Yo Moon and asks them to look after him. But Kang is just like, "Who is this crazy dude Yu Sung? Did you forget that yesterday at the meeting? The government said they'd send someone to handle the admin stuff. That's gotta be him." Sung Ah even shows them, saying they already got his resume. Check it out. The main character picks up the paper. His name's Han Yo Moon, 27 years old, 1 meter, 70 tall. Hold up. What did you write here? While the MC is asking these questions, the guy looks a bit shook, wondering if he's really standing in front of Kang, the legendary Hyung, even though he looks like a straight-up criminal, but he's actually super badass. The story says he's some kind of awakened nerd type, but this dude is also kinda weird. He's checking out our boy's shining eyes, and those muscles bulging under his shirt. Clearly the main character is building a harem, but that's not good. Kang goes, "Ah, if the boss sent you, I guess you're decent." He shakes his hand and says, "I'm counting on you. The pay's gonna be 1,000 a month. That's it." The guy didn't hear a word. He's just blushing and staring at his hand, and just like that he screams out, saying he'll work hard. A bit later, he's sitting there literally glowing. He can't believe he's face to face with Yu Sung and Shin Sung Ah. The aura of everyone there is insane. Yeah. Then Shin calls our boy over. "Hey Lord Kang. I got something important to tell you. Our guild's got to expand in size." "Right. Yeah. I'm sure. Well, looks like it. How about we make a uniform for everyone, after all? Unity is key to repping the team." Jamun seems to vibe with the idea, thinking he's gonna cop a set for himself too, and the main character is there debating if it's worth it. The weirdo is on his knees begging, "Please just approve this." Then Sung Ah pulls out this massive jacket with a skull on it, saying it's ready to go. The main character instantly rejects it, and she asks why. "Aw, poor girl," and he wants to know why there's a skull on it. It looks way more like some motorcycle gang drip from the 80s. Yu Sung claims it was his idea, and the main character gets why it's so trash now. He says that wasn't even his idea. This thing's gonna terrify people. They need a way better concept. Poor Sung Ah is crying, saying it's okay. She'll try to improve it. The main character looks a bit confused. But honestly, those look like fake tears. She hired an AI company, and they cooked up this absolute mess. She went to some guy, showed him the jacket, and obviously got scammed when he said this fit was insane. He claimed he's been doing this for over 100 years, and this is the best stuff. The poor girl was confused. Like, how could they make clothes for a guild for 100 years when guilds didn't even exist yet? But she ate it up like a fool. Didn't she? Clearly. She's the biggest airhead here. No surprise. She also calls our boy my lord. Poor thing. So cute though. She was so hyped about her jacket, and now just got rejected. She runs off, saying she's hitting the restroom. The main character is standing there a bit confused, while Jamun realizes this place is kinda sus. His friend is blaming him. He says that he humiliated Sung Ah, and the main character realizes that everyone in this squad is actually insane. Who knows what they've been up to? Right. Basically nothing to do here. But let's celebrate the new member's arrival with a BBQ feast at a restaurant. Look at the squad in their little jackets. When talking about him, she blushes. Cute and pretty. The main character asks if she likes it, and she's beaming, while he thinks there's obviously nothing to do. Then he asks, "Where's the car Taeyin said he'd prep for us?" And the dude's eyes light up. Oh my god. I thought it was going to be something like a compact car. I don't know. But it's actually a super cool van. Someone was about to ask whose idea it was. And obviously it's that maniac Yu Sung, saying, "Bro, I called up all the workers yesterday to give it this style. Looks cool. Right." On the flip side, the main character screams, "Hey, you bastard, get that crap off the car right now." Sung is being all cute, saying she thinks it looks cool. Lord Kang Hyun. Meanwhile, Jaemun realizes this place is completely different from what he imagined. Night falls, and we're in the badass van. Inside, the main character warns that if this car doesn't disappear, or those decals don't go, Everyone here is gonna die by his hand. Clearly. Yu Sung thanked him for the battle, saying it's gonna be great. The downside for every big city dweller is getting stuck in traffic. The main character asks Jun. Already gave the guy a nickname. Why's the traffic so bad? He says he doesn't know. Then they realize there's a crowd up ahead. Looks like a brawl. Kang decides he's gotta handle this. Hops out to see what's popping. Whoa. But suddenly some bozo flies right at him and he has to catch him. That guy is cooked. You think Yu Sung runs out screaming. Asking, "Bro, you good?" The MC says, "Yeah." But he wasn't the one being asked. He was talking about the car that's now totaled. Damn it. And the guy who got smashed into the car is getting up. Thought he'd just yeet him away without a second thought. But then he looks over and sees Yu Sung glaring at him, saying he's gonna kill him. Scene switches to the squad battle. The Vice Guild, master of Haesong Guild, says he's gonna slam everyone into the dirt. And brown-haired Wu Jin Hyang is the Vice Guild master of another guild. Oh my god. This is a battle of the Vice Guild masters. Right, call the captain. Let's see if they can handle it. Nobody wants that. The guy in the back asks, "Hey, Vice Master. You think the guy from the raid team is okay? That poor dude got thrown way off." His friend says, "Don't worry, bro. He's the tankiest guy in the guild. That probably didn't even scratch him." His friend suddenly notices something weird and points behind him. A little trio is pulling up. Oh boy. His friend, the god of durability, is getting absolutely bodied in the MC's hands, who throws him up like a trash bag and stomps on his face. He even asks if this thing belongs to them. The guy on the ground is apologizing, while the others from afar want to know who he is. But then Kang immediately realizes he's a member of the Jang Guild, and says now he knows which scumbags are causing trouble. They're wasting his time and wrecked his car over this childish brawl. Everyone involved here is blocking him from eating steak and drinking beer. Looks like our boy is famous because those guys are panicking. That guy is Kang. If he goes crazy, no one here is making it out. What he doesn't know is who the two people behind him are. Are they the rumored monster members? But that guy doesn't even care who's who. Just looking at them. He's scared to death. Whoa. And then Kang says, 500 million. My van got destroyed. And that's the price you're all gonna pay. The other guy tries to say something, but the MC just adds another 500 million. Saying, now for mental damage. Add another 500 million. Then Yu Sung shows his hand got cut by glass, meaning he deserves another 500 million too. The MC agrees and says the total is 10 billion. Dae Hyun, the brown-haired guy staring, starts laughing, saying this is ridiculous. Whoa. He attacked the MC. My guy. What are you thinking? He gets punched right in the mouth and passes out on the floor. But honestly, taking a beating is probably better than paying 10 billion. So I guess they're smart. The MC wipes his hands, saying, problem solved. Then suddenly someone thanks him. It's the people from the brawl earlier. They say, bro, thanks for the help. We thought we were gonna lose this one. Kang says, hey, chill out. I didn't even mean to help you guys. Not to mention you guys are from Haesong Guild. Right, I don't like you either. So I want to know why you're causing trouble in the street. Because of this brawl of yours, I couldn't eat my steak. Whoa. This guy is smarter. He immediately offers to buy all the steak our boy wants. He knows a high-end spot that costs 100,000 per person and wants to take our boy there. What happens when this guy uses 100% of his brain? Kang celebrates immediately. The scene shifts to a totally different building, with someone inside the room. That person replies, looks like Hazen finished cleaning everything up. Obviously, I gotta give a warning. Who are you? Short-haired girl, guild master of the Jungjin Guild. Ms. Hong Chil. Let's cut back to everyone drooling over the meat. I'm just kidding, but our main character is actually there with his tongue hanging out. What's up? My guy, you don't know how to eat. And the guy paying tells the MC not to worry, saying he'll grill it all. Nope. Nah. Because in Korean restaurants, that's not how it works. You pay for the food and still gotta cook it yourself. Whoever invented that is a straight-up genius. Right. Bro, I'm gonna open a pizza shop, where you just hand customers the empty dough, and they pick toppings and build everything themselves. Best part is, if it tastes trash, it's their fault. Sheesh. But that guy made a terrible offer. 'Cause the MC says, there's only one thing in this world I hate more than goblins and Yusung. And that's someone who can't grill meat properly. And coincidentally, does he think he can grill meat better than Kang? Uh-oh, that dude was shocked and just said no. He agreed to just eat. A while later, bottles are empty and the MC drinks even more, thanks him, and says the vibe is perfect. But now, right, what does he want by bringing him here? That's because he knows. Thinking this is just about the battle is a bit much. Dong-yu realizes his plan got exposed. And it's like, so I want to say this. Normally I wouldn't talk about this since we just met. Right, but can you help the Haesun Guild? There's some beef between Jungjin and Haesun. The two guilds were super close and shared some territory interests. But as always, right, a few weeks ago, the Jungjin Guild started invading their turf. And the weirdest part is something strange happened. Their guilds used to have similar power and size. That's why they signed a non-aggression pact. However, despite that, they kept provoking and testing limits. And finally, all that built-up frustration exploded in today's battle. The main character asks, "Is that it? That street fight was because of this?" And that guy says, "Yeah." Yusung was already celebrating, saying that if there was war everywhere, he's eager to join in. Jimin is just watching a war between guilds, and everyone's power shift. Now that's a cool problem to solve. Their guild is about to get stuck in a rank war. The MC then says, I get that you forgot. But why do I gotta get involved in this? The grilled meat is good. Though, but we only have meat here. Suddenly Dong-yu interrupts and says, the truth is, their guild is gonna lose. Yeah, I can imagine that. But there's no one here to solve your problem. The world is cruel. The guy explains that the power balance has been broken. Strange thing is, the Jungjin Guild is getting stronger at a freaky speed. He leans in close. You know, to whisper that little rumor. They're talking about a substance circulating in the Jungjin Guild. They say anyone who uses it becomes stronger. The Awakened are all buzzing about it. The main character is a bit confused. Right, this is super sus. Then he asks Haesun when they're hitting the C-rank dungeon. She says in 2 days. He realizes, and that's the time he has to settle everything. And saying will he help? Actually, nah. He said he's tied up right now. He'll help out after the dungeon run. The guy says thanks and goes. Bet. Sounds good. Since that's settled, drinks are happening later. But hold up, someone's lurking in the corner, snapping pics of everything with an iPhone. But on the internet, news already went viral that the badass guild pulled up to the hood and absolutely wrecked everyone. Obviously. People are roasting their fits, calling them trash and saying it's cringe as hell. Plus, everyone realized their style and their cars are ridiculous. The whole vibe is just way too extra. Basically, they're an unlikable squad. Looks like someone's showing the main character this right now. Right, Sung's the one making him look. Telling him that their dinner got filmed and posted online. But even with all the hate, he and Sung are actually hyped about it. A bunch of people are basically promoting their guild and making them even more famous. However, Taegu tells them to cut the crap and focus on the quest. He clears his throat and says he'll explain it one more time. Starting now. The mission in Venandi Forest begins. The whole world is watching them. And all they're expecting is for them to try their hardest and sacrifice for the sake of the world, for peace and for their nations. And besides that, please come back alive to claim all the riches and honor they deserve. Well, the squad is ready. Look at those idiots. The gate starts opening. And just like that, everyone's inside. What do you think's gonna happen? Honestly, I hope everyone dies. I hope it's insanely hard. And the main character gets absolutely cooked. Because I love the suffering. Right, I don't want to see a cakewalk. Here we go. Everyone's in the beloved Venandi Forest. Dongwoo claps his hands and calls out, "Hey, pay attention, you obedient fools. I'm not the leader here, but I'm organizing this bunch of idiots. Each guild will move individually, since that's what we agreed on. However, as you guys know, the monsters here actually use strategy. So, you'd better stay on your toes, since we don't know when things will go south. If you're in trouble, just fire a flare gun. Red means danger. Green means you found a core. Purple means boss. Also, whenever a signal goes up, anyone nearby needs to provide backup. Everyone agrees. Right, one guy speaks up. Like, hey, we already covered this in the meeting. Why are you bringing it up again? That's because Mamaru, haven't seen it yet. Thanks for the info. Or bud. Anyway, with that, it's finally about to go down. But this whole splitting everyone up thing, are you serious? It's literally like a horror movie. Guys, oh my god. It's so stupid. Are you guys seriously gonna split up to fight strategic monsters in a C-rank dungeon? Where 1,200 Chinese hunters died. I don't know about that one, so I'm talking about that. And suddenly Dongwu walks up and asks, why don't you guys tag along with us? I know you're pretty strong. But you never know what could happen inside a dungeon. And there's only 3 of you. The main character thinks this guy seems pretty chill. It's a shame he saved your life. But hey, you owe him one. All right. We're rolling together today. Holding hands. Taking a nice little stroll. However, Seung isn't too happy about that and immediately pipes up. Yo Kang. Didn't we start this guild to be independent, so why are we trailing behind these guys? Kang's getting smarter by the second and replies, this is a C-rank dungeon. This is a place where unexpected situations can happen. Right. Yu Sung, you agreed to call me my lord. However, Yu Sung isn't really feeling it. He asks, why is Kang acting so cowardly today? What a letdown. Kang just laughs, because he knows how to deal with this psycho. Is that so? He asks. You looking for trouble? Are you a traitor? Blah, blah, blah. Nobody cares. Meanwhile, the guys ahead are wondering, do these guys think this is an amusement park? They're just a bunch of empty-headed newbies. But it's better not to talk to these weirdos. Based on the leaks online, it's best to stay away from them. Of course, Yu Sung wants to start beef immediately, but the main character tells him to chill out. Then one of them says, what a shame. Comparing this trash to the Alliance leaders. The MC is furious but still has to hold Yu Sung back. He says there's no reason to fight inside a dungeon. He says, I'm calm. I'm good. But in the panel below, you can see him gripping a weapon in his hand. The MC tells him to put it away, and the other guy says, it's fine. But you know, why does Kang look like such a loser? He says, it's nothing. He's always like that. But he thinks he gets how Yu Sung feels. Beating those guys to a pulp would be way better. But then something starts to happen. An enemy attack is incoming, and our boy says, this is the perfect timing. Time for everyone to get ready to face the Goblin Light Infantry. The first one rushes in. Slams into the shield. Whoa, the battle's gonna be brutal because the goblins are hyped up. A slash here. A slash there. Everyone is shocked. The movement of these creatures is completely different from normal beasts. The captain immediately orders Team 1 to start, setting up defense. Team 2, form a perimeter. Team 3, support from the rear. And Team 4 move up to cover. Right then, Dongwu realizes immediately that if they don't get serious, they're gonna get killed right here. Right now. But the massive attack hits, and he completely wrecked the first one. On the other hand, Yu Sung is having fun with that weird look. The main character looks disgusted as always. But remember, besides disliking Yu Sung, he also dislikes people who cook meat poorly. But more than that, he hates those damn goblins. A punch to the face and wow, he literally blew up its head with his bare hand. Sheesh. Both of them are having a blast. Saying the feeling is unbelievable. Poor Seung-ah didn't even get to draw her bow. And those other guys are shaking on the ground. Saying these guys are absolute maniacs. But why did we even mess with them? They realize they're cooked. Clearly, the first battle went pretty smooth since it's already dark. And Dongwu is laughing. Saying he heard rumors but didn't expect their little trio to be this cracked. That's why he even made his members apologize for being rude. But now he wants to know. Right, will Kang continue with them tomorrow? Wow. The main character refuses, saying he appreciates the offer, but tomorrow he's going solo. That guy asks if it's because of that bet, and he says, maybe. Then we see a bit of the scene before they entered. That scumbag, Hyun. Right, he came up with a bet against the main character. Whoever contributes more to the quest or lands the killing blow on the final boss wins. The main character replies that the guy is a crazy bastard and asks if he's lost his mind. But everyone already heard about the bet. Kang realized it was a total trap, meant to crush his spirit. He goes, fine by me. You clown, but then Hyun tosses a small ball in front of them and says, no worries. We can bet on this. An Easter egg. Rarities unknown. But durability is 10 out of 10. An item made by the prankster. Activates when destroyed. Kang's a bit confused, but he's sure of it. It reminds him of the gates from the early days, and probably links to that admin. The guy holding the item says, if it's you, you should know exactly what this means. Right, now Kang is actually confused. Does this guy know about the admin too? Well, either way, seems he suspects Kang is a tutorial graduate. Bold move. Kang replies, "Nah, I don't know anything. What is that?" A Pokemon Hyun snaps. "Don't play dumb. You bastard. Everyone knows you're in the special ability group." "Yeah." "Kang, your critical info has been leaked. Now the MC doesn't know how to wiggle out of this one. However, since it's come to this, he's got no choice. He asks, "So what do I bet? You want me to kneel?" That guy replies, "That wouldn't be a fair trade." 1 year, Kang has to work in his guild and follow orders like a member. Wow. And Kang was actually going to take this bet. It'd be humiliating to join another guild. But whatever. Right. He just told that bastard not to pull any tricks. And the guy says he'd never do that. He wants a fair competition. Thinking back, this isn't exactly fair. Is it MC goes with 3 people, while that guy brings his whole crew. But we're back in the dungeon with everyone stretching out. Another day is about to start. Kang speaks up, saying if anything happens, just send a signal. Wow. But Dongwoo tells the kid not to rely on that signal too much, 'cause it doesn't mean squat. Members of top guilds are pretty individualistic. Kang says, "It's fine." Right, then waves goodbye, wishing them luck. Scene cuts to another part of the dungeon with Hyun looking confused. He asks, "What's the situation?" And the other guy says 3 injured and 2 dead. Whoa, that many dead already. And the worst part, looks like they're taking arrows, and haven't even started fighting the enemy yet. Vanandi isn't the boss's name, but a species of lizard hunters in the forest, and Hyun realizes these creatures see them as prey. He wonders, how's he gonna handle this? And a buddy of his says, "Well, we gotta find the base and kill them all." Obviously, he yells back, saying that's way too obvious. The problem is they can't even see these creatures clearly. Then he gets an idea, saying since these damn things are hiding in the forest, they've got no choice. All or nothing. They're gonna clear the forest by burning it down. That friend says, "Hey Guildmaster, did you forget we're in the forest too? Everyone here will be in danger." However, Hyun goes crazy, asking if he's got any other solution. At this rate, they're gonna die from arrows anyway. Everyone suggests using a flare to signal the others, but clearly he doesn't care. Says no one's gonna answer, saying that he whipped out his staff. Tell the mages to get ready, 'cause the second the wind hits, they're gonna start setting fires. And meanwhile, those little critters. The Vanandi are facing off against the MC and the squad. But who even cares? Right, we just want to know what these things are. Why aren't they attacking and just taking deep breaths? What are they doing? Yusung explains it. This guy is a total genius. He's like, they're trying to say if you guys get close, we won't just stand here. But Kang looks hyped, saying this situation is actually pretty sweet. They count to 3, and the trio charges forward. But then the creatures jump back and start climbing trees, and they're just standing there, kinda confused. Looking up, Seo thinks the critters are running away, 'cause our MC approached with sheer determination. But judging by their expressions, they don't look scared at all. The MC isn't sure, so should they chase him or not? This could be a trap. Yusung suggests just pushing forward. If these things are showing up, it means the dungeon core is nearby. Plus, his intuition is telling him something interesting's gonna happen if they keep going. And so, cause of what Yusung said, they ended up ignoring basically everything, and now the MC's got an arrow stuck in his shoulder, screaming at that bastard to get down here, saying he's about to lose it. But those little green guys couldn't care less. It aims another arrow, while the MC thinks this dirtbag is just like some pest. They always run and hide, and when you get close, it shoots an arrow, then dips. Yusung notes that obviously they're annoying as hell but not that strong. Clearly, they're trying to wear him out. Nobody's got a solution. So the MC yanks the arrow out of his chest, snaps it in half and says, "It's fine. They're gonna grab some hostages, pull a few claws, rip a piece off, until they finally figure out everything about this forest." In the next chapter, the MC is grabbing someone by the neck, saying, "Hey, if you guys don't stay still, I'll slit his throat." But the creatures just look at each other, and everyone has to bail. It's like the monsters. Don't give a damn if their friend lives or dies. The trio flees while Sung says at least it was fun. A while later, they're sitting in the woods and the MC comments that it's insane. They killed their own hostage. How is that even possible? Sung agrees, saying these creatures are ridiculous. Now they gotta come up with a new plan. They can't just sit there thinking they'll solve the problem like this. Right then, they see one of those flares go up. As we know, red means a dangerous situation. Someone asks, "So what are we gonna do?" The MC suggests they should go. There's a goblin playing a trombone, and a bunch of others going crazy. And suddenly, they're facing a whole army. The orange-haired guy Siwon tells everyone to try and hold out because reinforcements are coming. Actually, nah. You guys are lucky, because the MC's team actually saw this. Because I seriously doubt the other friends are going to show up. However, the dude doesn't look too happy seeing the army approaching. He remembers there aren't going to be any reinforcements. He wondered when everything went wrong, maybe when the guildmaster started acting weird. Back then, they should have decided to quit. The worst part is the guild's reputation is going to be ruined. But in the end, his greed is going to drag every single member straight to their deaths. He shudders as he feels a stomp nearby shaking the ground. Not just goblins in front, but a whole pack of trolls closing in from behind. He slips. They didn't even attack yet, and he's already on the ground. Pathetic. That goblin is ready to send him straight to the afterlife. But nope. A pinpoint arrow from Sung jams right into its neck. The dude's confused. And the MC takes a deep breath and screams, rallying everyone to charge. He's activating that lion's roar, leaving everyone shocked and hyped to fight alongside him. Wow. He's triggering the secret of the wave. I don't even remember what skill that is. The power of the giant holding a massive hammer. Happily diving into battle. First, smash hits the goblin. Then a spin move. What is this? Did he just tear it apart with a hammer? As always, defying weapon logic. Another one rushes from the side and gets smashed in the face too. Siwon is a bit confused, and a flurry of attacks lands on all their foreheads. And the scary guy shows up, saying this is a total mess. I was already scared of the faces he was gonna make. That idiot realized it. The Bodice Guild arrived and took down 3 ogres at once. He's shocked, wanting to know if this Kang guy is a normal awakener like them. Obviously not. Right, this guy is so useless. Oh my god, even with the MC and teammates helping, he just stands there, thinking that just because 3 people came to help, doesn't mean we're gonna survive. Can't lift his spirits at all. But then another member shows up and says, "Hey boss, the Dongan Guild is here. The guild with that pretty girl. Now there's no reason for you to doubt anymore." Even with Hansi Joan cheering them on, the whole team charges in, slashing bellies, arms, heads. All the goblins get wrecked. Everyone celebrates the blitzkrieg. A moment later, smoke rises up. Looks like we handled everything. That idiot Siwon is the most negative person in the world. He gets saved and he says disappointedly that the Dangan Guild doesn't seem to have lost any members. And worse, the Badass Guild has 3 members and seems to be doing even better than them. Meanwhile, his team on the other side, yeah, they're all dead on the ground. That's the price of greed. You shouldn't have brought your team along if you're that useless. The MC scolds him, shouting, "Hey, why are you standing there? Clenching your fists trying to hold back what? Aren't you the one responsible for gathering your guild members? Come on, we got a strategy meeting." Yeah, Siwon wants to stay there wallowing in depression. But the MC already called a meeting. In another part of the forest, the arrogant ones see everything as chaotic. It's those idiots from Hoseon's team. Right, the ones who burned everything down. The problem is obviously now they're stuck too. Everyone wants to know what they're gonna do. And that idiot is there. Right, I don't know now. He's telling everyone to retreat. But let's see. Back to the MC. He says they need to go straight to the core. Yeah. Sirion, the pretty girl, says they don't even know where it is. So that won't work. Yeah. First they'll have to split up and find it. However, Kang points to the side and says, the core is that way. No. Also, it doesn't seem very far. So why split up? Oh, he doesn't want to leave the young lady. Does he? She's standing there with a confused look, wanting to know if he can sense the core's energy. He's confused. What? You can't. Based on my experience, I figure we'll get there around midnight. So, the best play right now is to just keep pushing forward. That dummy is standing there with his jaw on the floor while the baddie goes. If that's the case, let's bounce. But of course, aside from being total deadweight, he wants to wreck the plan too. He's like, no way. Isn't everyone leaving right now way too risky? We literally just finished a fight. If the Venandi show up, we're all cooked. Like, that's just a basic argument. They're super smart. The absolute worst move we could make is giving them time to prep. Moving fast right now is the meta play. But that guy keeps yapping. But everyone's exhausted. We're gonna die. Aren't we? But Four Eyes steps in like, don't sweat it. We've got healers to handle everyone's fatigue. Yeah. He finally gets it, while he's sitting there with his squad all gassed out. The others are locking in, but once a loser, always a loser. Right, he's just shaking in his boots, claiming his team hit their limit. Wow. Aw, bro. Are you really gonna cry right in front of him? Kang Hyun hits him with the, yo. Hey, your name's Han Si-won. Right. Why are you so terrified? My guy, first off, if you don't roll with us, what do you think we're gonna do? Escort you out, and look. The dude's already trembling. Isn't he? The MC drops a warning. Listen, pal, keep in mind, this is a dungeon. This is where the weak get deleted. And you're gonna meet the same fate if you keep acting like this. To be real with you, fact is, you only survived because we carried you. And you'll die because you're insanely weak. So, what makes you think your opinion is the best play to save your guild members? We're gonna work together to find a solution. But if your plan is just standing there being useless, why did you even enter this dungeon, sheesh? But the MC showed no mercy. Dropping 7 savage roasts in a row, the poor guy opens his mouth to speak. But the MC shoots him a death glare and stands up, saying that's enough. He's done eating and it's time to move. The moon is hanging in the sky, bearing down on them. And another arrow-slinging adventure begins. The squad is screaming, asking how long it'll take. And he just tells them to keep pushing and clearing the path. Look at Si-won go. He's actually being useful for once. However, there seems to be a strange sound echoing through the forest. They finally found the cursed core. Wow. But there's a small squad blocking the way. Everyone has leveled up about 10 times. Si-won is shook, saying he can't believe they actually found it. Meanwhile, Sion tells everyone to use all the flares to signal the rest of the team. With that, the sky gets painted in all kinds of colors as the battle with the goblins rages on. Right then, the guy from the Immortal Guild realizes they're late. The dude from the Dark Knight Guild says they need to get over there and assist. And Donggu too. Reinforcements start rolling in, and they're like, damn, humanity isn't that weak after all. The whole guild pulls up in full force, and right as I finish saying that, the main character turns around. Startled by the sudden appearance of the Venandi Great Warrior, that creature had perfect timing. However, Kang couldn't care less. He leaps right at it, swinging his massive hammer in midair. The crazy part is, the Venandi looks terrified and, whoa, smack dab in the middle of its skull, even the MC looks a little shook. And just like that, the creature is clearly, that was way easier than he expected. Pato then comments that the dungeon's difficulty is all about the mob density and Venandi's intelligence. But the boss fight actually a breeze, and the loot, a massive sword from the great warrior Venandi. Huge. The MC only picks up items twice his size. Classic. He also snagged a bow. Right, better give that to someone with the actual skills for it. Meanwhile, Donggu pulls a spear out of one of the mobs. He looks a bit bummed, but he knew it wouldn't be a walk in the park. Still, they lost a lot of people. I thought this was going to be a one-sided stomp, where they wrecked everything. He's just grateful it wasn't a total team wipe. He goes, all right, let's start looting. Everyone, tally it up. Split the loot. And let's bounce. And everyone nods in agreement. Yeah. But then, suddenly, Sung-Ah's expression changes. That forest, the crazy guy set on fire. Yeah. Their escape route is totally engulfed in flames. We are cooked. Even worse, that psycho Ho Yan is coming, dragging every mob in the forest with him. Though, Kang's actually impressed that the scumbag managed to aggro everything. Obviously, everyone is shook. Someone in the back is trembling. They all realize they need to get out of there. And right then, he screams that he's going to destroy the core. Oh, it is over, but Glasses Guy yells at him to stop, saying if they break the core now, a dungeon break will trigger and all these monsters will flood into the city. He explains that they've researched this, and desperate, terrified monsters always run for the gate, so if they smash it now, it's a catastrophe for everyone out there. But that punk clearly doesn't care. He spreads his arms and says, "So what? You want us all to die here? I care more about my own skin." Wow. Does she have a plan? Seung-ah tells everyone to hold on. A barrier pops up in front of the core and the guy asks if she's lost her mind. She shoots back that he's the crazy one for threatening his own allies. She warns him that it's their responsibility to stop this. Right here and right now. The gate is right in the middle of Seoul. There is no way she's letting a disaster like that happen. The guy loses it and rushes at her, saying talk is cheap. But she just glares at him. Right. She was about to slice him in half. But then Kang steps in from behind and tosses him. I thought he was going to splatter on the ground. But nope. He just tossed the kid aside, and he asks, "Right. Cha, the goal is just to protect the core." Yeah. She's a bit confused. For now. Yes. Because the monsters are rampaging. If the gate opens, they'll all escape into the city. The MC looks a bit deep in thought, turns around, and says, "It's fine. We just have to handle whatever's in the way." Cha. She stands there clueless. What do you mean? The absolute unit draws his fresh new blade and says he's gonna handle this business himself. Dong-woo is confused. Like, hold up. You think you can stop this whole army solo? At least let me back you up. The MC tells him to stay back. 'Cause anyone getting close is just gonna get in his way. My guy. Then, boom. He triggers giant strength again, activates Agni's secret, stacks it with skin of Antaeus, and to top it off, he pops his berserk mode, saying he's finally got a real fight on his hands. Seung-ah's looking a bit shook, but Sung tells her not to sweat it. Nah, he's not gonna die. She asks, "Is it really you? You getting that usual feeling?" And he's like, "Yeah." Something like that. The people fleeing start running right past the main character. The guy hasn't even started fighting yet and he's already feeling the pain. Then he launches forward, mowing down like 100 creatures instantly. At least the XP farming is good here. The guys from other guilds are just standing there, jaws on the floor, totally confused. Then 2 or 3 goblins slip past him. Just as everyone gets ready to do something, Si-yeon orders everyone to charge, and the squad moves up, while that idiot Si-won is defending against a goblin. Dong-woo grabs a spear and yeets it right into another one's head, while Seung-ah readies an arrow and snipes 2 more right in the forehead. The last one is being stubborn though. The madman is having a blast, saying this feeling is absolutely unreal, until he spots someone aiming from the ground, readying an arrow. He tries to warn Seung-ah, but she already took a hit to the shoulder. That's right, bro. And the main character did not like that one bit. Yeah, anyone else can die, but not her. No way. Damn it. He spins around, startled, but there's already a huge maw right there. Get lost. Look at the size of that mouth. Whoa. What the heck? My guy chops its hand off. He's thinking, oh crap. I'm out of mana. But getting wrecked by a goblin would be way too pathetic. Then his arm regenerates. And the goblin's like, oh god. What the hell is this? Kang celebrates, saying it's been a long time since he's gone through something like this. Another slash. Blood everywhere. But someone else screams out. Another goblin is trying to take a bite out of Seung-ah. Where did the other guilds go? Help me, what the MC has to save her again. Damn it. But it's basically 3 against 1,000 out here. Another 2-legged crocodile thing runs up. And whoa. That hit went deep. Our main character actually took damage. And worst of all, he's almost out of mana. So things are getting sketchy. He reinforces his head. But then his arm gets chopped off. Now he reinforces his arm. And his chest gets pierced. But he's not the type to care about what happens to his body anyway. Since he's about to die, he's going all out. Whoa. Did he just trigger a mana explosion? What the hell? I don't know what he did. But only a skeleton is left standing. Is this Attack on Titan? He morphs into a giant titan and asks Sung-ah if she's okay. She tries to ask if he's alright. But he just says, yeah. You don't need to worry about me. Now they gotta handle the rest. He checks if her leg's good and tells him it's time to bounce first. She needs to run and link up with the Dang and Guild and the others. And evac while waiting for the signal. Obviously she wants to know. Right, but what about times him asterisk? Is he staying behind? The MC tells her to take a good look. Do I look like I'm dying? Bro says this with a literal stab wound in his back. She just stands there, looking clueless. Dunno if it's respect or what. But she says she'll follow orders and dips. Gotta be that. Right, in a war zone. She obeys the commander till the end. The MC starts charging mana in his hand. He steps up, saying he's gonna buy some time. Another mana blast and the whole forest gets wiped. Smoke rising from below. A mob of goblins shredded on the ground. And the MC is just standing there. Can you pull that spear out of your chest? My guy. And he's just standing there, gazing at the moon and the flames while the squad gets near the core. Kaon's buddy warns him. Yo, the fire's reached the core. Damn it, and she's staring at those flames, knowing Kang is still somewhere in there. Then Sung-ah announces she got a message from him when the signal popped up. Everyone in Unit 1 needs to evac. She asks, what signal are you talking about? And then, the signal is obviously the core getting wrecked. The gate's about to open. She's just standing there confused. Looking into the fire, she sees the guy all confident like, go get out. I got this. She just stands there, doesn't seem to believe it, but says looks like they can leave. She orders everyone to evac, while Sung-ah is screaming the MC's name. But then, Yu-sung steps up and asks, where do you think you're going? She tries to say something, but he tells her to chill. Says Kang's gonna be fine. Besides, in her state, she can barely stand. So she'd be useless anyway. Yeah. She got roasted and realized he's right. I was gonna ask too. Right, why does Yu-sung trust him so much? It's 'cause he's got a hunch. Sixth sense or something. Outside the gate. Everyone's standing there sweating, wondering if Kang's actually gonna make it. Then boom. A huge bloody foot steps out. Spear stuck right in his chest. But Sung-ah smiles. Though, obviously, her face changes real quick. Meanwhile, Yu-sung's hyped, saying, you crazy bastard. You actually pulled it off perfectly. A playful flick to the forehead. Wow, but why'd he faceplant into the spear and get stabbed? The other guy celebrates like, this son of a gun. Kang is the GOAT. Wow. Looks like the MC is actually stronger than everyone else. Right, speaking of leaders, Myung-do grabs Ho-seon by the collar, slaps him, and goes, yo, are you insane? Everyone almost died cause of what you did. The liar stands there saying, there was no other way, claiming he did what he had to do to survive. Oh, but Myung-do isn't buying that, saying, as a guildmaster, that's just embarrassing. OMG. Kang is standing up. This kid is actually immortal. What is this? He's fully regenerated already. Gotta smash his head to see if he dies or what. Oh. Spoke too soon, he just passed out. Finally, they wake up in the hospital. Look at the girl on the right, she's made a full recovery and she's vibing. Kang gets up, clutching his face, complaining he's dying of pain. She bursts into tears and tackles him with a hug. And look at the main character. Right, bro is just farming loot. What a scumbag. Just like that. The day Korea cleared its very first C-rank dungeon came to an end. Whoa. The dungeons in this world are no joke. Right. True. And there are still ranks B, A, S, and double S. Good lord. The problem is, the price they had to pay to clear this dungeon was countless sacrifices. The Guardian Guild lost their guildmaster right at the start. They were practically wiped off the map, not to mention other guilds, acting shady, putting everyone at risk. And the Fire Dragon Guild, they're right at the center of this mess, and just like that, in a single quest, 2 of the top 10 are gone. Everyone online is asking the same thing. Right, if they're gone, who takes the top 10 spots now? Obviously. The main character's heroics saved everyone from total destruction. With just 3 members, it was enough to push Badass into the top 10. But let's be real, they deserve top 3, at least right. You losers, the internet is still flaming them, calling it a lie. No way a 3-member guild can be on top. Everyone's talking trash about our squad. Sung-ah's sitting there, itching to drop some comments. Smash that like button. By the way, but Yu-sung asks if she's tired. She says she's got to teach these clueless keyboard warriors a lesson, and he tells her to chill, but she's sitting there, fuming with rage. Yu-sung pauses. You know what? Where's Kang? He's been gone way too long, and it's kinda boring without him. Probably stuck doing health checks at the hospital. But let's be real. I bet he was 100% recovered by the end of day 1. Sung-ah says. His recovery ability is kind of freakish. If you sliced him in half, he'd probably grow 2 heads. Yu-sung laughs and agrees. But man, he's bored. He asks her to go throw some knives. It's the only thing they can do. Meanwhile, Jimin is glued to the computer, suffering with dark circles under his eyes. What are you doing? Oh, looks like people want to sponsor them. Tons of people want to collab. He has to constantly schedule the dungeons and quests they're gonna tackle. Poor guy has been working overtime for days straight, feeling like the other jerks are just chilling. Then the main character finally shows up and says, Yo, I'm back, everyone. Everyone's like, whoa. Kang, you're finally back. He laughs and says, obviously. Yeah. The place is a total mess. He says hi to Jimin, and Jimin is super happy to talk to the main character. Then he says, Jimin, listen, clean up this desk and start doing some real work. Bro, the poor guy doesn't even know what to say. Jeez. And honestly, the other damn desks are way dirtier. He wants to kill Kang right now. The main character actually looks terrified. Then he turns away, like, whatever. Never mind. Right. Clean up when you have time. We'll talk later. Then the main character walks over to Seung-ah and hands her a bow, saying he hesitated to give it to her. But here goes. The bow of a great warrior. C rank Van Andy. Remember, C rank in this series is absolutely cracked, and this thing even has the ability to infuse mana into the arrows. She acts all cute. Asking if he's really gonna give her the bow, he says, yeah. Of course. You're the only one who can actually use it. The more mana you have, the better it performs. Oh. And looks like she can fire mana arrows. You know, she doesn't even need real arrows. She thanks him with a little bow. Meanwhile, Yu-sung is over there like, hey bro, here's your main character. Gives him the middle finger. They're having fun talking about getting drinks, when suddenly someone approaches and buzzes in, asking, is this the Badass Guild office? They have to ask who it is. And look, it's him. Siwon, that useless coward. Yu-sung's like, who is this psycho? Seriously. The MC just attracts all the weirdos, probably a recruiter for some sketchy cult. Best to just ignore him. Poor Siwon was shook because nobody remembered him. Like, how could they forget him? Brew. They weren't just in that dungeon together. They even ate together. In his head, he's like, yo, I'm Han Siwon. Acting Guild, Master of the Protagonist Protection Guild. Yo bro. Nice to meet ya. I'm the Master of the Badass Guild. Want a beer? The guy was stunned seeing the floor covered in beer cans when the day had barely started. Why is Kang chugging beer already? Meanwhile, Yu-sung and Seung-ah are just chilling, throwing daggers. Bro couldn't understand why these scumbags were slacking off so hard. So our boy asks, what are you doing here? We're busy. Dude. But the guy pauses, gets intense, and bows down, saying he wanted to show his gratitude first. Thanks to Kang and his squad, his life was saved. The MC was low-key confused, though. Yu-sung didn't even remember the guy. To jog his memory, the dude said, I was at my limit. Please carry me out like a piece of trash and save me, Kang replied. Oh. Now I remember who you are. That useless trash I had to fix up so he wouldn't be a nuisance. The guy was like, yeah, that's me. The MC went, oh, geez. Long time no see. So, what are you doing here? Right when he was about to speak, the doorbell rang. The MC said, Draymond. Get the door. So many annoying people today. Draymond walked over thinking, damn it. Kang is way closer. He should have just got it. But as he touched the door, he yelled, Guildmaster. He said, you'd better come see who this is. Oh my god. It was Dongwoo, covered in injuries. Funny thing is, he said, look who's here. A guy at death's door. They got some bandages. Confused, the MC just stared, and the guy thanked them for patching him up. Oh wait. Actually, that's not Dongwoo. It's Dongwon. Damn, names sound the exact same. He asked. Kang. Do you remember me? Kang replied. Of course. Bro, you bought me meat and beer. Of course I remember. Siwon stood there in shock. He only remembers people if they buy him food, and he forgot him despite the whole life or death situation. Then the MC wanted to know. What's up? What are you doing here? And why is he covered in baby oil? He looks all shiny. Instead of answering, the guy stood up and said, I have a favor to ask. Guildmaster, please save my brother. Kang was like, wait. What? A moment later he asked, what do you mean your brother got kidnapped or something? He explained. My brother's name is Sung Chan. Together, we're the guildmasters of the Haesung Guild, a guild my brother founded himself. The MC cut him off. Okay, that's enough. Skip the backstory. Just get straight to the point. What happened? Poor Sung-woo. Sounds like he's got beef with the Jungjin Guild. Right, must be. Oh, the guild that was causing a scene. Bashing doors and all that mess. And they even demanded he explain how he ended up in this sorry state. He's like, there was a guild war with Jungjin. I told you guys. Right, that these guys are using some sketchy drug that buffs Awakener's power. With that power boost, they jumped us. And we couldn't do a thing. Most of the members got hurt. And dozens are dead. Side characters die so easily in this story. Don't they? Like, everyone in that guild got wiped out in the end. They killed everyone and kidnapped his brother. The guildmaster. Kang's like, hold up. But where are the cops, apparently? They're saying, the guild is a lawless zone. Right? Like, it's not even part of the city. And obviously, the cops pretend they don't see a thing when stuff goes down inside. Kang's not buying it though. Wait. But why go that hard? Are you guys sworn enemies or something? Did they smack his mom or something? No idea what happened. Jung-won explains. I don't know. Our relationship was never great. But it wasn't this time's bad. The only thing I know for sure is that after they started using that drug, their personalities completely flipped. It strips away a person's sanity and reveals who they really are. Right, guys. Kang starts thinking this drug is getting super sus. Plus, C1 promised he'd help out after the dungeon run. Right, so let's check it out. We head to the parking lot and Yu Sung says Poppy is gonna get revenge. Kang asks, who's Poppy? It's the name of his little van that got wrecked. And he's gotta get revenge for it. The two of them are standing there cracking up when the MC looks back and spots him. Siwon playing innocent. Acting like he even forgot. Turns out this dude was already inside. Suddenly, he starts yapping. So, the Guardian Guild's goal is to protect humanity. So I have to help you guys deal with this. Kang's a bit confused about what he's saying, and he mentions he's talking about that drug. You know, it's super dangerous to let this drug exist. It makes people stronger and way more violent. We need to handle this together. Kang goes, oh, and starts connecting the dots. Right, maybe there's some connection to the guildmaster. Kang pauses to think. And it actually makes sense. Even Siwon looks kinda impressed that he figured that out. Now he's trying to convince Kang. But the logic actually holds up. Bro doesn't even believe his own theory. And now Kang just accepts it. You know, guess what? It makes sense. Scene cuts to Jane's building, where a woman reports that Jong-won contacted that badass guild. Jane asks for details. And the woman's like, but the guy said there seems to be a connection with Kang. That short-haired chick is furious because our MC defeated her guild members. She's a bit of a psycho. Honestly, she crushes the glass in her hand, hurting herself for no reason, saying it's the perfect opportunity. Oh, she thinks she's gonna take out the trash. Nah. She's about to get cooked. Man, it's pathetic. We're hitting the streets, and y'all probably wondering why I'm suddenly driving up to the guild. Also, what the hell is this whip? Anyway, Kang asks, what's the deal with this? Explain these pills to me. They call it monster power. Huh, Dongwoo breaks it down. Looks like it. It's obviously in tablet form or something like that. Now tell me, Why are we rolling up there with just a squad of 5? He's telling him, don't trip. I got connections. His friend's thanking him. Right, but let's be real. These connections are kinda sketchy. Someone gets a call from the badass guild. Our honest government boy, Taeju, asks, what's up, Kang? Then the MC asks, yo, Mr. Taeju, you know what this monster power stuff is? Dude's a bit confused like, you mean that energy drink? And the MC realizes nobody knows jack. He explains, it's a drug that buffs awakened people. Seems like it's tied to the Jungjin Guild. And that place turned into a villain's den. Oh. Taegu replies, well, I did hear some rumors. But Kang cuts him off instantly. All right, that's enough. Bro, send backup cause we're raiding them right now. Poor guy tries to argue. But clearly, the MC gives 0 damns. He hangs up. Peace out. He calls Dong Woo, our bestie, and looks like they chatted too. Oh, he wants some backup, but he says, cause of the guild alliance. They can't step in directly, like Kang cares about that. Yu-sung asks, is there nobody else? You said you had tons of connections. But let's be real. These guys are fake as hell, right? The MC saved everyone. And nobody's pulling up to help him, but that's Kang for ya. Right. And it's not like he won't find a way. He says he can handle this. Smart guy remembers when he used the mask and checked the guilds owned by Jung Jin. Check out this schemer's plan. He's gonna invade that dude's dungeon. Trap him inside and beat the living hell out of them. And now we're face to face. It's an E-rank dungeon called Village of the Dead. Back in the day, these zombie dungeons weren't popular cause the loot was trash, but seems like something changed. And now they drop a ton of precious metals, and that's why Jung Jin is gatekeeping this dungeon so hard. Anyway, we're inside a tent, with some guy screaming his head off. He's asking everyone if this is really the best they can do. You idiots, you hunt all day long and this is all you bring me. This doesn't even cover the cost of your food, just your typical toxic workplace vibe. Am I right? But instead of flipping burgers, now you gotta fight monsters. But clearly, the guys getting roasted aren't happy. They're standing there, all pissed off like, hey, man, it's a total mess. That dude only got strong and became an admin cause he's popping those pills. But then, they notice some strange faces in the smoke. Back in the tent, the guy's lighting a cig, saying, I don't use that trash anyway. Even this damn lighter isn't working. Hey boys, anyone got a light, and where is everyone at the base? The guards are gone too. Then he hears rustling in the bushes. He snaps up the knife, looks around all confused, but there's an owl right above him, staring him down. He jumps, it's getting loud in here. Can't even tell what's happening on screen anymore. Definitely sounds like birds screeching though, but bro is losing it, slashing at nothing. Laughing and screaming like a maniac, screaming for those E-rank trash mobs to show themselves. But then, oh man, his eyes start tweaking out. He's actually gone insane. All he sees are skeletons, off in the distance. He's wondering if he's finally lost his marbles. Bam, MC jump scare. The leader's like, what the hell is this? Netizens are freaking out. Chat is going crazy, saying these guys went through hell. And nobody's even responding. Cha-in is confused. Like, whoa, but it's just an E-rank dungeon. What could possibly be that dangerous? In a place like this to mess people up that bad, someone slides over a note. Says, it's gotta go straight to the guildmaster. Cha-in's shocked at how trash the handwriting is. But the message, crystal clear. If you want this back, hand over the villa and all the monster corpses. And the pills. Or else I'm taking your dungeons. 1 by 1. Damn. We got a live dungeon drug deal going down right here. She's confused. Wants to know what kind of criminal mess they're dealing with. Look at these petty crooks. Just chilling in a tent. Chugging beer. Playing games. MC's complaining the beer's warm. Says he needs to learn an ice spell just for this. Meanwhile, the other two are like, their priorities are totally whack. But why isn't he stressed at all? Something's definitely off. Then he goes, yo guys, are we really okay just sitting here? Just chilling. The longer we stay, the more dangerous it gets. Right, Kang says. Come on. Chill out. I sent a polite letter. They'll cave soon. Besides, I told you, Didn't I handle something just like this before? But then some guys pull up to the gate. And the MC realizes this isn't going to be polite after all. First guy walks in, grabs someone by the neck, and tosses them in front of the crew. Calls him Hyung. So that's definitely Dongwoo's brother. But the MC's like, yo buddy, aren't you forgetting something? Where's the pills? We're literally dungeon smuggling right now. Scar-nose guy says it's in the bag. Tells him to check it. MC walks over, sees 3 pills and goes, no way. He told them to hand over everything. They're definitely looking for a fight. Guy in the back asks if he's lost his mind. Says he has no clue how expensive those 3 pills are. Tells him to show some respect to the Vice Guild Master, until he sees the Vice Guild Master about to pee his pants. It's the same guy who got wrecked on the street that day. MC's like, oh wait, don't I know you? Guy has a flashback to when he rushed the MC and got absolutely destroyed, telling himself, don't be scared. Don't be scared. It's fine. I'm the Vice Guild Master of Huangjin. No reason to be scared. Everyone's here. I just gotta call the squad. Then he screams for everyone to attack, orders them to kill. A whole mob tears the place apart, swarming in from every side. But Kang just smiles. Says, now that is a cool entrance. The next day, Aeon, that short-haired chick, got the news that her whole squad was dragged back totally incapacitated. But the guys she sent to handle that crew inside the dungeon, they got absolutely wrecked. Most of them are barely clinging to life. Oh man. Anyway, Chae-eun demands to know why they acted out like that. And she is losing her cool, screaming about why Seon-jin hasn't come back yet. What the hell is going on? I don't know. Honestly, I'm just as confused as she is. Right, because she's going absolutely ballistic and her secretary over there looks terrified. While Chae-eun screams at her to answer, the girl tries to say she doesn't know exactly if the guy got killed or not. Alright then. At least she's just trashing the whole room and screaming like a maniac. Chae-eun figures she should have seen this coming. After taking those meds, everyone started acting weird. Truth is, they all lost their damn minds. No doubt about it. Then Chae-eun calls out to her, ordering her to bring the drugs, clear out the guild's warehouse, and grab everything in there. Is she going to use the cash to buy more drugs? And she has no clue that from this moment on, a real war is about to kick off. The main character hasn't even met her yet. And poor girl. She's basically having a heart attack, while trying to figure out what the hell Kang Hyun is actually after, but she just can't wrap her head around it. His actions make zero sense. First, she tries to think. Wait a sec. Does he want us to release Do Sung-chan? But why would he want all the drugs? And why pick a fight with our guild? He's clearly got some goal I'm not seeing. She keeps racking her brain, but she just can't find a solution or a reason. Does starting a war even make sense? Or is the war exactly what he wants? Oh boy. Poor thing. She's gonna have a total mental breakdown, without having a clue what the MC is planning. At least she knows that at this rate, they're gonna get swallowed whole. Cut to the hospital. Kang. Someone says your blood pressure is normal. Whoa. But that guy is bandaged up like a mummy on the stretcher, saying he finally knows what Kang's goal is. That's the dude who went into the tent. The one who fought him and got beat down earlier. Kang smacked him, saying, whoa. Is that really you? I recognized you from that punch to the face. Punching you right in the schnoz was so satisfying. The poor guy is curled up crying, saying he gets that this bastard Kang just wanted an excuse to fight. The next chapter says Chae-eun is furious at this badass dude, and she's rallying all the members to declare war. And it says this war is going to go down in Korean history. But the war never happened. Yeah, clearly not. The MC is sitting on the sofa looking bored, staring at something called the Proof of Resurrection, an item activated by destruction. Kang is sure. I know this thing is connected to that administrator. But is it actually useful for anything? He puts it away and Yusung asks what's up. He says, it's been 2 weeks since we beat Youngjun's crew. But what is this? Nobody's come to attack us. Oh my god. The disrespect. These guys are on the brink of collapse, and they're doing nothing. Yusung is a bit confused. Right. And then we see Kang talking to Tae-yu, who walks in looking fresh. Hey buddy. So, what's the deal, Tae-ju? You gotta know at least a piece of the story. Right. Tae-ju stares him down, asking if he's got receipts. Kang goes, Obvi? Of course I do. Check this out. The pills. That sketchy juice they're using. The so-called monster power. Taeju goes to swipe it, but the MC snatches it back like, nope, and says, in exchange, the government's gotta help a brother out. Cut to a news alert warning about those capsules, boosting the strength of the Awakened. But catch is, it skyrockets the risk of them going berserk. Turns out, Mexico's exporting this stuff too. On top of that, looks like a full-blown investigation is starting. Yu Sung's confused. Like, but didn't the feds say they were swamped with that terrorism drama? Are they trying to drag us into this mess? The MC replies. They've got the evidence and everything now. They'd be total idiots not to speedrun this case. A top-tier informant already wrecked most of the enemies, and even handed over the proof. So it's basically easy mode now. Right, Yu Sung agrees. Bro, feels a bit anticlimactic though. Doesn't it? Shouldn't we? I don't know. Start a little war or something. Wouldn't that be more fun? The MC is clearly lying through his teeth. Saying, hell no, I don't want a war. We've got way more important stuff to grind. Suddenly, Yu Sung senses something off and yells, Kang, they need to bounce. Now, suddenly, there's a massive boom, and a giant fireball spawns right behind him, slamming straight into the base. It's like a total catastrophe just hit the building. Get out of there. Fast. Debris is raining down, wrecking all the support pillars. And amidst the chaos, the MC emerges. Absolutely livid. He's scanning the area, trying to figure out what the hell just happened. Suddenly, Yu Sung steps out the door while the MC is wondering how he took 0 damage. He goes, I warned you. Bro, you really should have got out. The MC looks down. Everyone is confused, trying to process the situation. One friend even says, dude, cover yourself up. Will ya, my guy? At least they're relieved no one got hurt. But wait, I just remembered that demon guy was around here somewhere. I knew it. Bro, poor guy is crushed under a pile of rocks. He is fuming. Damn it, he got carted off by an ambulance. Basically on death's door. Poor dude. He wants to murder the MC and Yu Sung for totally forgetting he existed. A bit later, Taeju pulls up and he is shook. The whole place is trashed. Completely destroyed. And the weirdest part, the MC and some clothes were just left there. Yu Sung doesn't care though. He's hyped because it looks like a war is about to pop off. And Taeju just wants to know what went down here. Kang says, I don't know. We were just here, minding our own business, when suddenly a meteor dropped on us. Taeju asks, you seriously don't know who it could be? Someone you might have ticked off, someone who hates your guts. The MC pauses to think. Something ridiculous is definitely coming. Taeju is deep in thought, thinking some insane name is about to be dropped. Meanwhile, the MC is just standing there, trying to figure out who he offended bad enough to yeet a fireball straight at his base. Or actually, he's trying to recall everyone who might want to kill him, literally counting them on his fingers, one by one. But then Yu Sung says, look over there. There's a chopper dropping a bunch of flyers. Everyone is confused. He picks one up and reads something that definitely doesn't make him happy. Hey translator, is this written in Korean? You think I'm just some random Korean dude? That doesn't help us one bit. And now we're out in the woods with her. And we still haven't even seen her mysterious loved one yet. The main character got absolutely wrecked by him. Total burnout. The search target, gotta be that blonde guy. As always, right, it's always that scumbag. Bro, he is the mastermind behind everything. Get out of here, that is Choi Min-jun. He wants to know what Cha Yun wants from him, right at a critical moment like this. However, next chapter jumps back to the main character's building. And check it out, everyone's got fresh drip. Taeju wants to know where they're headed. And it's getting kinda sus that he's asking so many questions. He states clearly that he is going to this specific marked location. He got an invite and he's gonna follow it. Taeju is thinking that the exact thing he didn't want to happen is about to go down. Damn it, but he says if the main character needs backup, just call. Biggest lie ever. Right, 'cause last time you needed help, nobody picked up the phone. That is exactly what the main character says. Last time I called you, you said you were busy. But then Taeju is like, wait, hold up. You haven't heard. Seems like the people developing this drug are linked to the terrorists too. The dungeon. You know that terrorist guy you mentioned, we tracked down his identity and found out some stuff we can't just ignore. Plus, looks like their group has over 50 members, nearly 100 people, and it is weird that with such a massive number, they are hiding so well. Main character is just standing there scratching his nose, not caring about a single thing, trying to remember who that is. Then he goes, "Oh, is it that happy kid? We beat him up and peed on his face." Taeju says, "Yes. That is Mr. Jung Young-sik. He is helping us get closer to the real ringleaders, and we can't ignore the drug connected to this case." The main character stops to think. Wait. The leader. What is the leader's name again? Then he says, "Oh, it's Choi Min-jun." Well, we already knew that, and we cut back to his chat with Cha-yeon, who is standing there sweating and shaking, wondering, how did it end up like this? Why did I do that? Oh, so you are the bomber, and now she is wondering again. But she knows. Right, there is no turning back now. Everything she built, she destroyed with her own hands. Yeah, she is crazy. Congratulations. This is not the reason I started this guild. We wanted to subdue the monsters. I just wanted to grow stronger with everyone, because that is how we help humanity. That is exactly why I wanted more power. I kind of feel bad for her. Guys, she was being controlled by the drugs, and now Choi Min-jun is pulling out his weapon. Oh no. This is insane. She is drawing her weapon to fight him. Well, she is gonna die a nobody. Life is so cruel to her. Whoa, she called her guild to attack Choi Min-jun, who sees he is surrounded, and tells her she is doing something she is gonna regret. He just smiles, saying, "You bastards. You insects don't even know your place." Then this red energy bursts out of his back and grabs everyone by the neck. Another one stabs right into her stomach. Poor girl coughs up blood and gets blown into a tree. Everyone looks away in terror, while Choi Min-jun is choking them all out. Whoa, looking exactly like Tokyo Ghoul with those tails growing out of his back. Clearly, he is choking everyone out, and bodies are dropping like rain. He walks up to the last poor soul, reaches into his pocket, pulls out a bunch of pills and throws them at her, saying she doesn't serve the plan anymore, but it's gonna turn into something glorious. The perfect guinea pig for the final experiment he's been dying to test. At least she'll go out with a bang. A noble death. But are the MC and the squad even heading that way? Actually, they already pulled up to the Dongjin Guild. Place was completely wrecked. Sihwan took one look and said, "I think they bailed," and scrubbed every piece of intel left behind. Heard there was some insane chaos here earlier. Kang absolutely roasted the poor guy. Per usual. Y'all want to know what he was doing there? Nobody even called him over. But there he was, standing with his hands on his hips, claiming he's the honorary guildmaster of the Guardians and he's got to protect humanity. Yeah, right, but the MC just kept pushing forward and saw the whole place was totaled, not a trace of anything left. Until Yu-sung pointed to the side and told him to look. The guildmaster's office was right there. Kang went to peek, kicked the door open, and saw her spitting up stuff. That's gotta be her. Wait, is she transforming right now? But how did she get here? Wasn't she just in the middle of the forest? Oh, crap. Next chapter hit us with a flashback. We already know she's gonna get clapped by the MC. I highly doubt she's getting saved. But since I just said that, she's totally gonna get saved. Isn't she? I definitely jinxed it. Anyway, she started explaining, her and her friend decided to become Awakeners. Chaeun was actually cracked. She made it all the way to the 4th stage. And at first, she wasn't even trying to get OP or anything, because back in the real world, she was just your average office worker. But her friend Jihei was built different. She was a firefighter. She was actually hyped when she awakened, because it meant she could save even more people, until a monster killed her. Right, that didn't last long. This world is brutal. Chaeun didn't even have the guts to go to the funeral. She just stood outside, hating herself. She was frustrated that her friend couldn't even save herself. Like, damn it, and she convinced herself that Jihei died because she was too weak. Oh, okay. So that's why. That's when she decided that since she rolled a good ability, she'd carry her friend's will and get stronger, no matter the cost. But then the MC just smacked her upside the head and told her to shut it. Literally nobody cares about her backstory. Poor girl hit the floor, totally confused, wondering what she even did wrong, while Kang just said there's no excuse for what she did. but she's coughing up blood, apologizing, saying how unfortunate it is. It's way too late now. Besides, she never knew the drug had side effects like this. The MC looked at her and asked, "Wait, who are you and how do you know me?" Damn. She just realized Kang doesn't even know who she is. He looked around. "Yo, Yu Sung. You know this chick?" He's like, "I have no clue." "So, is she a member of the Dungjin Guild or what?" Siwon was the only one who knew she was the guildmaster. Then Cheun started laughing, saying she gets it now. She couldn't believe she lost to guys like them. Truth is, she only lost because they times guys like them. Then she said, "Kang Hyun. There's a story I want to tell you about a guy named Choi Min-jun. He's the one behind all of this." Oh snap. Seems like a long story, 'cause it got dark outside and she's still talking. Right, that's all I know. Oh no, wait. That's actually the truth. One more detail though. He's actually cracked. He's probably on the same level as Seo Yun or Donggu. The truth is, I didn't even know if those two could actually beat him. But now there is absolutely no doubt. He is a graduate. And he is guiding the main character so carefully. Obviously, there are more graduates like him. Right, the ones who cleared it. But Love claiming they only got to stage 3 just to avoid the heat, right in the middle of the family meeting. Jessica felt something weird in her eye. Her heart was pumping hard. Veins popping. Theoretically, that is a sign of health, but in her case, she is about to die. So she follows the old script and asks Kang to just end her, please, before she transforms. And after that, go kill Choi Min-jun. Didn't have to ask twice because the main character already had his blade out. Zero hesitation. He says, "Let's see if this works." Slash. Wow. Just one clean cut to the neck. Damn. The main character has no chill. He even told her to come back stronger and nicer in the next life. What a junkie. Lying there, she thought, this bastard is insane until the very end. Loot drops everywhere and her body hits the floor hard. Right after, the main character is standing there yawning, and in the end, what they had to deal with was way less than he expected. Now this Choi Min-jun guy is going to be the new problem. The guy is saying, "Yo Yu Sung, wanna crack open a beer?" He replies, "Did you forget our whole base got wrecked?" The main character says, "Oh, that's true, but at least it wasn't for nothing since she was a guildmaster. She had some serious loot. Damn, a B-rank chameleon ring with a B+ mad dog skill, and 8 resistance points. And once a mad dog bites, it never lets go until it dies." Kang thinks this skill is kinda pathetic. Who wants to be a mad dog anyway? His friends obviously say it fits him perfectly. While they are vibing, Siwon is in the back as usual, thinking these three are actually insane. No other adjective fits this trio, but at the same time, they are cracked. And that is a solid fact. Now he realizes that what the Guardian Guild needs isn't faith or justice. All they need is enough power to be terrifying and inevitable. But he also just watched two powerful, no matter how he tries to rethink it. The truth is, he found the right guy. The one who will lead the Guardian Guild. Yeah. I doubt he is gonna want that. Though, but you know, it is what it is. Mr. Kang. We, from the Guardian Guild, we all want to join the Badass Guild. The friends look to the side, while the main character looks back. Kinda confused. Kang clearly starts walking away, not caring, while the other guy keeps insisting. No, the Guardian Guild is amazing. We are ranked 2nd in national security. There is only a 3% difference between us and that other guild. The main character could not care less. The guy keeps annoying him, saying he only has talented members and Kang would be perfect. Our main character turns around and tells him to shut up, saying, I already said I am not interested. The guy insists. No, but this guild is cool. But now the main character is losing his cool, saying this guy is so annoying. Hey, do you not understand? I have zero interest. C1 does not stop, saying, no, but our guild. Now the main character clenches his fist and asks if he really wants to fight. The guy realized he was about to catch a beating if he said one more word. He walked away looking super bummed. Our guild used to be the guardians of humanity. But man, we've really lost everything. His friends are just thinking, wow, what a weirdo. They don't feel sorry for him at all. Sung says, I think it's better if we don't let anyone else into our office. Right, but Sung goes, what office? Hey girl, Did you forget it already blew up? The MC is like, whatever. Taekyung will handle it soon. Let's just chill for today. Suddenly, a whole mob is chasing Siwon. But Kang looks a little confused. He's like, damn. Here we go again. And cut to the library. Breaking news, people are losing their minds and attacking all over the city. In just 2 hours, hundreds of cases have been reported nationwide. The government thinks it might be caused by a skill user, or maybe the influence of some kind of monster. And clearly, they aren't targeting anyone specific. Right, they're just smashing everything in sight, but it looks like they're trying to scare people. Doesn't it? So they aren't just taking people out with a bullet to the head, but the creatures are charging in. The military is saying, these people are civilians. Are we really going to shoot them like this? Yeah. Bro. But look, they've already jumped on you. Whoa. If you're hesitating, don't worry. Kang just sends 2 heads flying. The MC turns around. Hey, who's in charge of this mess? And he grabs someone by the neck. Focus, these bastards might have human bodies. But their defense is absolutely pathetic. Why haven't you shot them yet? Yes. But sir, they are civilians. The MC snaps back. So what? Don't you get the situation? There are hundreds of these things walking around destroying everyone. If you don't kill them, they're going to kill other people. Man, the MC is totally fed up too. He always has to give everyone a lecture on ethics. Oh my God. This city is full of useless people, while the soldier is still standing there clueless. He's already taken off, and after a whole day of slaughter, they finally resolved it. I don't know how there are any survivors left in this city. Geez, there's a massacre every single day. Anyway, 2 days later, at the Special Ability Team's base, the MC is just chilling on the sofa, scrolling through the internet like always. And everyone is asking, so, can we go out now? How much longer do we have to stay home? Is everyone under quarantine? I've seen this before. Oh man. Someone sent a video. Hey, did you see this video of Kang Hyun? Yeah. Everyone is turning against him, saying, is he crazy? He's so ruthless. I know they're monsters. But watching this is kinda terrifying. This guy is obsessed. What a freak. The MC tries to manipulate the chat and replies, anonymous user here. I'm Kang Hyun's friend. And in real life, he's actually a super handsome guy. He couldn't care less that people call him a psychopath. Yu Sung calls out, making him jump. But suddenly, Sung says that he's actually got a beautiful house. Obviously, this is going to be their base from now on. He's like, no, he just borrowed it temporarily, deciding to thank the guy for that. He calls him. Taeju answers, wanna know what's up? I'm busy. Bro, what's with that reaction? My guy, it's not like I called you just 'cause I'm bored and want to waste your time. Taeju says, I'm sure that's it. Kang. But spit it out. What is it? The main character replies. Oh. No. I just wanted to thank you for the little house you sent us. Bro. Thanks. Taeju tells him to get straight to the point, because he has a ton of work to handle. This case seems related to monster power. From that drug type. And now everything is a total mess. Kang says, all right. Then I'll keep it short. Can you get us some poison? Taeju's like, what do you mean? The main character replies, no. I want something that corrodes like crazy and has no cure. Taeju says that explanation is clearly way too brief. Then the MC tells him to chill. No. I don't intend to harm anyone. Besides, do you know of any magic books capable of resisting poison? Taeju is confused that he knows such a thing exists. And what does getting poison have to do with this story anyway? The main character says yes, and tells him to answer quick, does he have it or not? Taeju says, fine. He'll try to find out about it, but better be prepared. Right, 'cause it's gonna cost a lot of money. The main character says he's loaded, until the other guy says it'll cost tens of billions, and he hangs up. Then he turns back, hearing everyone talking. Right. We need a lot of money. Come on. Sung, use your brain and think of a way for us to make cash. Immediately, Sung raises his hand and asks, why don't we make guild merch, like things to sell related to being badass? I don't know if they'll accept it, but lightning strikes. Someone types online, how to beat your boss. It's poor Jimin over there. The poor guy is discouraged with this guild. Remembering the main character's words, Jimin, you heard me. Right. You're supposed to plan a series of products for the guild to sell related to us too. Together, you guys will create wonderful things and make a ton of money. One day is surely enough. Right, so tomorrow I want to see results. While he's telling himself this boss is a monster, the main character over there wants to know. Right. Who's arrived? Seems someone rang the doorbell. And Sung thinks it's the government people, but at the door, oh my god. It's that damn Sihwan guy again, he found them. The main character says, damn. How'd this guy find this place? Don't open the door. He's looking for work. I'm not the boss. Outside. Sihwan hears Yu Sung say, why don't you accept him? That way our guild will grow a lot. The main character replies, these guys are too stiff. Bro, how can they work with us? Yu Sung agrees. True. It wouldn't be a vibe. This ain't normal. That guy keeps spamming the doorbell, while the MC is losing it saying, go, go, go. Sung, drop him. He was like, finally, I can flex my skills. That's the vibe I like. You want me to bash his head or hit him between the legs? The MC is scratching his nose when Sung says, oh my lord. This is weird. There are 3 of them out there. Oh. Obviously. Finally the MC lets them in. He pours beer into a glass and goes, we don't have anything for you guys to drink. So just deal with this tea. Those guys are staring like, wait. Isn't this clearly beer? In the middle is a guy named Hae Sung. I think, and on the right is the guildmaster of another guild named Sung Chan. The MC is there like, oh but damn. How did you guys find my spot anyway? This is a secret hideout prepped by the government. Sihwan says he heard it from Tae-jin, then told others. Then that person told someone else. The MC goes, all right. Whatever. Since you guys are already here, just spit out what you want. Sihwan's about to speak. But the MC says, I already rejected you. Bro. Then the other guy is there. This is my first time meeting you. Mr. Kang. My name is Sung Chan from Haesun Guild. I came here because I wanted to properly greet you in person. Mr. Kang. Man. Last time I couldn't say anything because it was pure chaos. But thanks for saving my little brother. Oh, right. Someone saved the other guy. Right. And both of us came here for that. According to my bro, you wrecked the Dongjin Guild. Right, yeah. So I came here to thank you. The MC is like, cool. But what are you doing here, obviously? I don't care. Is that it? Here with the same offer, yeah. So Kang, I know it's a bit sudden, but do you want to take the Haesun guys into the Badass Guild? I guarantee our squad is cracked. Not to mention we have some top-tier guild managers. The MC asks, but is finding a job really that hard? Why does everyone want to get hired so bad? Until the dude pulls out a box of premium steak. Instantly the MC goes, all right. Beat. Welcome to the Badass Guild. Sihwan is standing there like, he agreed because of a box of steak. Then Sihwan stands up. All right. Then today everyone is eating steak. Fine. I'll buy the best kind in this town. You can pick whatever as a reward. Just let us join the guild. The MC glances over and goes, sure. Deal. He pulls out papers for all the members there and hands them to Jimin, who isn't doing much. Poor guy. Oh. How did he break his neck? Oh. Right. There was an explosion. And he got crushed. This guy is actually working, and he's there like, Kang, I have a proposal. So can't we hire a few of them to do office work? The MC goes, I don't know if I like that idea. You see, if you want to hire someone, you do it yourself. From now on, Jimin is promoted to head of finance. Congrats, everyone claps. The poor guy realizes he's going to have way more work, just for bringing up that idea. Anyway, the MC sits down. Come on. Since you guys came to bug me, tell me, what are your levels? Level 146. The guy next to him, 42, and Sung Chan is 36. The MC snorts. Oh wow. Your levels are seriously trash. What about the rest of you? Yu Sung is level 53, well. The main character, me, is 58. And you? Sung Si, I'm embarrassed to say, I'm still at level 46. He says, no worries. She's improved a ton since joining the guild, he mutters. Man, if my members are this weak, just imagine your guild. They must be absolute trash. Those guys are thinking they're actually pretty high level. It's just that their trio is ridiculously broken. The main character goes, "I've got an idea. Bring every single guild member here tomorrow." Hey, that chaos settled down. Right, it died down. So I think we can make it. Why, though, to sign papers? The main character says, "Chill out. Yeah. Jimin already handled the paperwork. You guys should know what happens when a bunch of Awakeners gather up. We're hitting a dungeon." Sungchan goes, "Oh, why like? Right, tomorrow. Wouldn't it be better to coordinate first?" The main character says. Pointless. Why bother coordinating if they all nearly die a few times? Only the useful ones will be left standing. Everyone will either get strong or, well, they'll all die. Right then, those guys realized maybe joining Badass wasn't a bright idea. But it's too late to back out now. The next day, at the gate, the main character welcomes the Badass crew. The rules are simple. Nobody fights unless it's absolutely necessary. Second, if they treat you good or bad, you pay them back exactly the same. And third, you have to become stronger than anyone else. Got it, those are the rules. Now, let's start today's orientation. If the main character formed a whole gang, that would be pretty badass. Wouldn't it? Like cruising around the city with the crew, wrecking everyone else, and nobody understands what's going on. Then, we see a scene from a bit earlier. "So how many people do you have in total?" Siwon says they have 10. But, can't guarantee it since some might say no. At least 10 left in the guild. They're the elite of the elite that you can trust. The main character asks the other two there. And they say they're riding solo. That's right. 'Cause their guild disbanded. But they can hit up their old teammates. Kang scratches his chin. 10 people. Won't they get wiped out too fast? Siwon asks. What do you mean? He goes, Nah. Nothing. Just saying everyone is welcome. But let me ask. Do you guys have a healer, just in case someone, gets a little hurt? Then Siwon realizes that something is off with this plan. But he still says, yes, they have a healer. Then he grins and says, perfect. Bring him tomorrow. We're already at the gate. Everyone is confused, but they're like, this is an orientation. Hey, why are we even here? What kind of orientation happens inside a dungeon? Kang says. Yo, listen up everyone, and from now on, everyone will be fighting inside the dungeon. You must be a little nervous. Right, walking into a place like this with zero plan. But don't worry, there will be 2 people there to protect you, in case things get too crazy. Now let's move. D rank dungeon. Golem's tomb. Whoa, D rank. Not even E rank. So it won't be a walk in the park. We're inside. A guy gets slammed into the wall. His friends look over. While the guy passes out, Kang shouts, get up and fight. Man, you want to protect civilians. You think you can protect anyone acting like this. 2 weak Sihwan is standing right there. Kang. I think he's hit his limit. Yeah, shouldn't we let the guy rest? The MC turns around. Shut up. If you want them to actually get stronger, then zip it and just watch. Sihwan realizes he's next on the chopping block. Then the MC yells out, drain that healer dry, hurry it up. But his buddy tries to explain. Even the poor healer girl is at her limit. Her nose is bleeding, warning signs that she's out of mana and about to pass out. The poor girl's literally throwing up from overhealing. Siwon tries to reason with him. She's only level 21, so she can't do much. The MC tells him to shut it and asks, you ever hit 0 mana before? He's confused. So Kang repeats it. I asked, have you ever hit 0 mana? Siwon says. Of course. But that shouldn't happen. That's her body screaming that she's in danger. Kang turns back. Exactly. When you completely drain your mana, your vision blurs, and everything goes pitch black. Your muscles start spasming uncontrollably. Your heart beats weird, totally off rhythm. You can't breathe, and your whole body locks up. In other words, that's the perfect state to be in. One of the few moments you can boost your stats even without leveling up. Someone mumbles. But I've never heard of that. I get it if you increase strength or stamina a bit. But Mana the MC explains. That's the reason why healers don't level up much. It's not because they don't fight on the front lines. It's because they need to be forced to boost their stats, whether they like it or not. Because the fastest way to get cracked is to almost die over and over again. Easy to say when you've got extra lives. Right, everyone's thinking the same thing, bro. But we've only got one life. Another golem stomps the ground and charges, smashing a hammer into the poor guy holding the shield. But Kang steps up, punches the arm, and just obliterates it, and says, "I warned you guys. Don't worry. Nobody's dying here today, even though everyone's gonna wish they were dead." Then, Yu-sung shows up saying he brought another batch for them to play with. The poor guys are shaking, saying they're already at their limit, but they still prep for battle. The MC looks way too happy, saying today is their rebirth. Meanwhile, the internet is blowing up. Did you see the pic Badass posted? Looks like they recruited a ton of people this time. Looks like they grabbed people from the Guardian Guild. At this rate, they'll actually hit the top 10. Only weird thing is, if you join that crew, looks like everyone gets beaten to a pulp. Another guy replies, "Yeah." The creepiest part is the look on their faces. In the photo, the whole squad the MC trained has bloodshot eyes and looks full of pure hatred. Scene cuts to meat grilling on a BBQ. Someone says, "Si-hwan, I'm not okay with this. That's Psycho Kang. God, he's a lunatic." The kid has zero sense of justice or anything guild leader. I'm serious. We didn't leave our old guild just to suffer like this. Si-hwan snaps. Watch your mouth. I'm not the guild master anymore. Now, I'm just the captain of this team. Nothing more. Nothing less. But the healer, she's bawling her eyes out, going like, "I can't take this anymore. If we keep going like this, something horrible's gonna happen. People are gonna die. We gotta go back." "Guild master," another friend speaks up. "We're better off ditching this mess with that badass guy and rebuilding our own guild. Starting from scratch has gotta be better than staying here." Shi-wan slams his chopsticks down. I know. His personality, it's the absolute worst. He's totally unhinged. Then he cracks a smile and adds, "But he's strong. Stronger than any other awakener I've ever seen. Like, actually broken. Obviously, you can't expect noble ideals from a maniac like him. But right now, integrity and justice, they don't mean jack in this world anymore. If we, the members of Guardian, don't get stronger, there won't be a place for us left. And here, at least I know for a fact we'll get cracked." Back in that C-rank dungeon, I realized something. To protect humanity, you don't need a strong heart. You need raw power behind your fist of justice. Without power, your words are weightless. That's why I'm telling you guys, I'm not going to force anyone to stay. He stands up and asks them to trust him. Just this one last time. Follow his lead. And after that heartfelt speech, everyone's feeling a little swayed. Right, so that settled it. They gave it 1 week. And boom. Here we are, 1 week later. E-rank dungeon Goblin Swamp. 2 of them are whining. But one guy goes, "Well, at least this is the safest E-rank dungeon." True. Just annoying that there's so many mobs here. But at least they're weak trash. Just weird we split into so many parties though. Oh. Forming multiple parties. Suddenly, they stumble on a massive pile of dead goblins. So a bunch of people came this way. But the guy's like, "That's weird. Someone's pushing ahead without marking their path, sheesh, and mana stones are just lying around everywhere. Bro, this is insane. Loot 'em up. These things are worth a fortune. We got so lucky. Bro, but there's a fight going down nearby." They pause. Wait. That sound. It's super close. Right. Someone fighting nearby. Maybe they're saving the loot for later. Let's grab them and bounce. But just as they turn to leave, suddenly, 4 goblins pop out from the right. They flinch. We got a mob here. But then, bam, an attack flies in and pierces right through the first one's skull. Wait a sec. I don't think these guys are from the guild. Cause some absolute lunatics come charging in. Screaming. The sound of a dying goblin is music to my ears. Nothing beats bathing in their blood. They rush in. Look at those buffs, we're getting healed. Bro, the main character is right there. That's him, finally. You guys are starting to get a little cocky. Huh. While they're fighting, literally smashing goblin heads, the guys in the back are totally confused. You wanna know, what just blurred past us, bro? Clearly. It's been a week. The Badass Guild has leveled up big time. And a rumor started spreading among Awakeners. The Badass Guild, it's basically just one giant Kang Hyun. Everyone's at the bar brawling, drinking, feasting, while Shi-wan is just sitting there, wondering how it all came to this. He asks his friend, "So, about a week ago, we had a talk, right, about whether we should stick around or bail." "Nah," the guy says. "You've brought that up enough already. Is it I've learned how to get stronger?" Si-wan's like, "I know, but maybe we're changing too much." He hits back, "No shot. Bro, we're getting OP," drooling and sputtering, saying they finally get the badass goal. Finally, the Guardian Guild can actually protect something. Now they're really who they always wanted to be. Si-hwan realizes it's a wrap. No need to call him captain. He wants zero smoke with anyone here. Just swipe the card. Cool. I'm out. Outside. The poor dude looks up wondering, what's Park Se-hyun doing up in the sky? Even though he vanished and the Guardian Guild crumbled, at least the spirit's still alive with them. The members seem to be doing good, and finally seem to trust themselves more than ever. But low-key, he feels this isn't a good idea. Yeah, for sure. A whole guild with Kang's mindset is gonna be trouble. Everyone's looking drippy, looking fresh in suits and coats. Hyped, cause now they got a massive building. Their whole HQ is ginormous. Seong goes, "Whoa, yeah. I swung by yesterday, but it hits different in the morning." Eun-sung agrees. Says it looks pretty cozy. "That's it. We're set. This is our base from now on. Got it, don't break anything. Don't burn anything and don't wreck anything." The others completely ignore it and race to see who gets inside first. Man, this checklist is kinda sus for a workplace. Whoa, they walk in and it's a party. They even got staff. Coffee. A gym. Industrial fridge. All you can drink beer. The MC says finally, it feels like a real guild. Yu-sung wanted to grab some cocktails, but then Kang's like, "Whoa, wait. Hold up, Yu-sung. Aren't you underage?" He replies, "Why you asking all of a sudden, yeah?" "But why?" the MC says. "I saw you drinking beer." "Didn't I?" he says. "Yeah, bro. But that was non-alcoholic." The MC says, "Nah. But what about that dinner back then?" He starts recalling that Yu-sung was drinking Coke. So, hey, hold up. I never noticed Yu-sung never touches alcohol. He looks like he could tank drinks with no problem. Then he says, "You little brat. Ivwan. Quit acting like you're living the life." Yu-sung is totally clueless. A bit later, Taegun gets a call. "Is that so, hey Kang? Did you check out the construction at your new HQ? What do you think?" The MC says, "I swung by last night and checked the outside." Then, Taegun asks, confused, "What did you do in such a short time?" The MC says he's got his ways. Then Taegun goes, "No biggie." He wants to know, "Right, but the merch idea was yours." The MC says, "Nah, actually that wasn't me. But I want to know if it's ready." Taegun says, "Yeah, it's ready and looks like a hit. Especially that figure." The MC says, "Good figure. Wait. What do you mean?" The guys act like they know nothing. Then he says, "Hold up. Tae-gun. I'll call you back later." Then to everyone, "What's he talking about?" Yu-sung goes, "I dunno. What could it be?" "Hey, Yu-sung. Guess what? She said she's never even heard of it. That's kinda sus." "Yeah. What's the deal with this figure anyway?" The main character sensed something was off, so he hops online to check out the badass merch. Bro, look at the MC's pitiful face. They made him look like a shirtless bodybuilder. All oiled up. Cringe. Is that a 1/6 scale figure? That thing's gotta be huge. It even comes with an extra faceplate so you can swap heads for a random expression. The poor MC is getting roasted online. Everyone's saying it's gross and weird. Like, what even is this? Slam. The sword hits the ground. He pulls up and demands an explanation. "Explain yourself. Why is this for sale?" Yu-sung just goes, "Yeah, I checked the other guilds. They're just selling keychains. Silly little trinkets. We wanted something cooler. Since you're the face of this guild and our icon, You know, right, Yu Sung just looks at him and grins. Then the MC lunges slash. He screams, I knew you were a scumbag. He dodged it. Phew. Finally. We're on the same wavelength. I love the way you make my heart race. Thump thump. Just like this. Kang. Bro. Poor MC. The more he argues with Yu Sung, the more that guy enjoys it. Geez. First day and the guildmaster already wrecked the whole place. That night, they took on a quest from Tego. The plan: go undercover as buyers for those monster pills. They got there to contact the dealer. But ever since that incident where a bunch of people went insane, looks like the government is finally stepping up their game. They were chatting away. But the MC suddenly spoke up. Can't you take that figure off the internet? Yu Sung goes. Oh. But why? Why would we take it down? We already sold like 500 units. They're all pre-orders. Oh. And we sold 600 Yu Sung figures. But the MC he sold 6,000. However, right then, he got a message in his earpiece. He heard a car approaching. The MC immediately started sensing them. 1, 2, 3, dines, 4, a total of 10. Someone came out of the warehouse and walked over. Then Yu Sung said, Did I ever tell you my ability is sixth sense? Kang replied, Yeah. But you never said it straight. His friend replied, Well, check out that woman's face. Pretty obvious who she is. Right, remember when I fought at the academy? Back during our first exam, that's the girl I beat up. Wow. For real, you remember that? That was ages ago. The MC said, Wait a sec. That woman became a monster pill dealer. Yu Sung replied, You should have trusted my sixth sense more back then. Damn. Bro, sixth sense is seriously broken. I should have smashed her head in instead of hurting my hand. Then the MC stepped forward. Where's the goods? But she was like, No. Show me the money first, he signaled. And Yu Sung opened the suitcase full of cash. But they had planted a tracking device in that suitcase to find their base. He was just impressed that the government put up that much cash. Yeah. These guys have some serious guts, the woman asked. You sure the amount is right? He told them they could count it if they wanted. All right then. Show me the goods. The guy next to her handed over a suitcase. When she opened it, there were a few crystals inside. Well. Boom. An explosion right in front of them. Then she said, Ever since that skeleton showed up, a whole bunch of weird stuff started happening. At least they got rid of the mob, the trash from the special ops team. Obviously they'd sniff out something fishy like that. She whipped around, claiming there was a tracker planted in the suitcase, and that they'd better scram. But then, someone shouted for Yuri to look over there. The MC morphed into a straight-up Titan from Attack on Titan. His disguise, gone. Wrecked. But he's just like, Shame you caught me. Now I gotta charge you extra for overtime. That's when the lady realized it was Kang. She demanded to know what the hell he was doing there. Our MC just laughed, saying it's hilarious how everyone recognizes him. He's getting way too famous, Yuri screamed out, warning everyone to stay sharp, because this enemy ain't no scrub. He's a total psychomaniac. The guy who sells naked figures of himself. The MC just stood there, looking all depressed about his suffering from success. But then, Yuri suddenly remembered. She instantly flashed back to him laughing like a lunatic while beating the living daylights out of her. Then Yu Sung grabbed onto the MC, bragging, I told ya, my intuition is cracked. Bro, I had a feeling something was gonna pop out of that suitcase. And that is exactly why I hid behind something way sturdier. The MC was like, Whatever. Good news is, now they've got some punching bags to fight, and both of them were hyped. Yuri ordered everyone to attack, and the whole squad rushed in. But poor guy. Right, bro. That dude lunged in to slash him. The MC caught the sword barehanded and punted him with a kick. He snapped the blade just by squeezing it. That idiot went flying and exploded against the wall. Meanwhile, Yu Sung charged at 3 others. Weaving through their weapons, he smashed a hammer right into the last guy's face, bullseye to the brain. Kang shouted, Yo Yu Sung, did you forget we gotta take him alive? Bro, he replied. Oh. Come on, bro. I only killed one. One's no big deal. Right. But then, from the back, someone raised a massive staff and whipped up an ice storm. For a split second, the MC thought it was just a little chilly, until the lady activated the freeze. And boom, he turned into a popsicle. That mana stone was her ace in the hole. She knew exactly how broken Kang's power was, and that's why it would have been stupid to go easy on him for even a second. She thought she had the W. But Yu Sung was already right behind her, saying, "You know that won't kill him." Right, in a flash, he backed off and headed toward Kang, leaving her wondering. How did he drop the others so fast? He swung his bat and smashed the right side, shattering the MC's frozen hand. Damn. It just crumbled, fingers falling off and everything. But he didn't give a damn. He broke free and said, "I'm actually impressed this ice block could hold me." He wants to recruit her to the guild. Bro, just a sticker in the fridge department so the beer's always cold. Yuri ordered everyone to pop the new drug. Yikes. But those guys were mumbling about side effects, like going totally insane. She told them they had zero choice, unless they all wanted to die right there. So the idiots obeyed. Muscles started ripping apart, blood leaking from their teeth. One of them charged at the duo, and the whole squad followed. Kang realized this was going to be another chaotic mess, but Yu Sung told him to stay out of it. The MC asked, "Oh, why's that?" The bastard grinned, saying it's because they got way stronger after transforming. That just makes it way more fun. Then, both of them push forward, and Kang lands a sword strike right on the first guy. Boom. An explosion rips through the whole warehouse, sending debris flying everywhere. The MC seemed to hit him, but that dude actually blocked his sword. Even Kang is shook, saying he didn't expect them to be this tanky. Takes a punch and gets knocked back. Sung is watching like, "Whoa, that is seriously strong." Someone shouts, saying it's their turn. And instantly everyone jumps in. The first guy pulls a weapon and swings again. Damn. Right, he just dodges. Takes one look, then sidesteps. Then boom. He's behind another guy and drops him, grabs him. Whoa. But the head spins a full 180 degrees and bites into his shoulder. He pulls a knife from his inventory, throws it at another creature rushing in, but the thing catches the knife midair. Even so, Sung dodges that jump and strikes the knife it caught, jams it right into its head. At the same time, he rushes in from the side. But when Sung looks, the creature is already above him, and Yuri says, "It's over there." But something spears right through the creature's chest. Wow. Look at her appearing all badass upside down like that. There. Those arrows are actually doing damage now. Sung sees more people coming, and things are getting messy real quick. She orders the two guys next to her to attack Sung, but her expression changes when someone must be coming from behind. But it's the main character, activating all his buffs. Actually, this time he only pops two. He tells that witch to freeze, while she's standing there shivering, tells her to just stay right there. But obviously, he steps up with a psycho grin. Blood sprays. Everyone screams. And a while later, the sun comes up. Everyone is wondering what went down in that factory for everything to collapse like that. Tae-in arrives looking confused. Wait, why did the whole factory collapse? Kang honestly says, "Yeah, those guys were a bit stronger than we thought." And Sung says, "It's a shame they lost their will to fight in the end." But Tae-in says, "You don't get it. The important thing is they needed a hostage to get intel." Right, who is the survivor? The MC says, "There's one person back there who seems alive but buried." Then they find Yuri's head on the ground and the MC says, "That one, I think, is the boss." Bro. Clearly, she's the one calling the shots. Theoretically, she should still be alive. Right, that's what Kang says. Tae-in gives up and says, "Whatever. Just leave it. Good job and thanks." Scene cuts and we're in the office, with her being interrogated in a room. Miss Seo Yuri, 26 years old, resident of Mapo district. "Is that correct?" She doesn't answer. "All right. So that's a yes, you have the right to remain silent." "Well, let's get started." Choi Min-jun. "Do you know this name?" Getting straight to the point. He's the leader of this organization. Right. From dungeons to terrorism, drugs, and everything else. "Why did you do all this? Was it for the money?" She's smiling like a maniac while Tae-in is confused. "Why aren't you answering?" "Sweetheart, come on. We're wasting both my time and yours." "Oh." Then she asks, "Would you understand, even if I told you? A government dog like you would never get it." This woman with her wild imagination is claiming that only one person can save the world. Taein is confused and tells her, "Wait. Hold up. Is she talking about Choi Min-jun? Are they starting some kind of religious cult or something? What is going on?" She didn't answer. So he decided to stand up. Whoa. Is he grabbing a baton? Did he just stuff a rag in her mouth? What is this? Pulling out pliers to break fingers? Is Tae-in actually that hardcore? I'm not sure anymore. Now I'm having doubts. Is that guy who seems so nice actually a total psycho? Because he was there saying they'd handle the first one. Whoa. And they actually went through with it. Screams outside. Blood on the floor. And she's drooling in pain. Tae-in. My bad about that. I didn't know you were on that level. Bro. Alright. My respect for him just went up. While she's sitting there with her face turning purple, he's just staring, demanding she reveal the target. Now I don't even know who the villain is anymore. Scene cuts to Choi Min-jun getting the info that everyone has been killed, and even worse, everyone died, even though they used the new drug. But on top of that, CEO Yuri got captured, and they can't even track her. Min-jun is thinking, if it was anyone else, I wouldn't care. But Yuri is actually useful. He wants to know what happened. Did someone from the board send people to the CEO? Was it Dong-gu who took her down? The woman appears again. It was Kang Hyun. Immediately, Choi Min-jun is shocked while the woman says, "Yeah, it's him again. The guy from the Badass Guild." That dude is starting to lose his mind. Every time Kang does something, he remembers that bastard's history. He stopped the dungeon invasion, then defeated Jung Yang-sik and seized the drugs. That bastard is seriously a nuisance. He smashes the glass. Wait, why do they always smash glasses? Is smashing a glass with your hand some kind of cool thing in Korea? To me, it just seems a bit crazy, but he gave a warning. Deal with Kang Hyun first. That's the target. The woman just nods until he orders them to leave the base. She knows the location, and it won't be long before they're discovered. Next time you better show up here with good news. Damn it, you just walking around with hands in your pockets. Do something. He's there getting angry at Kang, saying that this bastard is strong all on his own, and his team is pretty formidable too. What's he planning to do? Oh. He pauses and cracks a slight smile, saying he's going to use that person. Easy. Right, you bastard. Planning to use that person again. Have you thought about using this times, person? In this case, that's you. Do something. Blondie. Meanwhile, let's head back to Badass. Our main character is drinking some green-colored beer. Great. That thing is definitely spoiled. He's happily enjoying it. But at the same time, he's slowly dying. Blood is pouring from his face. Yu Sung says, "It's amazing he's still alive, even though he's bleeding from all 7 orifices continuously." But he wants to know. Right, what are you doing? Kang, did you put poison in your drink? What is going on? Did you lose a bet with a tiger and now you want to commit suicide? Kang says, I'm testing something Tae-in told me to prepare, which is basically building resistance. And Sung wants to know the results. He says he's becoming pretty solid. Recently, he even gained poison resistance. And now, even potent poison gets neutralized before it can fully kick in. The only downside is that this beer is still dealing some damage. And Yu Sung goes, makes sense. Right, that stuff came from a D-rank boss. For most people, doing this means instant death. Sung says, weird they'd use this poison though, since it's pretty pricey. Right, they're actually spending big bucks on him. Main character says those idiots sent him on a suicide mission without a heads up, and thanks to that mistake, he's gonna take everything he can get. And with that, poison resistance levels up and hits E rank. This story is honestly slow. Isn't it? Like, the hype here is just an E rank skill. In other stories, the main character touches a stone on Awakening Day and gets SSS rank. But here, the only one suffering is Jae-moon, who's fuming. In the corner, they got a huge new base with a zone just for drinking, and that bastard is next to him all day, and the main character sits there saying, nothing beats drinking beer while listening to Jae-moon smashing his keyboard in the background. And Jae-moon furiously says, after hiring so many people, my workload actually doubled. Yeah, there's some help, but I end up doing even more work. But it's fine, he just needs to survive 1 year here. Then he's dipping. Meanwhile, main character gets a call from a guy named So Jun-ho, introduces himself as someone from the Ability User Alliance. Main character asks, wait, "You're one of Donghwa's people," and the guy confirms. Then Kang remembers the person who gave him a business card. Right says, "Oh. Who are you, the business card guy? Why are you calling?" The guy says he needs a moment to talk about alliances. But main character says he's a bit busy today, until the guy offers to pay for a barbecue meal. And he immediately stands up. Just like that. We're on the street with the other guy calling out. And main character is hyped for meat. Well, but Kang notices something's off. He says, "Director Jun-ho, last time we met, you seem to have a big role in the guild. So why aren't you joining the raid?" The guy gets awkward and says it's kinda embarrassing, but he doesn't like killing or fighting. Truth is, this B-rank guy, you should start killing. 'Cause I don't know if you know this. Right, the world is ending. Fight for humanity. Okay, and then he's there arguing that fighting isn't everything, that someone has to handle administration. Right, and with that, he invites the main character to chat and grill meat. This place is special. Super private. The guy says there's a lot to discuss. But main character doesn't care. He just wants to start grilling immediately. A few beers later, main character praises the guy's grilling skills. Yeah. Clearly he knows how to cook meat. But he wants to know, right, what's the deal with the alliance? Why did you want to meet me in person? Yeah. Then the obvious happens. Right, something was spiked in the beer. Juno, why would you poison a guy who drinks poison all day? This won't end well for you. Main character is already writhing in pain, passes out, hits the floor, and he stands there with a villain face, saying they've dealt with the Kang Hyun problem. Dude has no idea what he just stepped into. He stands up, tells the others to handle the corpse, while warning them that they should have toyed with him before dumping him. No playtime. Oh well, they were gonna beat him to a pulp. I thought it'd be a whatever moment. Right. That organization specializes in corpse disposal. 'Cause they're butchers. No big secret about what they do. Yeah, they slice you into bits until there's nothing left. But Aeon Ho was hearing a lot of cracking and thumping. Oh man. Thinking that these guys were treating the body like a toy. Then a hand reached out and grabbed his shoulder. That idiot was about to turn and say, "Don't touch me with those bloody hands." But it was Kang staring him down. He goes, "Yo, Aeon Ho. That steak was actually pretty fire. Let's just say the seasoning was unique. But obviously, with E-rank poison resistance, most poisons have basically zero effect on his body. And damn. The guys inside slaughtered." Kang smiled, saying he's got a whole lot of questions. But first, they gotta throw hands. Right, he took the first punch straight to the face. Right after that, totally folded. And we're back at the BBQ spot. Guys tied up, dying to know how Kang found out. "You faked going down from the poison. What happened? You couldn't have moved that fast. We researched you. After all, and we know you ain't got that level of intelligence." Guy is tied up and still scoffing. He just wants to know. Doesn't he, Kang? Tell me. Bro, how did you clock me? The guy doesn't care what he lost. He just wants to know how he lost. Kang says, "Well, when you said you were level 3, if you lie that blatantly, obviously I'm gonna suss out everything else. Just looking at the mana you leak. It's clear you're over level 50. The guy is shook that he noticed that. Suddenly he says, "Sorry, Kang. Tasser. You know how the organization is. I had no choice." Kang says, "Oh wait, I'll ask about the organization later. Can we eat now?" Aeon Ho gets ignored while the MC is licking his chops over the meat. This guy is weird though. He suggests our boy should join their crew. MC replies, "Did you hit your head?" "No. I hit your head. I definitely bashed your head. But anyway, I don't negotiate with terrorists." However, Aeon Ho says, "Yeah, I know my squad looks like terrorists to outsiders. But if people actually understood, they'd know we're the only ones who know how to stop humanity from getting wiped out." He screams desperately, saying they're trying to prevent the end of everything, and only we can save. 2 chopsticks slam into his face. MC says, "This bastard is ruining my appetite. But fine. If you want to talk, talk." Aeon Ho says, "Ask away." And the main character says he doesn't have questions. Only scissors. He doesn't even know what he wants to find out. But he's sure if he snips a few fingers, he'll spill something eventually. But while the MC is talking about cutting off a pinky or a toe, That guy has something in his mouth. And when it breaks, he starts tweaking out, spewing purple stuff and dies. MC drops the scissors and goes, "This guy is annoying." But he doesn't care. He leaves the restaurant thinking, what's this about humanity doomed without them? Clearly it's like what Yuri said about the country getting destroyed in 3 years. As far as I know, it should be 5 years. Plus, the vibe he gave off didn't feel like a countdown at all, and it wasn't even linked to the dimensions I know. But one thing's obvious, the dungeon difficulty is spiking. Even C-rank gates are getting tough to handle now, and if higher rank gates start spawning, things are gonna get real messy. But whatever. Right, not much I can do except grind and get stronger. Can't stress about it. I should at least update Tae-in on what went down. But yo, when he grabs his phone, he sees 23 missed calls from Tae-in, kinda confused. He picks up, and Tae-in is straight up screaming, "Why didn't you pick up?" The MC's like, "Bro, I'm not his girlfriend." Hearing that, Tae-in tells him to get serious and get to the base immediately. The MC wants to know what's up, since Tae-in just told him to hurry, and to check any news portal. The MC is totally confused. "Nah, come on. Just tell me what it is," he replies. "I can't explain over the phone. Just get here fast." Then he hangs up. And boom. Scene switch to the base, where he's stressing out with someone, saying they've said it a million times, that they wouldn't be able to handle the military. Cutscene looks like 2 days ago. The government and military tracked down the terrorists' hideout. They went in to wipe everyone out. Even sent in the special forces. But oh, just one guy, yep. Choi Min-jun took down every single one of them. The MC arrives at the base and wants to know where this is. Taeju explains it's his secret base and warns him not to tell a soul, cause he knows exactly what kind of person Kang is. Then he says, "Kang, I already warned you. This is a super important meeting, so don't cause trouble." Kang says he knows, but he's impressed because he's about to meet President Han Seung-hun, and the room is full of military guys. Just a bunch of old men. Right, the type who'd be like, "Hey kid, you're useless." But then later they'll be like, "Oh my god, I love Kang." Who would doubt it? And they're shocked. "Oh Tae-ju, you brought someone. You said you were bringing all the best ability users." And Taeju says everyone's busy and it's tough. The military side isn't happy, saying, "For God's sake, you people from the ability squad are useless. Even the emergency button didn't work." Another guy replies, "A situation like this shows absolutely no discipline. What a bunch of useless people." But President Seung-hun tells them to be quiet. They tried to handle this with the military, and they failed. In this situation, just like Taeju said, they need the Awakened to be the main force. Times have changed, and we have to change too. Yeah, but the military is saying, "I agree," which is why the Awakened should follow the military's orders. This guild system isn't working. They're basically just authorized militia. But watch out earlier. I actually thought Taeju was a nice guy, but look at that villain face of his. He's thinking, these bastards messed everything up once, and don't even realize it. That is exactly the reason why I warned them to send the Awakened. We ended up losing the chance to take down Choi Min-jun, and he escaped. These people here don't even care about the crisis. They just want to hold on to the little bit of power that they've had since the Awakened appeared. Yeah, it's honestly ridiculous. Countless people died in this operation, and they still have no shame. Yeah. But the problem for them and everyone else is that they summoned Kang. And let me tell you, things got messy real quick. I honestly don't have the patience to listen to these clowns. But then, someone tried to press him. He slammed his fist on the table and asked if they thought the Awakeners in his guild were just dogs. Like, they can just summon them whenever, and dismiss them whenever they want. What kind of respect is that for an Awakener? Yeah. Last I checked, you guys ran that campaign and failed miserably. You should be ashamed of yourselves for all the people you let die. It's actually embarrassing to call you the top generals of this country, sitting in this room right now. If I were you, I'd resign out of pure shame. He caused a huge scene. But he wasn't done yet. Mr. President, must be tough running a country when you're surrounded by this many idiots. You've got nothing but useless trash standing next to you. So I'm out. Hit me up if you need anything. And wow, he actually walked out. Taeju, on the other hand, he was loving watching all these generals get humiliated. It was so satisfying. Now, he finally gets what it feels like to be a mad dog. He finally understands Kang. Then Kang poked his head back in and said, "Yo Taeyu, where's the exit again?" "I don't know." The idiots were stunned, silent. Obviously. The military went nuts the second he left, telling the president to handle it. You can't just let a guy walk in here and humiliate everyone. This is about national dignity. But they had to take it. The president just stood there, barely holding back a laugh. And then he just started cracking up. He's crazy too, saying, "That's enough. Meeting adjourned. We'll do this later." The next day, on the 5th floor of Badas, the main character called out this cocky blonde guy. For Adwil, it was Yu-sung. He was like, "You want to spar with me?" Weird flex. Kang said he needed some training. And yeah, he knew Choi Min-jun might be a bigger threat than he thought. First off, that guy is definitely a graduate from the tutorial. And if the MC is going to fight him, he needs to be way stronger than he is now. He's been leveling up constantly. But just boosting stats isn't going to cut it. What he needs right now is actual combat technique. So he said, "We're going to fight, but just straight hands. No abilities." Yu-sung turned away. Nah, I'm good. No abilities, I ain't fighting. That's boring. You don't even know how to fight. Kang. Oh, you're just gonna get wrecked. What's the fun in just beating you up, boring? The MC realized that bastard was trying to provoke him, but he shot back. Oh, so you're scared Goldilocks is trying to run away from the beating he's about to catch. But Yu-sung was like, "Kung, you think I still fall for that weak taunting? You gotta come with a better strategy to convince me. I don't gain anything from a boring fight right now. So, how about we make a bet? If you win, I'll do whatever you want. Within reason. But if I win, we're dropping the Kang version 2 model."